Later, when the smoke gradually cleared, the poacher, who had been squinting, opened one eye, noticing that Lizard was already flying away. Hung, stretching out his hand, shouted that they should leave, noting that this was their last chance. Lizard activated magical energy to speed up, and the poacher, suddenly smiling, asked if the protagonist really wanted to escape again. He offered to see how he could do it, and ordered the Thunder Tiger to chase him and use its technique to strengthen it. The lizard had fallen to the ground by this time, starting to run, and the tiger was rushing after it, and the poacher added that it would first kill Hung and then his useless pet. The protagonist shuddered in horror when he heard this order, and the tiger suddenly caught up with them, jumping up, raising its paws to strike, and the poacher on its back smiled smugly, anticipating victory, and Hung cursed, frowning. Suddenly, the ring on his finger began to shine, activating a 6-tier technique called Fire Shield, and noticing the magical energy released, the protagonist raised his hand in bewilderment, looking at the ring in surprise, and the shield that appeared stopped the tiger's paw, and the energy of this threw the monster and the poacher aside. Hung, who was crying, turned to he in his mind, asking if he couldn't have told him earlier that the ring could be used as a defense. He had been on the verge of death many times before, yet the ring only worked now, and while he was thinking about this, the poacher stood up, surprised that Hung had sealed this ability, which was usually only possessed by the highest dangerous species at the mature stage, into the ring. This ring was first class even among strong masters, and even this guy didn't have one, so he was curious about who Hung was, and frowned as he looked at him. The protagonist didn't answer this question, and simply began to lightly hit the frozen lizard on the head, asking what was waiting for him. He asked it to run away, but the dragon continued to stand still, and the poacher, hearing Hang's words, was indignant that it was still running away, and shouted that he did not care who he was, ordering him not to even think about reporting what had happened. Stretching out his palm, he waited for the ring on his finger to shine, ordering the white mountain lion to come out. The monster appeared in front of him, and Hung, closing his eyes, cried, screaming, and asked how many beasts this poacher had. He was sure that it was wrong to mock a man like that, and the poacher, smirking, called him names, shouting that he did not care who his master was, and promised that he would kill him today. He sat on the lion's back, and Lizard turned around at that time, but did not start running, and the guy grinned and asked, "Are they really not running away?" Hung, turning towards the guy, suddenly grinned, showing the monster that flew closer to him, and asked if the poacher recognized this animal. Realizing that it was a green hummingbird, the poacher shuddered, shouting that it was the pet of the scout Jin, and sweated with horror, opening his eyes wider. The next moment, a huge monster jumped out from behind the trees, on whose back Jin was sitting. When the beast landed, Jin, frowning seriously, asked who dared to offend Hung. In the grizzly forest, the poacher frowned, looked at him and asked, "Is he really brave enough to stop him?" Jin smirked as he nodded, and exclaimed that not only did he dare to stop him, he also dared to kill him, calling him names and noting that he was from the Fire City. The boy shuddered when he heard this, and Hung mentally repeated the name Fire City, recalling what he had heard of them, and exclaimed that the city's full name was Sinfire. He imagined several men as well as a wolf within the walls of this city, and thought that as one of the deepest and most prominent among the large gathering places, this city had always been a rival of Blacklight Castle, and unlike the Grizzly Forest, it seemed that their leader had a deep connection with the wolf-type pet subclass of animals. Hung frowned, and then, recalling one of the poacher's pets, he realized that it was no wonder that the main pet of the people of this city was a wolf. His face was covered in sweat from excitement, while the poacher shrugged and admitted that he was afraid that Jin was asking too much, as he was sure that he did not have enough strength. He laughed, stretching out his hand and using magical energy to rise into the air, then sent his 3 pets to attack, ordering them to tear Jin apart, and he himself was going to see if he would still be cool when he died. The beasts opened their mouths, baring their fangs, and headed towards Jin, who laughed shortly, frowning confidently and grinning, and offered to see how good he was when he beat the poacher to death. He concentrated magical energy near his palms, and then summoned a mountain python and a moon leopard. The python entered into a fight with the tiger, the leopard attacked the lion, immediately injuring it, and Jin himself grinned again. Suddenly, the wolf, trying to attack him, swung its paw, growling threateningly, but he managed to dodge, and Hang, excitedly stretching out his hand towards him, turned to him, intending to help, but suddenly the fist of another pet, enveloped in fiery magical energy, hit the wolf, throwing it aside, and the wolf fell, hitting the ground with force. The poacher froze, covered in sweat from the tension, clenched his jaws and opened his eyes wider in amazement, as he realized what exactly he was seeing in front of him. The fire avatar, possessing poisonous, combat, fire, magic and light attributes and belonging to an especially dangerous species, stopped next to Jin, who crossed his arms on his chest. Hung looked at him in shock, realizing that the moment he first released the python, an avatar had appeared, and it was simply using the magic stealth skills to wait for its turn. Frowning, the protagonist pressed his palm to his chest, mentally exclaiming that this was the master of the 5 attributes pets. The wolf, part of whose fur had caught fire, meanwhile stood up and roared, attacking towards its opponent. The poacher at this moment, having slightly controlled his emotions, asked, "Is this a fire avatar?" He admitted that Jin had a rare pet, and realized that in that case, it was no wonder that he dared to challenge him. Although their intelligence knew about Jin's pets, however, he had never received information that their Blacklight Castle had such a rare pet. Jin exclaimed that if he knew about it, he should be killed, and smiled, and the guy asked if he really thought that his fire avatar could kill him. He assumed that Jin was daydreaming, and shouted that the heavily armored wolf was one of the strongest in the especially dangerous ranks of beast species. He declared that it would kill the avatar. When he stretched out his hand forward, the wolf began to concentrate magical energy around itself, and at the moment when the poacher ordered it to activate Shadow Tread, the wolf ran forward, looking intently at its opponent, and the fire avatar took a fighting stance, strengthening the fire aura around itself, and smirked, and at the moment when the wolf ran closer to it, striking with a clawed paw. The avatar managed to dodge and clenched his hands into fists, waiting for an opportune moment to strike. When it struck once, the wolf flew a little to the side, but the avatar did not stop there and struck the wolf from below in the jaw, and this blow was so strong that the monster flew far back. When it fell to the ground, clouds of dust rose into the air, and the protagonist, clenching his jaw, opened his eyes wider, covered in sweat from excitement, and asked himself, how could Jin be so strong? The poacher, meanwhile, walked up to his wolf, placed his palm on its body and asked, "What kind of incredible strength is this?" He guessed that Jin thought that this was a strong blow to his heavily armored wolf, and concentrating magical energy around himself, he clenched his palms into fists, activating the weighted armor on the heavily armored wolf. The monster's physique slightly changed, and Jin pointed his finger at the wolf, attracting the fire avatar's attention, commanding it to roast the enemy, and sending it forward. The avatar smirked, clapping his hands, and then tightly pressed his lips, concentrating, and clenched his palm into a fist, concentrating a powerful flame next to it. The poacher ordered the wolf to activate Shadow Step, and it ran forward at high speed, but Jin did not give up either and used Firestorm, so the fire avatar also accelerated, dodging all of the wolf's attacks. The wolf responded with claw-tearing and crushing spells, increasing the number of magic flows around itself, and thanks to this, reflecting the blows that were dealt by the fire avatar. The avatar also increased the amount of fire streams around itself, and soon, when the wolf and the avatar collided, their magical energy merged and turned into a powerful explosion. When the fire dissipated, everyone saw that the wolf, frozen in place, was trembling, looking at the avatar, who was covered in magical energy. The poacher's mouth dropped open in shock, admitting that the avatar was worthy of being such a rare pet, and this one even had 2 abilities of the 6th level of enlightenment. He supposed that in that case, it was no wonder that it had injured his heavily armored wolf so much. He activated the ring again, summoning a fire scale beast of a particularly dangerous type, and Jin smirked and asked if he really thought that he could deal with it by summoning some nothing. However, the guy smirked back and said that he didn't need to fight it, but only delay it, and explained that he was very tired and had spent a lot of energy, and then, taking the radio, he asked if anyone wanted to help him kill a few people. For a while, everyone was silent, standing in a cloud of dust that had not yet cleared from the recent battle, and Hun, calling out to Jin, wanted to tell him something, but Jin, having guessed what exactly he wanted to talk to him about, crossed his arms over his chest, frowning seriously, and confirmed that this was indeed what the protagonist thought. He also said that he had informed Ke, so it all depended on who came first. Hun guessed that Jin had another plan for this, and he looked at him with a slight smile and asked what he meant. The poacher was curious about what kind of riddle they were making and, turning his attention to his pet, he suggested going and trapping Jin and Hun. The monster walked forward, jumping up to strike from above, and the fire avatar prepared to counter this attack. Jin exclaimed that he could delay these beasts for a little while longer and activated the avatar's fire enlightenment. The monster swung its hands and hit the ground and it cracked, and immediately after that, the avatar used Firestorm and a large number of streams of flames were directed towards the monster, who looked pitifully at the attack rushing towards it. However, The poacher was not going to give up and ordered it to use Fire Strike and Fire Exit. The monster began to concentrate magical energy around itself, stretching the air currents in order to stop the attack, and suddenly a lizard flew through it, which, sticking its head out of the dense wind right in front of the monster, bared its teeth, looking at it furiously. The monster was scared, and the poacher, frowning in displeasure, asked how dare such a worthless thing approach him. Heng, stretching out his hand forward, ordered the lizard to use an evil bomb and a bullet of evil thoughts. Having fallen to the ground, it released a dense magical attack towards the enemy, and also activated the dance of the earth, and the ground underneath it began to crack, lifting up fragments of stones into the air and directing it towards the poacher, who cursed, noticing this attack. The next moment, from the collision of several attacks with an obstacle, a large amount of dust rose into the air. However, when it began to dissipate, everyone noticed a dark, large silhouette among it. It was the most dangerous type of fighting chimpanzee that stood above the poacher, protecting him from the blow. The boy laughed, putting his hand to his head, and suddenly Luo Yu came closer to him, and noticing him, the poacher grinned, noting that Heng and Jin were unlucky, since his people arrived faster. He suggested that you'd get rid of these two and leave, since he was sure that they could not be allowed to linger here until that person arrived. Yu, who was riding a particularly dangerous type of manticore, came closer, and stopping, the manticore waved its tail, directing several needles wrapped in magical energy towards the lizard. Heng cried out in excitement, stretching out his hand towards the lizard, and this one put its tail in front of itself to take the attack on this one, and when the spikes pierced the body of this one, the tail of this one was cut into several pieces. Lizard let out a pitiful cry, almost crying in pain, and the protagonist only became more terrified, while the chimpanzee roared, then ran to attack and jumped up, swinging his paw to destroy Heng, Jin, Lizard and the fire avatar standing next to each other. Lizard looked at this in horror, but was unable to do anything, and Jin, noticing that the main blow of the chimpanzee was aimed at Heng, warned him to be more careful, and sent forward his fire avatar, which took the blow of the chimpanzee. Blood spurted from its mouth. The chimpanzee frowned in fury, and then used the giant leg combat technique. It raised its leg to deliver another blow, but before it could damage the fire avatar, someone used the power of the red fire tiger, and this attack threw the chimpanzee aside. Turning happily to the side, Heng realized it was Ju and Yu and declared that they were saved. Yu and Ju were standing nearby, their beasts next to them, and Yu, looking at his opponents with fury, called them names and asked if they really thought that they had no one in blacklight. Ju, standing next to him, simply frowned, and Yu, looking at him, asked if he shouldn't be in the city. He didn't understand how he got here so quickly, and he, clasping his hands together, smirked, noting that if he wasn't here, then they, the bastards from the City of Fire, would have gotten what they wanted. Calling them names, he promised that today would be the end for them, and the poacher, calling him names, noted that if he was here, it meant that he was prepared, so it would be better if he didn't come. Yu beside him simply frowned in concentration, and then, putting his palms together, noted that this was a secret weapon against Master Ke, but this time it was meant to bury them. He called Ju and the others names, adding that because of this monster, a large number of masters had died, so even their master from Blacklight would be shocked to see it. He ordered the steel-armed monkey to come out, and a huge monster appeared behind him, raising its head and roaring furiously. Streams of magical energy began to flow towards it, swirling in a spiral, and Ju said in shock that it was a very dangerous, and also a mature specimen. She knew that this was very bad, and the monkey meanwhile ran forward, intending to destroy them, but before it could land a single blow, someone's magical attack threw it aside, and noticing that the monkey had flown into the trees standing even behind them, Yu, the poacher, and their beasts widened their eyes in amazement and shuddered in horror, and then turned around, starting to run in the direction where the monkey landed on the ground with a crash. Heng was also shocked and did not understand what kind of nonsense this was, and Ju, with her mouth slightly open in bewilderment, looked to the side a little, saying that this was one of Master Ke's strongest pets, namely the nightmare green dragon, which was currently standing not far from them. Yu, frowning, said that this was undoubtedly the strongest mature super dangerous species, belonging to the terrorist species. The golden-backed steel monkey was destroyed by 2 blows from this monster, and the dragon meanwhile, roaring, rose up, and Heng froze in shock, and then opened his eyes wider, covered in sweat, and asked, "Is this the power of a super dangerous species?" Yu cursed, realizing that Ke was already here, and warned that he was a Grand Master. But before he and the other poacher managed to escape, a bright flash of light suddenly appeared in the air, which then began to quickly fly from place to place, transforming into a powerful attack. Yu tried to dodge, and he did so, and the poacher was attacked and, screaming, began to fall along with his pet, and then dissolved into a powerful light. Yu took advantage of this and began to run away, and Ke, who had come closer, standing on the head of another monster, stopped his pet next to Hung and the others, and then smiled, admitting that he did not expect that these guys would sneak into the grizzly forest while he was gone. He exclaimed that the protagonist and the others had done a good job, and Hung and Ju, raising their heads, simply froze, their mouths slightly open in shock, and were unable to say anything. Ke suddenly shuddered, turning to the side, and saw that Jin, kneeling down, was sitting next to the severed head of his python, his head bowed in sorrow. Yu sat down next to him, comfortingly placing his palm on his back, but both of them remained silent, and in the end Ke seriously asked who did this? Hung answered him, frowning, shouting that it was the manticore of that vile man from Sapphire City. Ke thought for a while and then said that they should return to the base and rest, and Ju expressed her agreement with the order and frowned in concentration, and Ke, turning his dragon, began to walk away, declaring that he would act on his own from now on. At this time, Yu and his other comrades gathered in the forest, talking, and he cursed, noting that the plan was correct, but one little rascal had ruined it. Someone noticed that Lei Ge, Lin Tu, Ma Jing had not arrived, so most likely they were killed by Ke. Another guy, frowning, clenched his fist, shouting that it was because of these stupid scouts that they had such problems, and decided that they should be killed. They did not even know that Yu and Hung were in the grizzly forest, and they could only evade those two, namely Yu and Jin. Another bandit, raising his hand, said that it was too late now, since Ke caught them in the act. The mission had failed, and he decided that it would be better to inform their comrades first so that they could prepare. He assumed that Blacklight's men were so cowardly that they would chase them for revenge anyway. Two of the team members raised their hands in agreement, and then, turning to Yu, the boy asked what about him? He crossed his arms over his chest, telling them not to fool him and to decide for themselves. But before the poachers could make a final decision, the ground beneath their feet suddenly shook, causing the frightened birds to fly into the air, and the poachers, startled, asked what was going on. Suddenly, from behind the trees, the silhouette of Ke, riding a dragon, appeared, and recognizing him, the girl screamed in horror, her eyes widening. Her comrades frowned, and eventually they all decided to run away, turning around and heading deeper into the forest. Some time later, the enemy pets were piled up in a grizzly forest base, and Ke, who was at the table with the rest of the team, said that this time most of the invaders had been destroyed by them, and there were still two poachers who did not need to be chased. Ju closed her eyes, frowning, and noted that it would be dangerous if they caught them by surprise. Ke said that he had inspected all the areas, and this time the damage was not too serious. Of the hundreds of bare fruit trees in the grizzly forest, only a few dozen had been collected, which was less than a tenth of the total fruit. As he spoke, he checked the documents in his hands and added that about 100 bears had died, which could be considered a heavy loss for the entire grizzly pack. The chieftain of the bear warriors who owned the grizzly forest would be furious when he learned of this, and Ke knew that it would be so, and added that the rest was not in their power, for the people of Blacklight would take revenge, and the poachers would answer to the chieftain of the bears. With a wave of his hand, he pointed it towards Jin, noting that his loss was not small, and announced that he would report this to Blacklight and try to make up for it by giving him an unusually skilled and dangerous young pet. What seemed to Ju and Yu, he said that their timely support was also considered a merit, and promised that he would report it, and the castle master himself would decide how to reward them. They smiled, and Yu was glad that he was not asked why he was in the grizzly forest. He sighed in relief, but the next moment, Ke suddenly threw a stack of documents at him, frowning and noting that he almost forgot to ask him something, and asked if he wasn't supposed to be in Rivet Town. He wondered what Yu was doing in the forest, and Ju, who was sitting next to him, laughed, and Yu, putting away the documents, smiled excitedly, asking if he didn't come to support Jin and Hung. But Ke was still angry and frowned, ordering him to stop pretending, shouting that he didn't care about him, and ordered him to go back to Rivet Town. Yu stood up, scratched his hair, smiling awkwardly, and said that he was on his way, and Ke, smiling, looked at Hung, exclaiming that the plot of the people of Sinfire was foiled thanks to him, so he deserved a reward. He was sure that the burgomaster would be pleased and reward him, and added that since he was in his territory, he could not turn a blind eye to his merits, noting that they had many good things in the base's warehouse, so he could choose a few. Hung awkwardly closed his eyes, putting his hands in front of him, and said that if it were not for Jin's timely appearance, even if he had broken through to them, he would most likely have died. Putting his hand on Jin's shoulder, he suggested another option, deciding that it would be better to give this reward to him. He looked at the protagonist with a puzzled look, and Ko was glad that they were getting along well, and asked them not to worry, promising that they would both receive a reward. He believed that the decision on the reward and compensation for Jun would be made by the castle master, so he said that Hung did not need to worry. Standing up, he called him to follow him, deciding that he would take him to the warehouse, and he awkwardly grabbed his hair and smiled, asking if Ko could wait until tomorrow to choose. He explained this question by saying that he had not had the best day today. When night fell, the protagonist sat in the room with a book on the table in front of him, and noted that after a long time of work, he could finally rest. If he wanted to choose treasures, he supposed that it would be very bad not to check it in the dragon code. The final direction of the evolution of domestic animals was the same, which was to turn the animal into a real dragon, which meant that it would become the top of the food chain. While Hung was recalling this, Lizard lay on the floor nearby, asleep, and the beasts looking for treasures settled down on the table nearby, and the protagonist, looking at this, said that turning into a dragon was fraught with many dangers, and in order for it to happen with a probability of 1 in a million, countless treasures and materials were needed. Therefore, the cost-effectiveness of transforming a treasure-seeking beast into a dragon would be higher, because with a treasure-seeking dragon, the probability of obtaining evolutionary materials should be much higher. He closed his eyes, smiled and stroked the beast, and then said, like the snake dragon, the treasure seeker has several ways to transform into a dragon, but compared to the dozens of ways for the snake dragon to transform into a true dragon, the treasure-seeking beast had far fewer transformations into a dragon, namely only 9. But in 8 of these ways, the treasure-seeking beast's ability to obtain treasures should be weakened, and it would at least become a mixed-type dragon, and the only way to maintain the treasure-seeking beast's ability to obtain treasures was to transform it into a treasure-hunting dragon beast. To Hun, this was a mystery, and he carefully read the book, turning the pages. Finally, he stood up, closed his eyes, and decided that he would then have to wait until dawn to go treasure hunting in the warehouse. When morning came in the grizzly forest base, the protagonist went outside, approaching Ju, asked if he could go to the warehouse. Ju, who was cleaning her tiger's fur, smiled, noting that Ko had asked him to tell him that yesterday evening, one of their forward observation posts accidentally discovered traces of a supply convoy from Sapphire, and without delay, Ko had already gone to destroy the convoy yesterday evening. Because the protagonist had not gone yesterday, he would now have to wait for his reward until Ko returned. Hearing her words, Hung froze, thinking, and then suddenly shuddered, turning to the side, and calling out to Lizard. He admitted that he had suddenly come up with a great idea. Lizard shuddered, fearfully pressing his head to the ground, but then straightened up, looking at Hung in confusion, who smirked but did not explain anything. In the end, the two of them ran towards the exit of the base, and Ju, watching them, put her hand to her chin, worriedly noting that the protagonist had been acting strange all day. Meanwhile, Hung and Lizard reached the forest, and Hung thought that Ju washing the red flame tiger reminded him of the fact that the bears in the grizzly forest were not taken care of, let alone given special food, and after the invasion of poachers this time, the bears in the grizzly forest also suffered great losses. The ancient dragon codex had just the right recipe for bear fighters, and besides, Hung could use the beast to find treasures in order to find the right bear. As he continued to run forward, he suddenly asked who said that in order to get the bear fruit, you have to fight? He suggested that Lizard make the most of the last days in the grizzly forest and take another step forward. Lizard tilted his head slightly, still not understanding what exactly the protagonist wanted, and in the end, under Heng's guidance, with the help of the treasure-seeking beast, Lizard and a special formula contained in the old dragon codex, they made very delicious dishes by roasting them over a fire and feeding them to the bear. Hun treated and cupapped the bear, and the grizzly was very pleased. In addition, the protagonist also collected a lot of crops in addition to the 3 bear fruits and now had several rare bird eggs, all to make Lizard stronger. Having received the new ingredients, Hun even jumped for joy, squinting his eyes and raising his hands up. It wasn't until the evening that some changes occurred, and the bear glared at Lizard, used the 4th-level bear roar energy technique, and swung its paw, ready to fight. Hung opened his mouth slightly, watching this, and then attracted Lizard's attention, noting that the bear said that their recipe was very delicious, and that was why it rewarded the dragon with a fight, so the protagonist said it would work. The bear then charged, and the Lizard frowned in displeasure, while the bear jumped up, activating the beast energy technique, the rupture claw. It was about to attack the Lizard, and it, swinging its tail, was about to use its own attack, But Heng noticed with horror that the lizard's severed tail had not yet recovered, so nothing happened. The bear crashed into the dragon, and it closed its eyes in pain, and the grizzly, grabbing it by the neck, loomed over the lizard, and Heng, noticing the sad state of it, ordered it to give in, warning that they would not fight anymore, since it was still wounded. However, lizard growled back at the bear, and the grizzly only became more angry, and then raised its paw to attack, but lizard managed to intercept this one's paw, stopping the attack, and then closed its eyes, and a flash of magical energy appeared near this one's body, and it used the dragon cry, and the attack power of this one was so great that the bear flew back. The protagonist cried out in joy, asking if this was a new technique. The grizzly, scared, began to run away, and lizard sat up, wagging its tail happily, and smiled, narrowing its eyes, and Heng asked in amazement, did this really open the ability of the 4th level? Coming closer to this one, he stroked it, and lizard closed its eyes happily, and Heng, smiling, admitted that he did not think that this, after all, it seems talented in the power of a dragon. He couldn't believe that lizard had the power of the 4th level, and this one suddenly began to change, and scales fell off this one's body. Heng removed his hand from this one's head, frowned in confusion as he looked at this one, and then turned to this one in shock. But before he could say anything, an aura of magical energy suddenly appeared around lizard, and the bandage that was previously wrapped around this one's tail disappeared, the tail was restored, and when the magic gradually began to dissipate, Heng realized that lizard had reached the late stage of growth. He looked at this one in amazement, and then, hugging this one, he was happy that lizard was finally at the late stage of growth. This one closed his eyes contentedly, smiling, and soon in the forest, the grizzly who was standing next to the smiling Jew, asked in amazement, lizard had already grown to the late stage of growth. Jumping off his horse, he asked, is she telling the truth? Jew admitted that it was true, noting that she herself couldn't believe it, and she added that Jin was checking on lizard. Ke asked if they were at the training grounds. She confirmed that they were, and soon Ke returned to the base in the grizzly forest, calling out Heng's name. Jin, noticing him, smiled and asked if he had returned. Ke noted that it took a little time to take care of the supply convoy, and also added that he heard that Heng's snake dragon had grown to the late growth stage, and Jin confirmed that it was quite up to the standards of the late growth stage. Ke admitted that it was amazing how far the protagonist had advanced, and added that he was just hoping for him to get a little stronger, and thought it would be great if his pet entered the late growth stage. In his opinion, it was truly incredible, since in a month, the snake dragon's strength should have increased significantly in order to handle the competition. He didn't even know that Heng had exceeded the plan, and he noted that it was not bad, exclaiming that this was how the guys from Blacklight should work. He came closer, putting his hand on his shoulder, and then, drawing Jin's attention to himself, he asked him to make arrangements with the protagonist and go to Rivet Town in the morning, and also ordered someone to send him back to Blacklight Castle, because he had already finished his special training. After that, he returned his attention to Heng, saying that he would now take him to the warehouse to choose something. The protagonist, looking at him excitedly, reminded him that he had just returned from a long journey, and said that it was not too late to take a break and get down to business tomorrow. Ignoring his words, Ke turned around smiling and warned that now, delaying until now would be considered breaking his promise, and since he had promised Heng 2 things, he decided to make up for it by noting that he could choose one more thing. Soon, they were already in the warehouse at the base of the grizzly forest, and they began to walk up the stairs of it, and Heng excitedly asked if he could really choose what he wanted. Ke, with his hands outstretched at his side, warned that he would wait here and told Heng to choose. He agreed and ran inside the warehouse, starting to look around, and asked in shock if this was really the warehouse of the grizzly forest. The treasure hunter, who was sitting on his shoulder, looked around excitedly, and the protagonist noted that the grizzly forests were extremely vast and covered not only forests, but also lakes, rivers, valleys, and even mountainous areas. There was a wide range of materials from different regions, so if he could only choose 3 materials, he had to think about it, and after telling the beast to wake up, Heng smiled, lightly tapping it on the head. The beast shook its head, distracted from looking at the treasures, and the protagonist advised it to remember what he told it last night. Removing the beast from his shoulder, he said that if there were such things in this warehouse, then it should find these things, and noted that in that case, he would help it turn into a treasure-seeking dragon beast. The beast frowned decisively, cried out in agreement, and raised its hands, and then quickly began to move through the mountains of treasures. Heng, watching this, noted that everything depended on luck, and if he could find these items, then it would be good. But suddenly he was distracted from his thoughts, his eyes widening, as he noticed that the beast searching for treasure had jumped onto the statue standing in the center of the warehouse and was hanging on it. Pointing his fingers at the beast, the protagonist warned that if it did not behave well, he would make the lizard eat it. He ordered it to go and find the treasure, and the beast looked at him with disappointment, and some time later Ko was already holding a large piece of evil fibrous root in his hands, as well as a dried magical flower, and noting that it was good material, he asked what Hung would do with it. He asked if he was sure that he did not want to ask for one more thing. The protagonist thanked him for the reward, and said that he remembered his sister mentioning a fertilizer that improves the soil on plantations, which was produced right here. He was referring to the bag of mud he was holding in his hands, and as soon as he finished speaking, the doors of the warehouse closed, and Ko said that the door was closed, so he congratulated Heng for getting the root and the magic flower, as well as the drilling mud, into his hands. Hung smiled with his eyes closed and thought that this thing was the core material of the essence of the dragon treasure, and this mud could be changed into something valuable and sold. Some time later, in Rivet Town, the man supervising the actions of his wards warned them to be careful when putting the boxes in the car, telling them to be careful with the master's treasure. Jin, who was standing nearby next to the protagonist, warned him that Ko had recently destroyed many of the gathering places of the people of Sapphire, and so they might do something in return, noting that he should be careful on the way. Suddenly Yu came closer, placing his hand on Heng's shoulder, greeting Jin and asking what he meant by that. He wondered who he was looking down on, and already hugging Heng's shoulder, he noted that when he arrived at Rivet Town, he had entered their territory, and he promised to bring him back safe and sound. Hung smiled, and Jin agreed, deciding to return in that case, since Ko had business for him. After saying goodbye to Hung, he shook his hand, exclaiming that they were always waiting for him in the grisly forest, noting that they would always welcome him. The protagonist promised that he would definitely return, thanking him for taking care of him all this time. Yu, looking at them with displeasure, ordered them to stop being affectionate, and turning to the soldiers, told them to check the fire extinguishing installations again, since they were leaving soon. Their objective was to get to Blacklight's gathering place, and the soldiers, agreeing with the order, began to do so, and at this time, a group of poachers gathered in the forest near the city, and the girl exclaimed that everything was confirmed, announcing that she was talking about a message from their informant in Rivet Town. Today, a group of city guards from the city were supposed to escort an important person to Blacklight Castle, and according to the information received from their informant, it was this important person who most likely interfered with their operation, and it was the guy with the Fire Guardian ring. Yu was happy to hear this, and clenched his hand into a fist, noting that he had also received news that Jin had left the base. They decided to wait for the convoy for the one escorting the protagonist, and kneeling down, Yu spread out a map in front of him, pointing to a place on this one, and said that the convoy would pass here, and they would be waiting for them in this valley. Hiding behind some bushes, they arrived at an important location, using binoculars to get a clearer view of the passing convoy, and calling him a name, Yu noted that he had arranged for him to be hunted so that he could taste death. He asked him not to worry, promising that he would make him pay for his brother's death. Suddenly, an explosion sounded behind him, and he turned around, startled, asking excitedly what had happened. Jin, standing nearby below, accompanied by a fiery avatar, said that Yu was in a tree, and ordered him not to hide. Smiling, he added that his two companions had been killed, and as for him, he could handle him on his own. Yu said that was impossible, and Jin asked him to take another look at Heng's team, noting that they had stopped near the entrance to the valley. Yu scowled and shouted that it was disgusting, asking how dare they use this information as bait. He was about to take matters into his own hands, and laughing, Ko, who rode closer on his pet, threw Yu's two dead comrades to the ground, noting that Yu was not as brave as he was in the forest. He added that he himself was only here to protect their master from Blacklight, and noted that this was why Yu was being targeted. He told Jin to take action, and he shouted that he understood, and his fire avatar immediately began preparing a magical attack, and Ko, pointing a finger at Yu, told Jin to avenge his pet. The convoy soon continued on its way, and Hung, watching what was happening a little to the side, noted that judging by the level of damage, it must be a particularly dangerous species. Jin told him to leave half an hour later, but he suddenly flinched, distracted from his thoughts, as he noticed Jin and Ko ahead. They flinched, stopping, and the protagonist, getting out of the car, thanked them for their protection, and noted that if Ko returned to Blacklight Castle in the future, he would definitely repay him. Ko simply suggested that they go, noting that it was not worth keeping the burgomaster waiting. 2 days later, they arrived at Blacklight Castle, and he, sitting opposite Hun, noted that he heard that it was a long way. He asked him for permission to see what had changed during this time, and the protagonist promised that he would not let him down, and then summoned the lizard, and noticing this, he stood up, and then began to examine the lizard, even opening its mouth. Hung was astonished when he noticed this, and then closed his eyes, mentally saying that lizard had better not move, because if he was upset, they would both get it. After finishing his inspection, he said that many of his subordinates had been destroyed in the city, and even in the places where people tamed armored and heavily armored wolves, and because of this, even Jin had suffered from them. Hung asked if it was true that these people would not take revenge on the grizzly forest again. He noted that Jin and Ju were there, but he told him not to worry, because the master of the grizzly forest had secretly returned, and everyone who came except for the top members of Sinfire would die. After that, he turned his back on Hun, admitting that he was very pleased with his success this time. Sitting back down in his chair, he said that the protagonist had not only exceeded the training requirements, but had also played a major role in investigating the Bracon incident in Grizzly Forest. He asked him to tell him what exactly he wanted as a reward. The protagonist raised his index finger up with a smile on his face and turned to Zhou He and asked him if he still had the scale of the Supreme Dragon that he had awarded him. The protagonist then asked him if he could have more of it. Zhou He sat on his throne with a surprised expression and asked him if he only wanted this. After that, Zhou He noticed that he had made a great contribution and asked him why he did not want a normal reward and if he wanted anything else. The protagonist looked into Zhou He's eyes and addressed him as a master and asked him if he could ask him to help with the reward for Lin Jin. After that, the protagonist began to talk about how at that time in the grizzly forest, if it were not for Lin Jin who sacrificed his main beast to save him, he might not have returned. Zhou He touched the wooden cover of his throne with his finger and spoke to Lin Jin, after which Zhou He said that he was indeed a good candidate and his spiritual cultivation had reached its peak. Then Zhou He said that the matter was that after the Chinese New Year ended, he would send him a young green flame tiger since it was not in vain that he saved his life. The protagonist thought with a smile on his face that this was a green flame tiger, and it was a dangerous species. In addition, the protagonist understood that teacher Liu Yu had won, after which the protagonist mentally turned to Lin Jin thinking that he had been blessed. Zhou He noticed with a smile on his face that in addition to this, he had prepared a villa for him in the inner fort, so he advised him to use this time to go to his sister's home and arrange for him to move there since the Six Lands tournament would soon begin, after which Zhou He recommended that he not be distracted from business. The protagonist quickly bowed thanking Zhou He for this. After that the protagonist shouted that he would live up to his expectations. The protagonist turned around and walked in the opposite direction. Zhou He silently watched him go, then addressed him by name and told him that he had something to teach him and that he always paid too much attention to morality, and this was not good. Exhaling air from his lungs, Zhou He shouted that in the world of masters, strength should be held in high esteem, and when there is a fight, you need to fight and show your full strength. After that, with a confident expression on his face, Zhou He said that on the second floor is his treasury, and in addition to the dragon scale, he can choose 2 more items, and he must remember that the one who survives is the one who is absolutely not weak in spirit. With a serious expression on his face, looking ahead, the protagonist thought that the one who is stronger is the one who survives. After that, the protagonist clasped the palms of his hands in front of his chest and bowed to Zhou He, told him that he understood him. On the way home, Zhou He's words made the protagonist think for a long time, because after experiencing the incident with Sapphire, Su Hung realized that he could make a choice for himself in favor of moral principles. The protagonist thought about this while flying on his dragon over the high mountains, surrounded by thick clouds. The protagonist understood that moving towards moral principles implies that a person must decide everything with his own strength and prove his place through his own strength. When the protagonist thought about this while looking ahead with a tense expression on his face. Some time after that, approaching the house, Su Hung heard loud laughter coming from inside the house and a voice saying that at one time Su Hung had been there for so long. The protagonist, looking at the house, asked himself, who is his sister talking to again? After that, opening the front door, Su Hung turned to his sister, but soon his eyes widened in surprise. His sister rushed into his arms and tightly squeezing his torso, joyfully shouting that he had finally returned. Because his sister rushed at him, Su Hung lost his footing and fell to the ground. Lying on the stone paving stones, he stroked her head while his sister complained to him, saying that she heard from the guards that he was attacked on the road. When the protagonist realized his head, he looked behind his sister with a surprised expression on his face, and saw that there were 2 girls inside the house. The protagonist, with a confused expression on his face, looking at these girls, turned to his sister and asked her this. His sister, with a smile on her face, pointed her finger behind her back and explained to him that these were her colleagues from the General Services Department of the Plantation Management and the Materials Processing Department of the Resource Management Bureau. After that, she pointed her finger at one of the girls and said that her name was Lin Mengwan and the second girl's name was Jean Meili. The protagonist's sister told him that they were all her close friends. The protagonist, with a smile on his face and red cheeks, began to greet them in a friendly manner by waving his hand. After that, Soo-Hung turned to his sister and asked her if she wanted to. The sister turned around abruptly and poked her finger at the protagonist's head, insulting him about their parents. After that, she said that he should fight for his life. His sister, with an irritated expression on her face, shouted that he needed to start a family and a business, and that he needed a better life. After that, she continued to tell him that she had selected for him the best girls with an excellent figure who also knew how to cook and clean. After that, crossing her arms over her chest and exhaling heavily, the sister told him that a hard worker like him was constantly away from home and therefore, as she assumed, he was looking for a person who could do all this. The protagonist, with a confused expression on his face, turned to his sister and told her that he was a little tired and would like to go back to his room and take a nap. After that, he asked her if it was okay if he didn't eat. The sister started to yell at him expressively, soon after which the protagonist sat at the table with the girls. Although Soo-Hung refused to go on this blind date, he could not go against his sister's wishes. So the entire dinner passed in an awkward atmosphere. The four of them sat at the table with an abundance of various foods. Soon after, the protagonist showed the girls his treasure-seeking beast, which made the girls look at it with extreme interest. Only when the protagonist took out this treasure-seeking beast, he was able to attract the attention of 3 girls, and the treasure-seeking beast made them all laugh as it tried hard. After the dinner ended, Soo-Hung with Lin Mengwan and Jean Meili walked down the street while Su-Ching stood at the front door of the house and asked the protagonist to take them home, after which she asked him, "Okay?" The protagonist answered her affirmatively and said that he understood her. When they were walking down the street, Jean Meili addressed Soo-Hung as a lord and noted that he did not need to see them off since they lived not far away. After that, Jean Meili raised her index finger up with a smile on her face and said that they needed to cross the road and they would be almost home. Lin Mengwan confirmed these words by telling him not to worry. After that, she told him that they had a good time today, and she did not know that he was so formal. The protagonist listened to what she was telling him with a sad expression on his face. But suddenly his face distorted with tension, he frowned and looked ahead warily. Immediately after that, he abruptly stretched out his hand to the side, shielding the girls from what was in front of him. They saw that from around the corner of one of the buildings, a dark monster with a wide open mouth was coming out. It was a huge rat with brightly glowing eyes, and this rat with a mad muzzle looked at the girls and the protagonist in rage. Jean Meili asked with a worried expression, "Is this a rat?" After that, Jean Meili wondered how something like this could get in here. The protagonist stepped forward in front of the girls and explained to them that this was an adult low-level dangerous species that was a ferocious rat. Lin Mengwan, standing behind the protagonist with a worried expression, asked, "Could a rat really become that big?" At that moment, the rat headed towards the protagonist and the girls, opening its mouth wide. The protagonist clenched his jaw and suggested that perhaps this rat had mutated after accidentally eating the corpse of some animal, after which the protagonist said that storm rats live in packs. So he asked the girls not to come closer. A moment later, the asphalt in front of them began to break into pieces and new rats began to crawl out of the holes that appeared in the asphalt and hissed menacingly, heading towards the protagonist and the girls. Suddenly, the protagonist opened his eyes wide and noticed the vapors coming from the basket that Jean Meili was holding. The protagonist looked at the basket and realized that it was definitely chicken, because chicken is the rat's favorite food. After that, the protagonist put his hand in front of him and turned to his snake dragon and asked him to come out. A moment later, the lizard spread his wings wide and rose into the air above Soo-Hung and the girls and looked at the rats with his brightly shining eyes. After that, the lizard with a menacing expression on his face rushed after the rats, who were incredibly scared of the lizard and soon after began to run away in fear along the streets. The protagonist, looking at this, shouted, "Forward!" After that, turning to the rats, he asked, "Do the rats really think that they can escape from the snake dragon?" After that, the protagonist directed his open palm forward, exuding energy from his palm, and the lizard with an aggressive expression on his face headed after the fleeing rats. The rats made frightened sounds and tried to run away, but the lizard quickly caught up with these snake dragon with its claws and tore their bodies into many pieces, causing abundant bloody splashes. The protagonist said with a smile on his face that an adult low-level dangerous species, that is, an assault rat, which the lizard dragon would have had to seriously face 2 months ago, was able to kill these rats today as easily as he would kill a chicken. Soon after these events, several men noisily approached Suhung. One of the guys clutching a sniper rifle in his hands looked ahead in surprise and asked, "Are they already dead?" After that, this guy said that 4 ferocious rats were killed in a matter of seconds, and this is worthy of a master tamer. The bodies of the wounded rats lay in the center of the street, while a huge snake dragon hovered over the protagonist's head. The protagonist addressed the guards and said that at this time of year the rats do not have enough food, so the rats dig the ground in search of food. He ordered to request a bloody-tailed cat from the security bureau, after which the protagonist explained that otherwise such an intrusion into a civilian building would be on a large scale. The guards pressed their clenched fists to their bodies and answered him affirmatively, after which they said that they would follow his instructions. Then the protagonist noted that he also wanted these 4 rats to be sent to the chambers of the inner fort. The protagonist put his hand on the back of his head and asked the guards to say that Villa 73, that is, Suhung takes these rats. The villas located next to the Blacklight Fortress are rich and famous, and it is mainly a complex for masters. The villa number 83 that Zhou He gave to Suhung was originally Zhou He's residence, and therefore he was very envied. The one who expressed his dissatisfaction the most was Lu Ling, who lived in the house opposite. But when he saw the protagonist's sister, he fell silent. The protagonist doubted that this old man could have any thoughts about his older sister, and he always thought that this senior comrade was a little flashy and shy. Soon after, one of the people serving in the city turned to the guy who was carrying a box in his hands, inside of which was the killed protagonist monster, and turned to him, after which he asked him to be careful and not to dirty the courtyard of Master Suhung. The protagonist, as a master who owns 2 pets, had other plans to process the corpses of these ferocious rats, especially because the snake dragon has such a big appetite that, combined with the transformation into a dragon and the opening skills, the transformation of consumables requires a lot of money. Many young guys who served in the city carried various things from military equipment and brought them to the protagonist's villa. The high cost was explained by the fact that the black thick liquid that was used to make strange items is a strategic material, and it is not worth selling large quantities that can be traced. The mutated ferocious rats that the protagonist encountered this time made the protagonist remember another thing from the old Dragon Code. This thing is the incense of the bloodline. This is a kind of perfume, and the principle of this perfume is that it is able to imitate the illusion of a blood connection between the owner and his pet. It also provides the ability to briefly immerse the pet and the owner in itself to speed up the creation of mental connections. The protagonist carefully examined the liquid inside the vessel that he held in his hands. Even for those people who have not yet become a master of taming, this will also speed up the establishment of a spiritual connection with a young animal that is still in the egg, and the incense of the bloodline will become a hot commodity. The protagonist, while putting a lot of incense into the box, understood that according to the recipe of the old Dragon Code, after extracting incense from the corpses of ferocious rats, one must add the poison of bladderwort called dreamworm and the hairs on the back of the lower leaves of the moon orchid. The protagonist realized that the combination with the next substance would lead to the stage of distillation and purification. At this moment the protagonist poured incense from one glass vessel to another. Looking at this perfume, Suhung asked, "Did it work?" After that, he suggested that if it really worked, it was a great way to make money because after all, the cost was quite low, and he didn't know if it worked. After that, the protagonist raised his head up and looked at the treasure seeker beast sitting on the table in front of him. The protagonist addressed the treasure-seeker beast, thereby attracting its attention. The treasure-seeking beast looked questioningly at the protagonist, who was holding an open container of perfume. At this moment the scent of the perfume began to spread throughout the room. The treasure-seeking beast's face distorted because under the influence of the bloodline incense, the protagonist and the treasure-seeking beast simultaneously entered an illusion. In this illusion, the protagonist seemed to have become the old father of the treasure-seeking beast, that is, an adult treasure-seeking beast who, after the birth of the treasure-seeking beast's cub, took it with him to search for treasures every day and found a huge mountain of treasures, and the treasure-seeking beast was moved to the point of numbness. After the illusion dissipated, Suhung with a tense expression began to press his palm to his forehead, making painful wheezing sounds. After that, the main character, with the movement of his hands, waving the scent of perfume in the air, decided that this was a very strange thing and he would better hurry to turn the treasure-seeker beast into a dragon, since tomorrow he was going to the teacher's treasury. At that moment, the treasure-seeker beast, still in the illusion, was cheerfully waving its paws, after which the treasure seeker looked intently at the main character and with a sharp movement of his whole body began to jump on him, screaming loudly. The main character, frightened, turning to the treasure seeker beast, shouted that he was not his father. Some time after these events, in the building of the Burgomaster's treasury, the main character stood opposite the Grand Master. The Grand Master, crossing his arms over his chest, addressed the main character by name and told him that if he did not come next time, he would find him. The protagonist put his hand on the back of his head and apologized to the Grand Master, and explained that he had been so busy moving these days that he had forgotten. The Grand Master laughed and said that he knew that he had work to do. After that he told Su-hung to follow him. After that the Grand Master approached the massive gate. From behind these gates tentacles began to appear that enveloped the body of the Grand Master. Unknown dark tentacles began to squeeze the hands of the Grand Master. The protagonist watching this thought that this was a parasitic guardian beast that is an especially dangerous species, that is, a squid crocodile crab. He knew that this was a mystic and a guardian of the double line, and the natural skill is solid gold that can enhance the strength of the entire treasury. The protagonist understood that whoever opens the door must receive a verbal agreement from the owner, otherwise this person will be eaten in one gulp. The protagonist, who was watching this with a surprised expression, understood that compared to these treasures, the treasury of Chief Su-ku could not compare. Soon after these thoughts, the Grand Master was able to open this gate. He turned to Su-hung with a smile on his face and pointed his palm towards the open doors, telling him that the second floor of the treasury was also considered a reserve, and he had been watching the master of the fortress for many years and for the first time saw him promise a low-ranking master to take 3 items at a time. After that, the Grand Master addressed the protagonist by name and asked him not to let the Burgomaster down. The protagonist, looking at the Grand Master with a smile on his face, pressed his fist to his chest and answered him affirmatively, after which he thanked him for his concern. The protagonist said he understood that unlike the cluttered storage of the treasures of Mr. Su-ku, the treasury of the second floor of Blacklight is a huge and complex place inside which it seemed like a huge library inside which all the treasures were neatly arranged. The main character was among many different cells with artifacts. On top of the treasures there is a box that looks like glass, which also glows. The main character with an interested expression looked at the things that surrounded him and understood that there is no such thing as letting down the Burgomaster, and this is just a hint for him not to take more, but he is not a fool. The protagonist looked closely at the huge eye with tentacles that was levitating in the air. This hovering eye was a dangerous species called the Evil Eye Monitor. Looking at this, the protagonist understood that this substance had a racial energy skill called a flash of light and shadow, and if you look at it, everything can be seen even more clearly than on an X-ray. In addition, the protagonist understood that the entire treasury, he had no idea how much longer the world of safety existed. Inside this, after that, the protagonist stretched out his hand in front of him and looked at the ring that was on his finger. After that, the protagonist said, "Treasure hunter." He said that this time he would have to look for treasures through the seal. After that, turning to the treasure seeker beast, the protagonist said that the beast should lead him to the dragon scales and 2 materials that are needed to transform into a dragon. At this time, the treasure seeker beast made a displeased expression on its face, characteristic sounds of this while inside the ring. With the help of the treasure-seeking beast, the protagonist managed to find scales from the hidden treasure as well as 100 grams of spirit essence, but strangely enough, the floating secret stone was nowhere to be found. Soon after the unsuccessful search, the treasure-seeking beast, while inside the ring, began to scream loudly, raising its paw high in the air. The protagonist replied to the treasure-seeking beast that it was not there, and that it was definitely not a floating secret stone. Some time after that, the protagonist stood in the corridor with a wooden box on the floor between him and the Grand Master. The Grand Master pointed his finger at the wooden box and said that this was a high-grade dragon scale and this was spirit essence. After that, the Grand Master, clutching the stone in his hand, asked Su-hung, why did he need this stone? The protagonist, hiding his gaze, said that he was missing 1 brick at home. The Grand Master threw the stone into the box and asked Su-hung not to make him laugh. After that he said that this brick contained a secret levitation stone, but the secret floating stone was a treasure that could only be found on the 3rd floor, and he had a very attentive eye. The protagonist understood that it was not his eye, but he was just very good at searching for treasure, and besides, he could find treasures in the ceiling. At that moment the protagonist looked at the Grand Master with a nervous smile on his face. Soon after these events the protagonist sat on the sofa with a book in his hands while the treasure-seeking beast sat on the sofa next to him. The protagonist looked at the book that was lying on his feet and said that now all the materials needed to conduct the dragon transformation ceremony had been collected and the words of the dragon transformation ceremony had been prepared. The protagonist was looking at a book that depicted a treasure seeker with wings. When the protagonist saw these images, a smile appeared on his face, and the treasure seeker with an apple in its paws looked at him questioningly. The protagonist, looking at the pictures in the book that was in his hands, was surprised to notice that the treasure seeker would look like something like a snake dragon. But after that he asked, "Is it really that simple and crude?" Then the protagonist grabbed the treasure seeker by the collar and carried it to the side. He put the treasure seeker beast on the table surrounded by artifacts obtained from the treasures and said that now they would begin the ceremony of turning into a dragon. In total, the Lord of Blacklight Castle Zhou has 9 disciples and the protagonist is the youngest disciple. 8 brothers and sisters Su-Hung occupy important positions in Blacklight Castle, and it can be said that they are the core and foundation of Blacklight Castle, and they are also very strong masters, real masters. A meeting was planned, however. It was originally between Bai Su and the elder sister Chu Na, and they are going to meet Lu Ling to discuss the hunting guard. The third brother took this opportunity for Su-Hung to meet the 2 elder sisters, and hence all the thoughtlessness that occurred from the very beginning. In a luxurious room on the carpet there were 2 sofas and 1 chair. Su-Hung was sitting on the chair holding a teapot in his hands, and next to him on the sofas were Chu Na, Bai Su and Lu Ling. They were all sitting around the table located in the middle. The protagonist poured drinks from a teapot into cups with a friendly smile on his face. Chu Na turned to Bai Su and told her that she heard that the master intended her to create the 8th hunting guard. After that Chu Na asked her, "Has she already gathered everyone into the guard?" Bai Su holding a cup of tea in her hands answered Chu Na and said that almost everyone is already there, but she is still picking the last member. The protagonist looked at Bai Su who said these words in surprise and mentally repeated, "Hunting guard." Soon after that Chu Na drinking a drink from a cup addressed Su-Hung as a junior and asked him, "Does he not know about them?" The hunting guard is a special unit of Blacklight Castle, and not only the Blacklight settlement but also other settlements usually form a hunting guard. The hunting guard hunts down young specimens of all possible dangerous creatures in the vast wild lands, and also searching and collecting various materials and treasures is their main goal. Chu Na began to tell that the hunting guard consists of 4 warriors and 12 escorts, and in the territory of the Blacklight meeting there are 7 existing guards. Chu Na with a smile on her face told that in Blacklight, the eggs of beasts brought by the guards are used to select masters, and therefore it is a very important organization. Then Chu Na clasped her hands between her thighs and turned to Bai Su and offered to introduce her to a good newbie. After that Chu Na began to tell her that there was a girl named Reina who became a master 2 years ago, and she has a mature specimen of ironwood and a mature sleeping butterfly. Bai Su listened to what Chu Na was telling her with a surprised expression, while Chu Na continued to say that all of these belong to the dangerous mid-level species with good direct combat power. And then Chu Na noticed that in addition to this, Reina recently had a young especially dangerous species of blood lion. Putting an open palm in front of her, Chu Na stated saying that this girl has great potential. The protagonist, who was attentively listening to what Chu Na was telling, asked himself, "Reina?" Then he began to mentally question, "Ironwood and sleeping butterfly?" The protagonist asked himself, "Isn't this his teammate from the tournament of the 6 lands?" Then the protagonist remembered what she said about the blood lion, and thought that it seemed like they were all constantly working very hard. Bai Su held a cup of tea in her hands and said that she still couldn't figure out who she should take, and it would be hard for her to distract a newbie to recruit him into the guard. Lu Ling interrupted their hesitant conversations by lightly tapping his spoon on the porcelain cup. After that Lu Ling drew attention to himself and turned to Bai Su and pointed at himself with his thumb and asked her permission to introduce her to a newbie with great potential and an older brother. After that Lu Ling said that he definitely meets her needs. Bai Su answered him affirmatively, agreeing with his words. Lu Ling abruptly put his hand in front of himself and pointed his finger at the protagonist and then shouted, "Here!" Bai Su looked at this in surprise and said that it seemed to her that this was her junior comrade. After that Bai Su asked Lu Ling to tell us who the newbie was. The protagonist asked them again with wide eyes, puzzled. Chu Na addressed Lu Ling as the third brother and asked him to stop, then noticed that Su-Hung had only become a master a few months ago. Then she asked him, he doesn't want to send someone else to such a dangerous place. Bai Su asked again with a surprised expression, then assumed that he was saying that the newbie was the younger brother. Then she asked if that was true. Lu Ling with a confident expression said that it was true, and he recommended their super newbie, that is, the younger brother named Su-Hung. Then putting his cup on the table, Lu Ling turned to Bai Su Su and explained to her that he was not putting on a show and that he had only been a master for 3 months. Besides, he only had one pet. However, he noticed that it was a very dangerous species. Putting his hand on the shoulder of the confused protagonist, Lu Ling continued to say that the snake dragon that the protagonist had a month or so ago, by the time he dealt with the Northern Defense Section, this snake dragon was already in mid-growth. Then laughing, Lu Ling remarked that after he was in the grizzly forest, perhaps. The protagonist, with a nervous smile on his face and beads of sweat running down his cheeks, listened to what Lu Ling was saying. After that, he asked, couldn't this be almost late growth? Lu Ling then turned to the girls and asked them, isn't a person with a very dangerous species in the mid-growth stage a super rookie? The girls listened to what he was saying in bewilderment. But after that, Bai Su Su put her palms together and turned to Su Hung and asked him if his snake dragon would grow up soon. Chu Na at that moment impatiently turned to Su Hung and asked him to show them his snake dragon. The protagonist, with a confident smile on his face, stretched out his hand in front of him, after which his ring began to glow brightly. He turned to Lizard and asked him to come out. Immediately after his request, a huge snake dragon appeared in front of him, which took up almost the entire room. The protagonist, in sincere bewilderment with a pale face, looked at his snake dragon and mentally cursed, realizing that its size. Lu Ling said in surprise that this is the body and aura. After that, turning to Su Hun, he confusedly said that he did not doubt his talent, but at a late stage of growth. The protagonist explained, saying that the snake dragon became like this just recently. Chu Na, with a wide smile on her face, squeezing the palms of her hands, turned to the main character and told him that she thought he needed practice now. After that, she asked him to come to her hunting guard and she would show him everything, after which he would be able to practice his fighting skills. Bai Su Su, with an uncertain expression on her face, turned to Chu Na as the seventh sister and noticed that her hunting guards were in full force and that she was missing one. Chu Na abruptly grabbed Bai Su Su by her cheeks, thereby closing her mouth and not giving her the opportunity to say anything else. With an expressive expression on her face, she agreed with Bai Su Su and said that she would not tease her anymore. After that, Chu Na turned to Su Hung and noticed that he would be hers in the future. The main character, watching the girls' competition, thought that it seemed to him that he should decide for himself. Suddenly there was a knocking sound on the door. Lu Ling turned towards the door in surprise and asked, "Are there so many customers today?" Soon after, a man named Tim entered the room. The protagonist looked at Tim and realized that this was a man who was the son of Father Jolly, who was also in the pharmacy where the protagonist was trying to sell the bloodline incense. In order to cope with the Six Lands tournament, the protagonist planned to sell everything and raise the snake dragon to a new level as quickly as possible, because the bloodline incense was a new drug that had never appeared in Blacklight and the price of it reached 100,000 per bottle. So sales could not be opened and the protagonist could only send the medicine to the pharmacy for free, but the result would not be very good. So he did nothing, but today Tim mysteriously came to Su Hung and said that he wanted to buy a large amount of incense. Soon after these events, Father Tim clasped his hands in front of his chest and respectfully turned to Su Hung and told him that this time he wanted to buy more than 10 bottles of bloodline incense from him. The protagonist, holding a large box with many incense in his hand, replied that he had been selling samples for 10 days and he was asking for 10 bottles. The protagonist noticed that this was a bit strange, after which he noticed that he would not be able to pay for it. The shopkeeper noticed that he was mistaken, after which he said that he would pay in cash and, generally speaking, he wanted to buy as much as possible. Tim, holding out a wooden object to Su Hung that he had been holding in his hands before, said that on this card there was 1,000,000 prepared by his father to pay for the bottles. The protagonist looked ahead in surprise and asked himself, why did everything suddenly work out so well? In the store owned by Tim's father, the owner of the store, with a smile on his face holding in his hands many bottles that Su Hung gave him, said that in this case they clearly decided on the payment and the goods. After that, holding in his hands many different cards, the owner of the store turned to Su Hung and said that the next time he had something new, he asked Su Hung not to be shy about contacting him. Soon after that, the main character, with the cards received from the owner of the store, went towards the front door and agreed with the words of the owner of the store, after which he waved his hand and thanked them for this. As soon as Su Hung came out of the store, the owner of the store looked at his son angrily with a frown. Then the owner of the store sharply hit Tim on the head, ordering him not to act like a fool. Then the owner of the store, with a furious expression, ordered him to start helping. Tim, with a painful expression on his face holding his bruised head, turned to his father and asked him why he told Su Hung that one of his bottles was sold. After that, Tim pointed out that it was obvious that he simply asked him to put the bottle under the counter. The father listened to him with his arms crossed over his chest while Tim continued to talk about how they had so many goods that they would be in a stalemate if they couldn't sell it. The owner of the store pointed his finger at his son, calling him a worthless person, and then shouted that he was still too young. After that, the owner of the store, with a thoughtful expression on his face, began to reason that if we don't talk about new masters, even veteran masters will use this to tame new pets. Then he said that once this became known, the demand for this product would exceed the supply. Tim, with a wide smile on his face, turned to his father and noted that he was not a master, and he did not know if this would work. The father again looked menacingly at his son, after which several sounds of blows were heard. The owner of the store, enraged, shouted at his son, shouting that he was disgracing him. Then he asked him if he knew who the Suhun was. The owner of the store began to expressively speak about how he was a genius student of the burgomaster, and also a supreme master, and he was able to produce this incense. While Tim, with a bruised head, sat under the counter with tears in his eyes, his father screamed that they should establish relations with a person like him. Then the father, filled with rage, asked his son how it is possible to conduct business focusing only on the near future. Tim, frightened, turned to his father and then noticed that he was just talking. He suggested that his father just talk and then asked him, "Can't they talk so that he doesn't hit him?" Sometime after these events, Liu stood in front of 5 masters. These masters were the protagonists, Wang Sun, Luo Chong, Reina and Lin Yusin, who were standing in front of several combat vehicles. Lu Yu put her hand in front of her, solemnly said that in this tournament, the honor of Blacklight is at stake, and for them personally, this is a great opportunity. Lu Yu loudly said that if they can get a good rating, their career path will be even wider. The protagonists listened attentively to what Lu Yu was telling them, while Lu Yu reminded them not to forget that they are a team. Luo Chong and Wang Sun listened with surprised expressions as Lu Yu shouted that they should help each other together. Reina and Lin Yusin also listened attentively to Lu Yu's speech with their eyes wide open. Lu Yu opened his mouth wide and asked them loudly if they understood her. The masters answered affirmatively in unison, after which Lu Yu remarked that it was good and ordered everyone to get in the car and get ready to go. After that, Lu Yu turned to Wang Sun and told him that he and Luo Chong would be riding in the 3rd armored car, and Reina and Lin Yusin in the 2nd armored car. After that, Lu Yu pointed her finger at the protagonist and told him that he would be riding with her in the 1st armored car. When the masters began to sit in their designated armored cars, Wang Sun and Luo Chong sat in the same car and began to talk. Wang Sun crossed his arms over his chest with an irritated expression and asked why they weren't sitting with Lu Yu and why was Su Heng getting all the best. Luo Chong waved his hand with a smile on his face and turned to Wang Sun and explained that he had only recently become a master and that he was probably just afraid of them. After which he asked Wang Sun not to be angry because he would have many chances to show him where his place was. Compared to the Grizzly Forest, the 6 Lands tournament is much further away from Blacklight Castle, but thanks to the good roads, the actual time to complete the route is much less and it can be covered in just 2 days. The column of armored vehicles moved along the mountain slopes on which there were roads intended for these vehicles. This time, in addition to Blacklight, the Red Scorpion City, Lianian Castle, Wensha City and Lian City are also participating in the tournament. Although Blacklight Castle is very strong, the other 5 places also have their own specialized equipment, and it is not yet clear who will win. The column of armored vehicles stopped in a field where a temporary camp was assembled, inside which there were many tents, and between these tents there was a fire around which people had gathered. Lu Yu, who was sitting on the bench near the fire, addressed the masters around her and said that the 3rd group should stay awake during the first half of the night and check the fortifications around the camp, and the 1st and 2nd groups should cook food for themselves and their pets. The masters around her obeyed her command. Soon after that, the protagonist, slicing carrots with a knife into a huge pot, turned around to look at Lu Yu, who was commanding the people, and thought that the general preparation would take some time, so he needed to cook more. Suddenly, he looked ahead in surprise with a questioning look. He saw that his ring began to glow with a bright golden color, and the protagonist, with a happy expression, thought that this was the treasure-seeking beast. After that, he turned to the treasure-seeking beast and asked to come out. Soon after, the treasure-seeking beast appeared above Su Heng's palm while being enveloped in energy. Then the treasure-seeking beast looked ahead with a surprised expression on its face. The protagonist touched the treasure-seeker beast's newly appeared wings with admiration and shouted that these were the scales that were on it. The protagonist shouted that this was the dragon bloodline that was granted by the scales that they had taken from the treasury. After that, the protagonist looked at the treasure-seeker beast's new appearance with a thoughtful expression. The protagonist asked out loud if the treasure seeker beast had gained the ability to fly after swallowing the secret floating stone. After this assumption, the protagonist abruptly spread his arms out to the sides, leaving the treasure seeker beast in the air, causing it to look ahead with an incredibly surprised expression on its face. The protagonist abruptly hugged the treasure seeker beast and, holding it close, shouted that he was incredibly lucky. Soon after, Lu Yu loudly clapped her hands to attract attention and ordered everyone to feed their pets first and keep these in good condition for the tournament. After that, Lu Yu turned to Wang Sun and Luo Chong, who were next to her, and asked them where Su Heng was. Luo Chong asked her again, "Su Heng?" After that, he irritably cut carrots into a large pot and shouted that he summoned his beast and was talking to it. After that, Luo Chong continued to say that he was an ordinary person with a scaly beast with mixed blood. The protagonist, along with the treasure-seeking beast, turned to Luo Chong, who said this. The treasure-seeking beast had an indignant face and looked defiantly at Luo Chong. After that, the treasure-seeking beast began to rebel, menacingly looking at Luo Chong, who insulted him. The protagonist knew that the scaly beasts were a collective term for dangerous creatures such as various scaly beasts, as well as scaly beasts and fire scaly beasts, and so on that were born with scales. The protagonist also knew that regarding the mixed-blood scaly beasts, they were the offspring of scaly beasts and other dangerous creatures, and usually all mixed-blood beasts were very weak. The protagonist looked at Luo Chong with a calm expression and thought that they only needed to give a reason to make a noise. At that moment he was calming the indignant treasure-seeking beast by stroking its head. Wang Sun leaned his hand on his thigh and looked at the protagonist and asked him, "Isn't it true that a mixed-blood beast is the same as its owner?" After that, Wang Sun shouted that a great battle awaited them and it would start soon, and he didn't even know how to feed the pet in time. After that, Wang Sun started to laugh defiantly at Su Heng. Then Wang Sun turned to Luo Chong, who was standing next to him, and remarked that, however, what kind of power could he have with this mediocre little beast? Wang Sun suggested feeding the beast first, and then forgetting about it. At that moment, Wang Sun released his beasts. A sand mountain lion appeared on his right and a steel beetle on his left. An iron demon tree appeared near Reina, as well as a sleeping butterfly with a blood lion, a ghost flower tiger, and an energy swift appeared near Lin Yusen. Lin Yusen looked at the other masters and their beasts, and said that in the special training, Lu Yu said that this time they all represent Blacklight Castle. After that, Lin Yusen with a worried expression began to remind that they are a team and they are one whole. After that she suggested that it is not good to gossip like that. Then she asked if that is true. Luo Chong, demonstrating his big red beast levitating in the air, remarked that in a team you only need to listen to the one who is stronger, and if he is weak, he will drag the team down. Then Luo Chong demonstratively shouted that they still have to count on Su Heng. Suddenly, his huge red monster began to look ahead in fear and shake with fear while looking forward. Luo Chong's beast was scared because Su Heng released his snake dragon, which roared menacingly, spreading its wings wide, standing behind the main character. The snake dragon began to threateningly approach the beast Luo Chong. Suddenly, with a sharp movement of its entire body, the snake dragon hit the beast Luo Chong on the head with its tail, which caused the beast Luo Chong to fly to the side as if it had no weight at all. Luo Chong watched this in a shocked state with his eyes and mouth wide open, after which Luo Chong furiously asked, "What is he doing?" The protagonist looked at Luo Chong in surprise and pointed his finger at himself, and asked if he was talking to him. At this moment, the protagonist began to turn around looking for someone to whom Luo Chong could turn. Luo Chong looked aggressively at the protagonist, suggesting that he wanted to start a fight, after which he asked him, "Is that so?" At this moment, Luo Chong raised his hand up and summoned a bloody wolf, which threateningly began to bare its teeth while looking at the protagonist. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, began to explain that this was not so and this was not a misunderstanding. He shouted out confirming that this was all a misunderstanding. Then the protagonist, with a nervous smile on his face, began to explain that he did not even give the snake dragon an order, and it seemed to him that the snake dragon was not in a very good mood, after which the protagonist asked if someone had said something bad about the snake dragon. At that moment, the snake dragon, being behind him, looked menacingly at the steel beetle belonging to Wang Sun, which made the steel beetle feel uncomfortable. A moment after that, the snake dragon, with a sharp movement of his mighty body, leaned his massive paw on the head of the steel beetle, after which the snake dragon pressed the beast into the water. The protagonist turned around at the noise and shouted loudly in surprise, after which he turned to the snake dragon and asked him how he could behave like this. Then the protagonist said with an irritated expression that he was ashamed of himself. Wang Sun looked at this in bewilderment with an irritated expression, shouting, "He!" Luo Chong turned to Su Heng in a rage and asked him what he was doing. After that, Luo Chong began to remind him that they were a team, and didn't he know that they should stick together? The protagonist turned to the masters standing next to him and remarked that it was normal for them to make offensive remarks about people and their pets with mixed blood. After that, the protagonist quoted Luo Chang's words, saying that the team would listen to the one who was the strongest, and if they were weak, they would drag the team down. After that, the protagonist crossed his arms over his chest with a confident smile on his face and asked, "Isn't that so?" Wang Sun frowned and shouted, "Su Heng." The protagonist approached Wang Sun and assumed that they would have to count on him. Then he asked them if that was true. The protagonist clenched his fists and turned to Wang Sun and asked him if they could have a training session. At this moment, the snake dragon standing behind the protagonist roared furiously, opening its mouth wide. Wang Sun, with a confused expression on his face, crossed his arms over his chest, began to hide his gaze, and said in confusion that he was talking about his scaly beast and not about the snake dragon, after which he said that he had misunderstood everything. The protagonist stared into Wang Sun's eyes and asked him if he was afraid. Wang Sun, with a frightened expression, assumed that they were a team. Then he asked if that was true. The protagonist, with an ominous smile on his face, shouted that if he did not want to be alone, then let him be with Luo Chong. After that, the protagonist began to say that they could choose 4 opponents for the snake dragon. Lu Yu, who was present at the brawl all this time, looking at the protagonist, began to think that Su Heng was a good person in the training camp, and she did not know that he had such a strong side. She decided that it was interesting for her. Soon after, the protagonist, along with his snake dragon, stood in front of Wang Sun and Luo Chong, next to whom were 4 of their beasts. The protagonist, with a confident smile on his face, told them that he would not mock them, and then suggested that they begin. Wang Sun cursed loudly, noting that he considered himself the elder and was advising the younger. Soon after, a sharp voice ordered them to fight. The beasts began to surround the protagonist and his snake dragon from all sides. The protagonist, with a confident smile on his face, looking ahead, said that a simple and effective tactic, but so naive in the face of absolute power. Turning to his snake dragon, the protagonist asked him to do this, but warned him to be careful, otherwise he would kill the others. The blood wolf roared furiously and charged, opening its mouth wide with many sharp teeth. But a moment later, the huge blood wolf was thrown a long way to the side by a sharp strike from the snake dragon. Wang Sun and Luo Chong looked at the blood wolf's defeat in bewilderment, with their eyes and mouths wide open and beads of sweat running down their faces. The steel beetle stared ahead with its brightly shining eyes wide open. Shortly after, the sand mountain lion belonging to Wang Sun opened its mouth threateningly and began to roar loudly, jumping to attack the snake dragon. But the snake dragon used its ability called Dragon/Force to counterattack the sand mountain lion. Then, attacking the steel beetle, the snake dragon used its evil attack with the ability of speed and began to tear the metal chitin of the beetle with its sharp claws. The snake dragon roared menacingly as it trampled its opponents into the ground. Lin Yusin and Reina watched in bewilderment, asking themselves when did it become so strong? Sometime after this total defeat, Su Heng and Luo Chong were sitting on one bench, and Reina, Lin Yusin and Wang Sun were on another bench. They were sitting near a fire where food was being heated in a cast iron pot. Luo Chong, with a helpful expression on his face holding a packed box in his hands, turned to Su Heng and asked him if he wanted it. After that, Luo Chong said that it was a great thing called dried snow yak. The protagonist looked at the box that Luo Chong was holding in his hands and asked, "Is it salted?" After that, the protagonist said that the spotted silver fish he gave last time was too big. Luo Chong helpfully told Su Heng that it was not salty, and he was careless last time. Then he asked Su Heng to try it first, and if it seemed salty to him, then he would wash it again with clean water. After that, Luo Chong said that he guaranteed that it would not be salty. Wang Sun, Lin Yusin and Reina looked at the main character serving Luo Chong in bewilderment. Reina looked at this with a surprised expression, raised her hand to her face and noticed that this was an incredible talent. Then she asked why they didn't realize this before. Lin Yusin looked at Wang Sun with a smile on her face and asked him what he thought about this. Wang Sun suddenly put his palm in front of him and asked her again, then immediately answered that he did not know. The protagonist watched Luo Chong humming a tune while stirring the dish in a cast iron pot and thought that the concept of complete superiority of power is common among the wild nature. But for people like Luo Chong, it is a rarity. After that, chewing a piece of meat, the protagonist turned away and thought that at least they were on the same team, so he would not pay attention to it. Sometime after these events, several armored vehicles were moving through the forest among many trees whose foliage was painted orange. The place where the tournament of the 6 lands was held was called the Valley of Red Maples because of the red maples growing there. The main building of the tournament was built of a special stone, durable and self-healing, was erected by the joint efforts of the 6 main centers, and despite the high cost, this stone did not require maintenance, and no one lived here except during the beginning of the tournament. The judging panel of the duel tournament of the 6 lands included leading masters from Blacklight Castle, as well as the city of Red Scorpion, the city of Lingyun, Lianing Castle, Proudly Chaotic Sand, and the city of Liyun. Therefore, each judge has a professional level or higher, and these judges serve on one side of the game and on the other, representing the voice of their gathering place. Soon, the armored vehicles, having traveled a long way, stopped at a building similar to a large arena. The protagonist and Lu Yu got out of one armored car, soon after which Su Hung looked ahead with a surprised expression. He saw people standing by armored cars that were not like those that belonged to Blacklight. Lu Yu, seeing Su Heng's surprised look, told him that they were Red Scorpion Castle and they were on good terms with them. Soon after, a loud female voice shouted out Lu Yu's name. It was a girl who crossed her arms over her chest and said that she did not know that she was leading the team this year. Lu Yu, with a friendly smile on her face, spread her arms wide apart and addressed the girl as Ji Fei and told her that they had not seen each other for a long time, after which Lu Yu noted that she did not know that they, that is, the guys from Red Scorpion Castle, would arrive first. Ji Fei, with a wide smile on her face, replied that of course they did so since they needed to arrive first to drink their honey drink. Lu Yu addressed Ji Fei and told her that she missed her and that she herself would be bored drinking this. Suddenly, a loud sound caused surprise in Lu Yu, the protagonist, and Ji Fei. Ji Fei, with an angry expression on her face, clenching her jaw and frowning, turned towards the sound. This loud, irritating sound came from the direction of the arriving car. The angry Ji Fei ran towards the noisy armored car, and as soon as she approached it, she raised her foot high and kicked the metal armored wall of the car with her heel. Soon, the doors of this car opened and a man came out from inside this armored car, put his open palms in front of him, and then loudly shouted a name, Ji Fei. It was a man named Iron Man who, with a smile on his face, asked Ji Fei, "What happened?" Iron Man was the leader of Linyun City. Next to Iron Man stood a young man with a calm expression who was a member from Linyun City named Wang Yi. Iron Man walked up to the armored car that Ji Fei had just kicked and touched the damaged door with his hand. With a worried expression, asked her why she was kicking such a thing. Ji Fei furiously asked him in response, who told him to honk the horn. After that, Ji Fei leaned her hands on her hips and addressed Iron Man, shouted that he was too noisy. Iron Man put his hand on the back of his head and confusedly began to make excuses, saying that he just honked the horn to say hello to everyone. After that, Iron Man put his palms out in front of him and told her that she could blame him and he could drink later. Ji Fei, still angry at him, assumed that he was probably joking. After that, she screamed that he would not get a sip of the Blacklight honey drink. Iron Man turned to Ji Fei with a smile on his face and asked her to listen to him. At this moment, Wang Yi's attention was attracted by something that was happening to the side of him. Wang Yi carefully looked at Lu Yu and the protagonist. Looking at Su Hung, Wang Yi asked himself, "Is the guy next to the leader also with Lu Yu?" At this moment, the protagonist was also surprised to watch the verbal altercation between Ji Fei and Iron Man. Sometime after these events, when night fell, people did not sleep well all night since new columns of armored cars were constantly arriving. But fortunately everyone got there, and the next day, after clarifying the traditional rules and swearing in the judges, the 6 lands duel tournament was officially opened. The opening process looked like a ceremonial event where many participants stood in front of the person behind the podium who loudly notified everyone. The 6 lands house has a relatively fair scoring system, and 30 people meet each other 5 times by lot, with only 1 point added for a win and 1 point deducted for a loss. The 8 people with the highest scores will advance to the final 8 when the finals begin. At the duel registration desk, the protagonist was sitting opposite the girl working at the event. Ji Fei was standing next to the protagonist, and the protagonist was holding a piece of paper in his hands. Ji Fei explained to Su Hun that according to the tournament rules, each participant can only register 2 beasts, after which she asked him not to try to cheat the system because of this rule. The protagonist listened to her, then looked at the piece of paper in his hands with a thoughtful expression and thought that the snake dragon is good, but the treasure hunter is also good, and it is better not to show the treasure-seeking beast so as not to be in demand. The protagonist picked up a fountain pen and began to write on paper. The guy standing behind him with a smirk on his face said that he could not believe that such a non-entity still existed in such a big place like Blacklight. After that, the guy ridiculed Su-hung and asked him how dare he bring a mixed-blood beast to the tournament. In the Red Maple Valley Duel Arena, Iron Man held a microphone in his hands and addressed the people sitting in the stands and shouted that in the first qualifying round of the individual competition, each player can change their animal no more than once. After that, Iron Man loudly said that if the animal loses the will to fight, or is no longer able to fight, then this animal loses. Then Iron Man raised his hand high and shouted that the two sides, that is, Blacklight Castle and a player named Su-hung and Yun-hwa from Luyun Castle, will now fight in the arena. After that, Iron Man stretched out his hand up and ordered the battle to begin. The protagonist stood in the arena opposite Yun-hwa with a confident smile on his face, next to whom was a large beast. Yun-hwa demonstratively clenching his palm into a fist turned to Su-hung and ordered him to show him his beasts, after which Yun-hwa called Su-hung cannon fodder of Blacklight Castle. When Yun-hwa said this, behind him was a dangerous type of beast called a cloud leopard. The protagonist looked at Yun-hwa and said which of them was cannon fodder, after which the protagonist said out loud that this was only a dangerous mid-level species and he was afraid that he would not even be able to win. Yun-hwa, with a confident grin on his face, crossing his arms over his chest, asked Su-hung not to worry. After that, Yun-hwa said that even if he was just a beast with bloody scales, he would not mock him. Yun-hwa suggested that he maintain friendly relations, after which he noted that even if he was stronger than him, he should have the courage to fight. At that moment, the cloud leopard behind Yun-hwa opened its mouth wide and showed huge and sharp fangs. People sitting in the stands with annoyed expressions on their faces shouted that this was nonsense. People asked what was so dangerous about a mid-level species? After that, a voice addressed to the players asked them not to waste time and fight. The protagonist stretched out his hand in front of him and released the snake dragon from his ring, after which the dragon stood up in the arena, looked condescendingly at his opponent, then curled up and went to sleep right in the arena. The protagonist looked at his snake dragon with his eyes wide open and his mouth in disbelief. Yun-hwa, with an irritated expression on his face, tensed his jaw and asked, "Snake dragon?" After that, Yun-hwa angrily shouted that this one doesn't even have the will to fight, because it's a low-class one. After that, Yun-hwa turned to his beast, calling it a cloud leopard, and commanded it to attack. A moment later, the cloud leopard opened its mouth wide, jumped high into the air, and with its sharp claws extended, rushed to attack the snake dragon, but the snake dragon, with a slight flick of its tail, sent the cloud leopard flying into the distance, and it flew away helplessly. Yun-hwa, with his eyes and mouth wide open and sweat dripping down his face, in disbelief, shouted that the snake dragon had used an incredibly unworthy move. Iron Man, addressing the public, announced that the main character from Blacklight has won victory. After that, Iron Man turned to Yun-hwa and asked him to call his second pet for the second round. Yun-hwa raised his hand up and addressed Iron Man as the judge and said in a confused manner that he was reporting that Su-hung was cheating. Iron Man looked at Yun-hwa with a surprised expression and then turned to him and noticed that he didn't even know what kind of monster called the snake dragon was. Yun-hwa asked him again, "The snake dragon?" After that, he asked him, "Isn't his best monster a mixed blood?" Yun-hwa then smiled and asked Iron Man, "So what?" Yun-hwa noticed that he had not given up yet. Soon after, Yun-hwa released his second beast that did not look like any natural creature. This sinister thing with many horns as well as sharp claws and large fangs also rushed to attack the snake dragon. However, after the characteristic whipping sound of the blow, this beast was thrown aside and then hit the wall, and fell near the already defeated cloud leopard. The spectators with irritated expressions shouted that this was unfair and they were protesting. Then one of the men shouted that Blacklight Castle was sending a participant with a very dangerous look to the tournament. The guy sitting next to the indignant man answered these shouts affirmatively, and shouted that this was still late growth. Luo Chong turned to the dissatisfied spectators and noticed that they were mocking, after which Luo Chong shouted that the snake dragon Su-hung had not yet reached maturity, although there was not much time left until then. After that, Luo Chong noticed that this is not considered exceeding the limit of the established tournament. Addressing the audience, Luo Chong began to say that according to the rules, you can take any pets. Addressing the irritated guy, Luo Chong asked him, "What is it?" After that, Luo Chong began to prove that, to tell the truth, Su-hung is just super and he was able to grow such a monster himself. The dissatisfied spectator looked at Luo Chong in confusion, after which Luo Chong continued to loudly shout that one day all the animals will stand in line for Su-hung to pick them up. Luo Chong began to mock the dissatisfied spectators, sarcastically calling them geniuses and asking them if they know what strength is. After that, he advised them to look at the main character in order to find the answer to this question. Won Sun and Reina looked at each other with surprised expressions. Won Sun suddenly turned around in the opposite direction and raised his hand up and began to swear that this guy most likely allowed Soo-Hung to beat him half to death. The confused Won Sun began to declare that he had never been like this when he was with him, and he did not even know this guy who said all this. The first round of the duel tournament of the Six Lands was essentially a clash of cannon fodder from all walks of life. There were also real masters like Soo-Hung who were able to defeat an opponent with one move, and naturally there were those who created the illusion of weakness and watched everything that was happening. In addition to Soo-Hung's complete victory over his opponent, there were also people from Blacklight who fought. The distinctive feature is that Wang Sun also distinguished himself this time, and his opponent was a guy and his pets with similar strength. These two sides fought in the arena for more than 20 minutes before the fight ended. Reina, Wang Sun, Luo Chong, Lei Nusin and Lei Na were able to score 1 win and 1 loss, and only in the 4th match did the protagonist encounter the participant Wang Yi. Wang Yi stood next to his big black and furious beast with a confident grin on his face. Wang Yi is among the top 8 favorites with 2 mature developed dangerous species. Wang Yi and the protagonist have 3 wins each. And according to the experience of previous years, usually only a full 5-point winning streak is enough to confidently enter the last 8, so this match is so important for both of them. The fight between the snake dragon and the Wang Yi beast began extremely active. Both beasts struck each other many times. The protagonists watched this fight with a tense expression and thought that this steel energy, which is the innate skill of this beast. The protagonist understood that the beast Wang Yi, which was a black tiger with a steel claw, used the steel energy technique at a critical moment to strengthen its defense and stop the bleeding at the same time. The protagonist, who was closely watching the ongoing battle, understood that he wanted to use the damage-to-damage exchange technique to engage in hand-to-hand combat with the snake dragon. With a tense expression on his face, looking at Wang Yi, Soo-Hung told himself that he would not succumb to these provocations. After that, the protagonist expressively addressed his beast and then commanded, "Energy Earth Cannon." The snake dragon who heard this order was surrounded by energy with its mouth wide open. The protagonist who was watching this understood that high-speed movement and shooting due to the use of the increased restorative power of the Earth system and the strengthening of evil-thinking bullets. After that, the protagonist began to reason that although it cannot kill, it is quite difficult to do so, and this is a new attack of the snake dragon after it entered the late stage of growth. While the protagonist was reasoning about tactics, he began to release many dense balls towards the black tiger. These many projectiles directed towards the black tiger provoked voluminous clouds of smoke, due to which the black tiger disappeared from sight. When the smoke cleared, it turned out that the black tiger was able to defend itself from these energy projectiles by forming a small dense ice cliff in front of itself. There was absolute silence in the arena of the Red Maple Valley, which occurred due to the battle between the snake dragon and the black tiger. The spectators in bewilderment with worried expressions on their faces shouted that fortunately the referee made it in time, otherwise something could have happened. Another guy who was watching this with wide eyes in disbelief confirmed the other guy's fears and noticed that this was an incredibly dangerous moment. Iron Man extended his hand to the side of the protagonist, notifying the audience that the first victory in this round was the victory of the protagonist from Blacklight Castle. Wang Yi stared at the protagonist and reasoned that after this fight, the snake dragon should have expended a lot of energy, and the second beast that Soo-Hung possessed was a beast with mixed blood, and this beast should not have much combat power. Wang Yi reasoned that it was unlikely that Soo-Hung could do this in such a short time, and he would hardly be able to train a very dangerous species to a late stage of growth, and at the same time take care of another pet. After that, Wang Yi raised his hand up and concentrated energy around his palm, addressed his two-tailed steel beast, and ordered it to come out. Soon after Wang Yi's command, a huge beast appeared in the arena, which was a representative of a dangerous species called the double-tailed steel beast. This beast was an evil mass of muscles with a massive body and many sharp claws. The protagonist looked at the double-tailed steel beast in surprise and said to the snake dragon that the snake dragon should first use an evil thought bomb to test the defense of the double-tailed steel beast and slowly restore its strength. The snake dragon spread its wings wide, rose high into the air, and began to direct many brightly glowing projectiles from its mouth towards the double-tailed steel beast. Wang Yi, with a confident grin on his face, turned to the double-tailed steel beast and shouted that this was his true strength, and he would not lose. After that, holding out an open palm in front of him, Wang Yi shouted a command, "The power of steel is a double saw." After this command, the double-tailed steel beast opened its mouth wide and began to roar furiously. The double-tailed steel beast used a 4th level enlightenment called Double Saw and then began to swing its massive tail in different directions. One of the spectators shouted that this was a strong and scary 4th level skill and this was no longer a beginner's fight. The guy sitting next to this spectator noticed that now it was the end for the pet protagonist. Luo Chong irritably asked these spectators, "What are they talking about?" After that, Luo Chong clenched his fist and shouted that his boss must have another trick up his sleeve. Luo Chong clenched his fist so hard that his hand began to shake while Luo Chong shouted that he must win. With a sly expression, Wang Yi stretched out his hand in front of him and ordered an attack. After this order, the two-tailed steel beast furiously rushed to attack using its massive tail, and raising its huge paws with large sharp claws into the air. The snake dragon began to retreat, flying back, but several powerful and sharp blows from the two-tailed steel beast overtook the body of the snake dragon, which soon caused the snake dragon to be in a lying position on the concrete surface of the arena, while the two-tailed steel beast pressed the head of the snake dragon into this concrete. The protagonist, with a tense and worried expression on his face, frowning and clenching his jaw, watching the ongoing battle, said that almost nothing works against the defense of the two-tailed steel beast and only an evil beam is able to break through the defense of this monster, after which the protagonist cursed loudly. Wang Yi turned to Su Heng and advised him to surrender. After that, Wang Yi shouted that he should not do this since he is good enough to be in the top 3. After that, Wang Yi, with a smile on his face, said that if they continue to fight like this, it will only get worse. The protagonist agreed with him and said that he had to admit his defeat. Wang Yi, with a bored expression, stretched out his hand in front of him and began to exude thick red energy from his palm, shouting that he was finished. After that, Wang Yi turned to the two-tailed steel beast and ordered it to use the double saw. The two-tailed steel beast, in a state of rage, activated its two tails, which began to work like gasoline saws. At this time, in parallel with the attack with saws, the steel beast pressed the body of the snake dragon into the ground. The snake dragon began to dig its sharp claws into the stone, soon after which massive earthen needles began to sprout from the ground and lift up the body of the confused two-tailed steel beast. The snake dragon, acting on the ground, provoked this unexpected attack, due to which the snake dragon was able to free itself from the influence of the two-tailed steel beast. Wang Yi, who was watching this counterattack, noticed that it was useless and impossible to break through the defense with this level of attack. The protagonist, with the snake dragon standing behind him and a confident smile on his face, asked Wang Yi, what if there were more of them? Soon after, the snake dragon provoked another powerful stream of earth spikes, directing it towards the two-tailed steel beast. Raising its mouth high, the snake dragon began to exude dense energy that was directed in different directions. At this moment, in parallel with the dense energy, the movement of the earth spread, subsequently provoking solid earth spikes that appeared from under the ground. The spectators, bewildered by this battle, shouted that this was incredible and the terrain had completely changed. The snake dragon stood tensely surrounded by the changed terrain of the arena and actively restoring its breath, exhaling thick steam from its mouth. The two-tailed steel beast also actively inhaled oxygen and exhaled rings of steam from its mouth. Wang Yi understood that this was not beneficial for him since the situation was such that he had little time left, and the snake dragon could use the power of the earth at any time to restore strength. Wang Yi tensely understood that he needed to win. Quickly! After that, Wang Yi stretched out his hand in front of him and ordered the two-tailed steel beast to attack with spikes. The two-tailed steel beast, hearing the command of its master, put its paw in front of itself and directed many sharp spikes towards the snake dragon. The dragon spread its wings and began to try to dodge these many sharp spikes. Wang Yi shouted that this was a great chance, after which he ordered to use the tailed sniper of the steel rift. After this command, 5 huge spikes began to grow from the body of the two-tailed steel beast and began to rise up after the snake dragon that had flown into the air. These huge spikes began to pierce the body of the snake dragon, causing the bewildered snake dragon to make loud, painful sounds. Wang Yi, filled with rage and with reddened eyes, clutched the energy in his hand and ordered to throw the snake dragon. Having listened to this command, the two-tailed steel beast, who by this time had managed to completely envelop the body of the snake dragon with its long spikes that had grown out of its body, swung and threw the snake dragon to the side with great effort, causing many large stone fragments to fly in different directions. The snake dragon that landed after this throw firmly stood up and straightened up, spreading its paws and wings wide. A huge hammer-like object appeared in the air. Dense energy began to spread from the snake dragon's body as it reached the 4th level of enlightenment and obtained the mighty dragon's war hammer. Wang Yi, perplexed, with a tense expression, loudly screamed, "No! The huge war hammer struck the solid ice rock protecting the two-tailed steel beast with great force, causing the steel beast to look at the crumbling defense with its mouth wide open in bewilderment. Iron Man hurriedly raised his hand up, announced that the second victory in this round went to Su Hung. With the victory of the protagonist, a list of 5 consecutive winners directly entering the quarterfinals appeared. The protagonist joyfully stood with his clenched fist raised up, while behind him, the snake dragon stood menacingly with its wings wide open. Blacklight Castle as well as Liaoning Castle, Luyun City, Red Scorpion City and Chaos Sand City, 1 person from each gathering place. All of these participants are from different gathering places. However, unfortunately, Wang Yi from Luyun was knocked out of the arena by Su Heng with the Dragon Warhammer. At this moment, a shocked Wang Yi looked on as the body of his two-tailed steel monster was pressed into the rocky bedrock of the arena by the Snake Dragon Warhammer. People with 4 wins and 1 loss were left with 6, and unfortunately, the remaining participants from Blacklight were not included in this list and would be spectators until the end of the tournament, and after the qualifying rounds, 3 of the 6 were in the last 8, and the first was naturally Wang Yi, whose strength was beyond doubt. In the end, the top 8 players were determined and it remained to wait for tomorrow's battle. The format of the final battles was to knock out their opponent, and the finalists meet one after another while the winner moves on and the loser is eliminated from the competition. Once again, the protagonist was very lucky and was chosen first by lot. He looked at the piece of paper with a happy expression on his face on which his turn was written. He got the weakest of the 8, that is, a participant named Li Fei. The remaining participants looked attentively at the distribution board where the names of the participants who would fight in this stage were written. When it was time for the first battle, Li Fei, who was standing in the arena in confusion opposite the protagonist near his beast, that is, a huge bear on whose body there were abrasions from a recent fight, addressed Su Heng as a master and told him that he was giving up. The protagonist also addressed Li Fei as a master and asked for his forgiveness, after which he wished him to get well and said that he would look forward to their next meeting. The spectators shouted expressively and loudly asking what kind of nonsense was going on here. After that, one of the spectators shouted that in less than 20 seconds, both beasts were knocked out. Another spectator shouted that it was obvious because the difference in class was too big. The other people who were watching the fight were filled with excitement and chanted that it was awesome. Luo Chong raised his clenched fist in the air with a happy expression and noticed that this fight was over in 20 seconds, and it was unbelievable. After that, Luo Chong started bragging to the person sitting in the stands opposite him. Luo Chong turned to Hua Hong and asked him if he had seen what kind of comrade he had. After that, Luo Chong turned to him and shouted that he would defeat him too. Hua Hong looked at Luo Chong, who was sitting opposite him with an irritated expression and through clenched teeth with an irritated expression, and his arms crossed over his chest, calling him a loser. After that, Hua Hong turned his gaze to the protagonist who was in the arena with his snake dragon on his back. Iron Man held one hand behind his back and the other hand held the microphone near his mouth and announced that Lu Lan and Qinding Huan would be facing off in their second battle today. Lu Lan had a dangerous species beast called the red polar wolf that was staring ahead with an angry expression with its mouth wide open, and she also had another particularly dangerous species beast called the wind flow falcon. Qinding Huan had a dangerous species golden mantis beast and a particularly dangerous species fire scale beast. The battle between Lu Lan and Qinding Huan was undoubtedly fierce, and the beautiful pale green feathers of the wind flow falcon were split by the fierce golden mantis, and only with the help of the powerful 3-tier wind energy was the wind flow falcon able to defeat its opponent. In the second battle, the windstream falcon did not have time to use up most of the fire beast's physical strength, after which it quickly lost the battle and Qinding Huan sent his strongest pet, that is, the red polar wolf, to the arena. Initially, the red polar wolf could not cope with the fire scaly beast. But this time the rivalry was really crushing, and Lu Lan's unsuccessful exit from the tournament also meant that they were officially eliminated from the fight for a place in the ruins of the Blood Forest. The third battle of the day was the battle between Ji Meiyu of the Red Scorpion City and Lianing Bao of Lianing. Ji Meiyu had a particularly dangerous type of Scorpion King and a particularly dangerous type of Blood Scorpion in his arsenal, and Lianing Bao had a particularly dangerous type of Fire Monkey and a particularly dangerous type of Explosive Beast. In the battle, the Blood Scorpion, clad in strong armor, relying on its high defense and thick blood, struck with its tail and was about to give the Fire Monkey a training session with Scorpion Poison. The Fire Monkey, in turn, grabbed the tail and threw the Scorpion to the ground, and at that moment, when everyone already thought that everything was over, the Fire Monkey dealt a fatal blow that turned the tide of the fight. In the second battle, Lianingbao used an explosive beast and tried to deliver a long-range fire strike, but he was opposed by a large scorpion that could hide in the ground. Everything hit the iron plate, and it was obvious that this time Lianingbao really lost in luck, and Ji Meiyu successfully advanced to the quarterfinals. Soon after, Wang Yi stood in the arena with his two-tailed steel beast, and Hua Hong stood next to his winged beast. With a gloomy expression, Wang Yi stood in front of Hua Hong and with beads of sweat flowing down his face, mentally cursing. Realizing that this was unfair, Wang Yi began to reason that first he met Su Heng, that is, a perversity warrior who has a particularly dangerous appearance, and then he managed to get to the quarterfinals and he met Hua Hong, that is, a guy whose level of combat perversity is not much less than Su Heng. After that, Wang Yi raised his head up with a nervous smile on his face, looked in front of him and thought that the people of Luyun City do not admit defeat so easily. Soon after, Wang Yi with an extremely upset expression on his face watched as his two-tailed steel beast was being bullied by Hua Hong's beast. A huge griffin grabbed the two-tailed steel beast by the tail with its beak and began to circle the steel beast in different directions. Looking at this, Wang Yi asked himself, what else can he do if not give up? Soon after these events, Hua Hong walked up to the place where the stands were located where Su Heng was sitting. Hua Hong standing under the stands asked if he was Su Heng from Blacklight. After that, Hua Hong noticed that they were currently tied for the same score. Hua Hong suggested that they not wait for the lottery but just fight. After that, Hua Hong asked Su Heng if he dared to do it. The protagonist with a nervous smile on his face, getting up from his chair asked himself what happened and why was he looking at him like that. Then Su Heng thought about wanting to draw lots. Suddenly, Luo Chong stood up and with an aggressive expression on his face, demonstratively clenching his palm into a fist, addressed Hua Hong as a non-entity from Lianin and asked him, why don't they do it? After that, Luo Chong began to shout aggressively that his comrade named Su Heng would kill him. Immediately after that, Luo Chong once again called Hua Hong, who had approached them, a worthless person. The protagonist, in a state of shock, looked at Luo Chong with his eyes and mouth wide open. The protagonist suddenly approached him and threateningly grabbed Luo Chong by his clothes, telling him that he had insulted him. Luo Chong with a confused and frightened expression asked Su Heng for permission to explain himself. The protagonist sharply slapped Luo Chong on the cheek with his palm, ordering him to explain himself. After that, Su Heng began to insult Luo Chong. Shortly after these events, Su Heng stood in the arena opposite Hua Hong. Hua Hong looked at the protagonist and said, Su Heng from Blacklight. After that, Hua Hong with a tense expression frowned and said that only now he realized how worthless he was when he defeated and humiliated Wang Yi. Then Hua Hong said that he could immediately see that he was out of shape. The protagonist with a nervous smile on his face put an open palm in front of him and addressed Hua Hong by name asking him for permission to explain himself. Then Su Heng said that in this case there was a misunderstanding. Hua Hong told him okay, then he said that he did not need to explain anything since he understood everything. Suddenly a loud voice belonging to Luo Chong shouted out confirming this idea, after which Luo Chong turning to them said that there was no need to explain anything. Luo Chong turned to the protagonist and asked him to defeat Hua Hong. Hua Hong raised his hand up and released his beast, which was a huge monkey with massive sharp fangs. It was an evolved form of a fire monkey, a dangerous species in the initial stage of its development called a fire monkey. The protagonist with a tense expression looking at the fire monkey that appeared thought that Hua Hong removed his main strength, which was the hawk beast, and replaced it with a monkey, clearly trying to exhaust the snake dragon's stamina. After that, Su Heng came to the conclusion that this fight would be tough. Soon after, the fire monkey and the snake dragon stood in the center of the arena surrounded by deformed terrain. The snake dragon was actively restoring its breath standing opposite the fire monkey who leaned its massive paws on the ground. Hua Hong, who was watching the ongoing fight, thought that this was great, and he planned to simply use the monkey's agility to wear out the opponent since he had another pet. After that, Hua Hong decided to see how Su Heng could handle such a plan. Soon after, the fire monkey jumped high into the sky, opened its mouth wide and began to exude dense fire energy from its mouth. The fire monkey then made a sudden jerking motion, sending several fire projectiles towards the snake dragon who was taking these exploding blows with his body. Soon after, the snake dragon landed on the ground and began to look around worriedly. Hua Hong looked at the snake dragon's actions with a thoughtful expression and asked if he wanted to use the 4th level enlightenment ability called Dragon Hammer to try and sneak up on him. Hua Hong then abruptly turned to the fire monkey and ordered it to use armor. A moment after, the fire monkey was completely enveloped in dense fire energy as the armor called Flame Fury was used. The fire monkey, wrapped in fire armor, rushed to attack with its arms wide apart, and at the same time roaring loudly and threateningly. The snake dragon with its mouth wide open looked at the fire monkey approaching it, then straightened up, spreading its wings wide and spreading its paws in different directions. A moment later, the fire monkey's hands and the snake dragon's paws collided with each other, and the huge beasts began to fight. Hwahong with a grin on his face shouted that he knew that he was going to use the hammer in order to win. Then he asked if he thought that he was Wangi? Then Hwahong turned to his fire monkey and ordered him to use the mad monkey's head strike. After this command, the fire monkey's eyes began to glow bright red. The fire monkey began to pull its head back with a tense body. Hwahong with a smile on his face, watching the fight, shouted that the strongest defense is the head, and the strongest attack is the head. After that, Hwahong shouted out that he couldn't use the dragon hammer. The protagonist turned to Hwahong, who was bragging in front of him, and asked him, "What's the point?" Then Suhung asked him, who told him that the evil attack was the dragon's war hammer? Hwahong, in sincere bewilderment, loudly asked him again, shouting, "What?" The protagonist, with a sly and confident smile on his face, raised his index finger up and explained that Hwahong said that this was a modified technique of the snake dragon, which was called the compressed evil beam. At that moment, the snake dragon who was fighting with the fire monkey opened its mouth wide. Instantly, many dazzling energy sparks were concentrated inside the snake dragon's mouth. Hwahong turned to his fire monkey with a worried expression and ordered him to run away with a negative answer. But the fire monkey did not have time to obey its master and was thrown a huge distance to the side by an incredibly powerful energy beam. A powerful beam of dense concentrated evil energy pierced the body of the fire monkey through and through, causing a huge bloody hole to appear in the middle of the mighty monkey's body. Hwahong looked in bewilderment as his pet was pierced through and through by a powerful attack and blood was actively dripping inside this hole. Iron Man, clutching a microphone in his hand, shouted that Suhung from Blacklight Castle wins in the first round. Hwahong, surrounded by magical energy, said okay. After that, releasing the beast, the lion hawk, Hwahong shouted that this time he will not miss anything. The main character, looking in front of him, reasoned that it is unfair to the snake dragon to limit the field and consider it a defeat. The protagonist thought that the lion hawk was very good at aerial combat, but the snake dragon had never participated in aerial combat before and he needed to figure out what to do to break the enemy. Hwahong, with a thoughtful expression on his face, stood next to his lion hawk and understood that the previous round had not exhausted the snake dragon at all and his will to fight was insane. So it would be difficult. The protagonist turned to his snake dragon and said that they could try. However, suddenly a loud scream announced that they, that is, Blacklight, were inferior. The protagonist and Luo Chong looked in bewilderment at the speaker Lu Yu, who raised her hand up and introduced herself by saying that she was the leader of the Blacklight team and that she had the authority to make this decision on behalf of the players. Luo Chong, with his eyes and mouth wide open, listened to what Lu Yu was saying in sincere bewilderment. Lu Yu's sudden decision puzzled the protagonist for a while, but he soon realized what was going on and it turned out that this 6-seat tournament was just a competition for 3 places to enter the Blood Forest Ruins. The first, second and third places have absolutely the same reward and there are no additional rewards and in Lu Yu's opinion, it is best to gain reputation, but if this does not happen, then it is not so important, and the main point is to maintain strength after entering the sacred place and get the greatest benefit. This is the real winner. As a result, the protagonist won the qualification to enter the ruins by taking second place in the finals, and Ji Meiyu and Hwahong took first and third place. Thus the tournament was completely over. Some time after these events, Suhung approached a large tent that was surrounded by trees with golden petals. Entering the tent, Suhung turned to Lu Yu and asked her, was she looking for him? Lu Yu, sitting opposite him on the chair, asked the protagonist to sit down. After that she said that she thought that the fort master had already told him about the origin of the Blood Forest Ruins, and that what she was about to say was very important to remember if he could gain anything from entering the Blood Forest Ruins. The protagonist told her that he understood her, and he was listening to her. After his answer, Lu Yu began to tell him that she should have told him about this before the tournament began. But the burgomaster did not have very high hopes for winning the tournament this year, so she would tell him what she thought. Raising her index finger up, Lu Yu said that this is why it took her time to tell him this. In Su Heng's mind, a memory appeared of how the burgomaster, with a wide smile on his face, showing his thumb extended upward, addressed Su Heng and told him to take a seat and that he was watching him. Disappointed by this news, the protagonist now asked himself with a gloomy expression, did he really not even believe in him? Lu Yu said that he became the second Blacklight Master to get a place in the last 3 tournaments of the 6 lands, and last time their Blacklight Castle took a place in the quarterfinals, and before that it was his 8th sister, that is Bai Su Su, who also took a place. However, Lu Yu looked closely at the protagonist and asked him if he knew what was the most valuable thing in the ruins of the Bloody Forest. Su Hung, with a confused expression looking at Lu Yu, put his hand on the back of his head and looked in front of himself in bewilderment, asked himself how he would know this if she did not tell him. Lu Yu began to tell him that in the ruins of the Bloody Forest there are many young animals that are extremely rare in the outside world, and the potential of these animals often becomes amazing because these animals feed on the energy of this secret place for many years. These animals are so valuable that these animals are often difficult to find. However, according to the agreement with the owner of the ruins, you cannot take many animals with you. Lu Yu also clarified that in addition to this, if there is an opportunity for this, then you can also take with you valuable resources, and the Blood Forest ruins rich in rare materials of the Blood and Dragon systems, and even if they cannot use these items themselves, they can use these to exchange materials with other masters. There are quite a lot of resources and animals in this place, and this is an ideal place to search for treasures. The protagonist, listening to Lu Yu's story with a smile on his face, thought that if she says so, then this is great. But he understood that she does not know that he has a treasure-seeking beast. Then Lu Yu said that the Blood Forest ruins were so vast that even the amount they had explored over the years of tournaments was less than 10 times larger than the ruins themselves, not to mention how small the area they had personally explored was. Then Lu Yu showed off the book she had been holding in her hands and said that this was all the information they had found over the years of Blacklight's research. Lu Yu addressed the protagonist and suggested that he explore the area that had already been explored, since it would ultimately be safe for him. Handing the book she had been holding in her hands towards the protagonist, she noted that she had to emphasize to him once again the importance of ensuring safety, even given the verbal promise of the Lord of the Blood Forest to protect those who came from the tournament. However, Lu Yu clarified that over the years there had been many people who had been completely buried in the secret relics and no longer came to the surface. The protagonist picked up the book Lu Yu had handed him and told her that he understood her. Then Lu Yu handed a certain pendant towards Su Hung and asked him to take it with him before leaving. The protagonist looked at the pendant he was already holding in his hand in surprise and asked her what it was. Lu Yu explained to him with a smile on her face that it was an artifact that the castle master had sealed the trace of his first pet's power, which was originally intended for the 6 lands duel. Lu Yu told him that the castle master had left her a secret weapon, and since he could penetrate the ruins, he'd better take it with him, that is. Sometime after this dialogue with Lu Yu, the protagonist and several other masters stood in front of a tall dark building that was the entrance to the Blood Forest ruins. Lu Yu put his hand on the monument standing next to Iron Man and Ji Fei, who were also holding their hands on the monuments, and shouted, offering to start. After her command, the monument on which she held her hand began to glow with a bright energy force, and soon from these monuments, a bright glowing energy began to rise upward. The protagonist asked, "Is this the mental energy of a great master?" And then Su Hung said that he was sure that the master had the same power. The energy emanating from the activated monuments formed a large magical portal high in the air that glowed with a bright energy light. A sudden voice from nowhere asked, "Has it come that time of year again when the secret opens its shoulders?" At this moment, the head of a red dinosaur climbed out of the portal that appeared in the air and addressed the masters. The protagonist, pressing his clenched fist to his chest, answered this voice affirmatively, addressing it as "My lord," and said that it was time to open the annual portal to the Bloody Forest ruins. The voice coming from the portal suggested doing this in that case. At that moment all the masters who were near the entrance to the Bloody Forest looked in front of them, pressing their fists to their bodies. Soon after, the portal descended down, appearing in front of the masters. Lu Yu, looking in front of her with a smile on her face, said that through this tunnel you can overcome the energy barrier and get to a secret place. Turning to Su Hung, she told him that he had 1 month to explore, after which she explained to him that after the time expired, he would be sent here by the Lord of the Bloody Forest ruins. The protagonist, with Ji Meiyu and Hua Hong walking behind him, headed towards the portal. Soon after that, he and Hua Hong entered the brightly glowing golden portal, and when they found themselves in a new space, a red dinosaur approached them and said that the Lord had sent him after them and then he would brand them with his scent, but he warned them that unless they attacked first, the creatures in the forest would not attack them. Then the red dinosaur noted that if they had the courage to enter the inner zone of the Great Blood Circle, even his scent would not help since the creatures in this zone were not below his level. After that, the red dinosaur warned people not to be too greedy. After this warning, the brightly glowing portal dissolved into thin air and soon after, Su-hung, Hwa-hong, and Ji Meiyu were thrown onto a rock formation elevated above the abyss. Ji Meiyu laughed lying on the rocky parody, and Hwa-hong sat with an angry expression on his face. The protagonist looked in front of him at the huge red dinosaur called the Bloody Tyrannosaurus Rex. Ji Meiyu looked at the Rex and shouted that it was a bloody Tyrannosaurus. After that, she noticed that he had come for them. Turning to the guys, she asked them what they would do. Suddenly, the bloody Tyrannosaurus opened its mouth wide and began to pour a copious stream of its own saliva on the masters. The angry masters looked in front of them with anger, being completely soaked in the saliva of the Tyrannosaurus. The protagonist sarcastically thought that this was a very unique ceremony. Rex addressed the guys and said that everything was done and the Lord's task was completed. After that, he informed them that they could do their research, and in a month he would track them down and bring them back with their things. Saying this, Rex turned around and walked in the opposite direction. Ji Meiyu, who was soaking wet, said that there should be signs at each of the gathering places. After that, she asked why they didn't split up and explore everything on their own. At that moment, Hwa-hong stared at Ji Meiyu, who was saying these words with his cheeks flushed. Soon after that, he smiled and said that it was a good idea. At Ji Meiyu's suggestion, the three of them split up and went to the places that had been previously explored in their respective gathering places. However, in fact, since yesterday evening when the protagonist met Liu Yu, he had been thinking about how to hide his second beast. However, a good image was never found, and today, after hearing Ji Meiyu's suggestion, Su-hung agreed to get away from them and not show his second beast. The protagonist stood near the picturesque waterfall near the snake dragon while the treasure-seeking beast crawled forward towards the waterfall. The protagonist addressed the treasure-seeking beast as a treasure hunter and asked him if he was sure that this thing grew in this place. The treasure-seeking beast flew up to the protagonist and began to address him questioningly and irritably. The protagonist repeatedly answered him in the negative, and then asked how he could not believe him. Then Su-hung held a book in his hands and asked the treasure-seeking beast to move on. After that, Su-hung turned to the book he was holding in his hands, and while reading what was written there, he mentally recited that these plants love the shade but need dry conditions. The protagonist looked ahead in confusion and came to the conclusion that, however, this place has nothing to do with dryness. Shortly after these events, Su-hung was flying through the gorge while sitting on the back of the snake dragon. The treasure-seeking beast was flying in front of them with its paws outstretched. The protagonist was looking ahead and thinking that since the treasure-seeking beast learned to fly by digesting the levitating stone, this beast no longer likes to be held. Looking at the back of the flying treasure-seeking beast, the protagonist with a nervous smile on his face thought that it was difficult to hold a treasure hunter if he weighed more than 20 kilograms. Suddenly, the snake dragon opened its mouth wide and began to make loud sounds. The protagonist looked ahead in surprise and then asked himself loudly, "What?" Looking at the plain in front of him, Su-hung thought that this was a different area. He understood that these were dry conditions and it should be. By this time, they were able to fly to a small pond in the stone desert. Looking at the treasure-seeking beast, the protagonist realized that the treasure hunter was guiding them, and soon after, the treasure-seeking beast pointed its finger to the side and looked at the protagonist. The protagonist looked at the treasure-seeking beast with wide open eyes and asked, "Did you find it?" Sometime after that, Su-hung looked at the flower that was surrounded by purple energy and thought that in the old blacklight documents, it was called a shedding grass. But this thing in the old Dragon Codex has such a loud name as a scaly transformation grass, considering the information from the book. Su-hung came to the conclusion that this is a miracle born from the scales of a dragon after this dragon fell into a specific environment where it was for thousands of years. The protagonist also learned that the plant allows individuals with a weak dragon lineage to take it and get a chance to transform into a type of dragon called Yahello. Looking at the plants, the main character reasoned that the older the plant, the higher the probability of turning into Yahello. After that, he started listing green, white, purple, dark purple. The protagonist came to the conclusion that this plant changes color once every 10 years and adds a leaf every 7 years. At this moment, the snake dragon glared at the treasure-seeking beast, while the protagonist stared at the plant with a surprised expression. Soon after, Su-hung clenched his fist with a happy expression from the emotions overflowing in his face, realizing that he had encountered a top-quality plant. Suddenly, they heard a sound coming from the side, causing Su-hung and the snake dragon to tensely turn towards where the sound was coming from, and the treasure-seeking beast screamed loudly in fear and grabbed Su-hung's face in an attempt to hide. The protagonist turned to the treasure-seeking beast and asked, "What does he want to say?" The treasure-seeker beast only screamed in fear, pressing its body against the protagonist. After that, Su-hung cried out in fear, "No!" Addressing the snake dragon, he ordered it to hide. After that, the snake dragon abruptly transferred them to another space, after which they all watched what was happening with frightened expressions on their faces, hiding behind the rocks. They saw someone's huge paw step on the ground. The protagonist thought that he needed to be more careful because in that place where the grass grows thickly, many creatures from the dragon race hide and hunt and guard the ripening of the scaly grass in order to devour it. The protagonist saw how the figure of a massive beast approached behind the rocks. Later it turned out that it was a huge toad. Looking at this, the protagonist cried out that this is an especially dangerous species, that is, the Yuri toad. The protagonist knew that it was a water and lightning and poisonous creature, with a tense expression looking ahead while copious amounts of sweat dripped down his cheeks. The protagonist thought that it looked like this toad should have reached a mature stage. The scaly grass shrouded in energy was attractive to the toad, who stared straight at this grass, after which the toad jumped high into the air approaching this scaly grass. However, suddenly something began to bubble in the lake near this grass, and suddenly a huge crocodile jumped out of this lake and opened its mouth wide and aimed at the toad. The protagonist, perplexed, covered his mouth in surprise and thought that this was a giant dark crocodile of the deep pond, and this was a special kind of water, evil, beast. The protagonist guessed that perhaps this deep pond crocodile had reached the limit of its growth. Then Soo-Hyung cursed, realizing that the toad had no way to move and would die very soon. But suddenly the toad, with a surprised face and wide-open eyes, began to concentrate many sparks of energy around itself. It was a huge number of golden sparks that spread from the mouth of this toad towards the puzzled crocodile of the deep pond. The crocodile of the deep pond, frightened by the sparks, stepped back and hit the toad with its tail, causing the toad to fly up. The protagonist, watching this battle, asked himself, is this a battle between especially dangerous species? Then Soo-Hyung thought that unfortunately the toad's first movement is limited, so the toad will not be able to get out of this situation. Suddenly, from powerful energy and electrical discharges, Soo-Hyung's hair rose into the air, causing him to exclaim in bewilderment. In a shocked state, Soo-Hyung raised his head up and thought that there was incredible tension here. He assumed that it was possible. When he raised his head up, he saw that the toad was levitating in the air, spreading a huge amount of electricity around its body. The toad was swelling at a huge speed, becoming wider and wider, while sparks were inexorably sparkling around the body of the huge toad. After that, a powerful electric discharge coming from the body of the toad went towards the crocodile of the deep pond and struck the crocodile's body with an electric discharge, which caused the crocodile with surprised eyes looking ahead to begin to smolder, as its skin was fried by electricity. The main character, hiding his face from the explosion, shouted that it was strong. Soon after these events, the toad stood in a dried-up pond, as due to such a powerful discharge, all the water was dried dry, and in the place of the recent pond there were only dead fish, which were also fried. The toad was near the defeated crocodile, whose skin was black. The protagonist, looking at this with a tense expression on his face, began to reason that he had never thought before that everything would end like this, and that there really were many dangers in this bloody forest. The protagonist came to the conclusion that he would not be able to get this grass. At that moment, the toad, once again turning its attention to the scaly grass, approached it, and sticking out its tongue, almost touched the leaf of scaly grass. However, the crocodile suddenly opened its eyes and rushed to attack with its mouth wide open, chasing the toad. The toad turned back in bewilderment, while the protagonist watched in shock as the fight between the especially dangerous species of animals began again. The toad began to hastily retreat from the attacking crocodile that was chasing this toad. However, the toad failed to escape, and the crocodile, furiously clinging to the toad's hind leg, tore off this leg, provoking abundant bloody splashes from the bitten-off leg. The main character watching this hiding behind the rocks thought that this is a cool crocodile that was able to get out of the dying state, and now this crocodile can kill the toad. Then Soo-Hyung was surprised to think about what a battle between especially dangerous species could be. The crippled toad with a missing paw was trying to run away from the crocodile in fear, which was also being wounded and was catching up with this toad. The main character, with a surprised expression on his face looking at the animals, thought, and said with a smile on his face, that these animals had disappeared. After that, Soo-Hyung went to the scaly grass and grabbed it, and began to pull the grass out of the stones, while the snake dragon and the treasure-seeking beast were watching what was happening with interest. When the main character pulled out the scaly grass, then going to put it in a bag, he said that at first he only dreamed of getting it, but now while no one is there, he must take this plant. After that, Soo-Hyung laughed loudly with a happy expression and ran forward, asking his beast to run as far as possible. At this time, a crocodile from the deep lake was devouring a killed toad, tearing the soft flesh with its sharp fangs. The crocodile grabbed the toad's paw with its powerful jaws, tearing it away from the main body. A strong aroma coming from the torn scaly grass penetrated the forests, soon after which this aroma was smelled by the crocodile, who turned in surprise in the direction from which the crocodile could smell this smell. At this moment, the protagonist and the treasure-seeker beast, being on the back of the snake dragon, were actively moving through the forest. The treasure-seeker beast looked with interest at the bag inside, which was scaly grass, seeing how a thick aroma spread from this grass. After that, a loud and powerful explosion was heard in the space that was behind them. Immediately after that, the treasure-seeking beast began to scream loudly in fear. The main character turned back and noticed that this was incomprehensible and they had walked several dozen kilometers. Then he asked why the crocodile was chasing them. However, the treasure-seeking beast could not calm down, and with a terrified face actively pointed his finger in the direction from which the loud noise was coming. After that, Soo-Hung shouted that this was not surprising because the plant smelled. At that moment, the main character watched as the enchanted snake dragon actively inhaled the vapors emanating from the plant. The main character, putting his hand on his forehead, came to the conclusion that he underestimated the attractive smell of this plant for dragon creatures. Then Soo-Hung turned to the snake dragon and asked him to open his mouth. The snake dragon looked with appetite at the protagonist who was bringing the scaly grass to his mouth. When the snake dragon swallowed this grass, he raised his happy face high up, opened his mouth and accelerated many times, actively rushing forward, thereby provoking a loud cry from Soo-Hung and the treasure-seeker beast. With a nervous smile on his face, looking ahead, actively holding on to the back of the snake dragon, the protagonist loudly asked, "Does this thing have some kind of accelerating effect?" After that, Soo-Hung felt something behind him. When it turned around, he saw a crying treasure-seeker beast who looked incredibly sad. Looking at this in surprise, Soo-Hung despaired and thought that he forgot that the treasure hunter, after turning into a dragon, also became a dragon. With an awkward smile on his face, Soo-Hung turned to the treasure-seeking beast and began to talk about how he did a great job in this treasure hunt and how he thought he was the strongest beast. He asked the treasure hunter not to worry and explained that if they found anything, they would give it to him first. Then he asked, "Okay?" With a sad expression on his face, the treasure-seeking beast placed his chin on Soo-Hung's shoulder, after which Soo-Hung extended his little finger to the treasure hunter and offered to make a deal, then noticed that he did not go back on his words. The treasure-seeking beast, after a while of silence, extended his miniature paw to meet the little finger of the protagonist, shaking it. Then Soo-Hung, with a smile on his face, turned to the side and rushed forward on the actively moving snake dragon. However, suddenly the snake dragon stopped abruptly, resting its paw on the ground. The protagonist, in bewilderment with his eyes wide open in surprise, began to shout loudly, raising his hands up. The protagonist, with a tense expression on his face, held tightly to the actively moving snake dragon. Suddenly Soo-Hung turned his attention to the scales of the snake dragon, which were enveloped in bright concentrated energy. Soon several parts of the dense skin began to separate from the body of the snake dragon. The protagonist put his hand to the resulting wound on the back of the snake dragon. Together with the contact of the protagonist's palm and the body of the snake dragon, it began to glow with bright energy. Pushing off from the ledge, the snake dragon jumped into the air and began to soar in the sky, after which it abruptly fell from the cliff onto the rough ground between the trees. Rising to his feet, and the protagonist swore and held the head of the unconscious snake dragon in his hands. He swore loudly, shouting that the energy of the plant had begun to act, and it was unknown what other beasts would come to this smell. The protagonist, opening a bag with various items, began to say that he did not know how long it would take the snake dragon to come to his senses and they had to do something. He took out a vessel with an elixir from his inventory and raising it into the air, shouting, "Exactly." The protagonist noticed that they should not move the snake dragon into the ring, and would have to watch it at night. When the brightly shining full moon illuminated the forest, Soo-Hung held the head of the snake dragon in his hands. For the snake dragon that was unconscious, Soo-Hung assembled a small tent of foliage and covered the body of the snake dragon with dry grass. Holding the head of the wounded snake dragon in his arms, Soo-Hung looked ahead with a worried expression and said that the more dangerous the species, the stronger this one would be. The protagonist understood that each evolution of an animal is accompanied by ever greater danger and pain, and one day the development becomes limited by its own lineage, at which time the masters will have to make a difficult decision about changing their main pet, and those pets that cannot go in time with the master's progress will be. Frowning his brows and looking ahead, Soo-Hung understood that then the pet no longer helps and becomes a hindrance, after which the protagonist began to reason that the masters will also be able to take their use of stronger and more perfect pets, and even such a strong master as Zhou He faced such a choice. The main character remembered that even his weakest pet, which was the scarlet wolf, is among the strongest among the pets, and of course, based on emotions or a voluntary break in the mental connection with the tamed animal, this will cause great mental and spiritual trauma to the master, and that is why the masters do not abandon these pets, and do not leave them to their fate. The main character hugged the head of the snake dragon with his hands and put his chin on its body, thinking that instead of this, the animals are placed in a certain place and artificially fed until the end of life, and he will do everything in his power to help it develop. After that, the main character holding the snake dragon with his hand turned to it, and shouted that he did not want to part with it. The main character turned closely to the snake dragon and promised that he would do everything possible. When the morning came, Su-hung pointed his finger at the treasure beast levitating in the air next to him, and said that this was a deal, and this deal was one time. The treasure beast demonstratively clenched its small paw into a fist and then struck Su-hung on the cheek, causing Su-hung to be crushed by this. The protagonist irritably turned to the treasure beast and asked him how dare he use such force. After this, the protagonist sternly looked at the treasure beast, showed his fist, and shouted that now he was finished. Then the protagonist suggested to do it again. He shouted rock, scissors, paper. Su-hung made a gesture indicating scissors. The treasure beast at this moment also showed a gesture of scissors, and suddenly a large paw of a snake dragon appeared between them, which was clenched into a fist and showed a stone. The protagonist and the treasure seeker beast turned around in confusion to look at the snake dragon sitting next to them. A moment later, when they realized it, they rushed to embrace the snake dragon with happy expressions on their faces, shouting cheerfully that it had returned. Soon after, the snake dragon's eyes began to glow bright red. The snake dragon stood up on its hind legs, straightened up and spread its wings wide in different directions. Then the snake dragon put its massive paws in front of itself and began to roar menacingly while its renewed skin glistened, reflecting the sunlight. Soon after these events, when the snake dragon was lying on the ground, Su-hung, holding a ribbon in his hands, turned around looking at the snake dragon and with a happy expression on his face shouted that it was now 6 meters long, and this was a sign of maturity. The snake dragon extended its massive paw and touched Su-hung's forehead with its claw. The protagonist looked at it in surprise, soon after which Su-hung fell unconscious. Thanks to the power of the scaly grass, the snake dragon is very close to maturity, and will soon show its perfect form, and the plant allowed the snake dragon to understand a new skill called dragon sleep. At this moment Su-hung suddenly fell asleep and the snake dragon held his body on its paws. The skill called dragon sleep can not only be used on the snake dragon itself, this skill can help other beasts, and even Su-hung quickly recover from injuries and physical abilities while they are sleeping. Seeing Su-hung, who has not slept all night, the snake dragon hoped that he would be able to get a good night's sleep. But there was something that both of them did not expect, and this was that they were both very mentally tired, and the dragon code had also changed dramatically, in which new information appeared. The book called the Dragon Code was supplemented with new sheets, and this book was glowing with bright energy of golden color. The protagonist holding this book in his hands read the contents while the snake dragon on whose back he was sitting walked forward. The protagonist looking at the sheets of the book said that before the restrictions of the snake dragon's bloodline had always been a problem that he tried not to think about. However, due to the new information revealed in the Dragon Code, the protagonist with a smile on his face looked inside the Dragon Code and said that if the lizard line is chosen as the main line, then there are 23 paths of evolution of the snake dragon along which it can move to the snake species. The protagonist understood that among these beasts, there were intermediate types of horror, namely, the hammer-tailed horned dragon lizard, which stood on the same level as the bloody Tyrannosaurus rex, that is, the lord of the bloody ruins. The protagonist thought that the hammer-tailed dragon lizard was known for its huge hammer tail, which looked like a siege hammer, and the destructive power of which was comparable to the power of the main gun of a heavy tank. The protagonist also understood that the electric horned dragon lizard was a dragon lizard born with the power of lightning, and had a sharp horn capable of releasing lightning, and this horn was also an indestructible combat weapon for the electric horned dragon lizard. The protagonist thought about this with a thoughtful expression on his face and thought that in addition to all this, there were intermediate types of horrors, as well as high-level horrors such as the hill dragon lizard, and also the magma dragon and battle lizard, as well as other beasts. Among these beasts, the dragon combat lizards are a race of dragons that follow the path of meat shields and firepower, and the dragon lizard combat system, that is, the high-level steel fire system of the terrifying species, can be called a mobile military fortress because its signature technology is the fusion of steel fire, a metal storm of flame that can make the enemy more afraid to live. The protagonist thought about this with a surprised expression on his face, his eyes and mouth wide open in surprise while he was reading the book. After that, the protagonist said that usually both masters and even teachers of this level, if they managed to obtain one of these evolution methods, the protagonist shared his thoughts that he was afraid that these masters would cry with joy for him. After that, the protagonist put his hand on his head with a tense expression on his face and shouted that he didn't even know what would be the best choice from all of this. Suddenly, the sheets of paper began to actively turn over. The protagonist looked at this in surprise and said that this. Sometime after these events, inside the Blood Forest ruins, Soo-hung sat on the back of the snake dragon. Looking inside the book, Soo-hung read that if the snake dragon chooses the snake dragon as its main bloodline, it will have 37 evolutionary paths to transition to the horror species. These species include the fog dragon, storm dragon, ice dragon, frost dragon, inferno dragon, and other types that are at the intermediate level of horror. After that, the book wrote that the fog dragon snake, as the name of this beast suggests, is a terrifying type of dragon with a fog and water system that is able to fly in the clouds and be invisible. The protagonist, with a thoughtful expression, imagined the appearance of the fog dragon snake, and in his opinion, this ability is too conspicuous and the value is not very high. So Soo-hung looked for another method. There are only 11 ways to transform into a high-level terror species using the snake dragon lineage in general, and these species in particular include the earth snake dragon, Tengu snake dragon, shock snake dragon, thunder snake dragon, wind snake dragon, thunder snake dragon, and others. And although the earth snake dragon with earth abilities will perfectly inherit the earth system talent that the snake dragon Soo-hung recently acquired, however, his snake dragon lacks the talent of the evil system, which will undoubtedly cause the snake dragon whose main strength lies in the evil system to lose a lot of strength. The protagonist understood that the wind and thunder snake dragon that combines the power of wind, dragon, evil, and lightning belongs to the highest level of high-level terror species, and this dragon that skillfully uses the power of wind and thunder is a high-level terror species with almost perfect racial potential. Looking carefully at the book, Soo-hung thought that although the battle dragon was strong, this dragon was very bulky, and it seemed that the wind thunder snake dragon was the perfect choice for his snake dragon. The protagonist understood that the defense mechanisms of the Earth system had been discarded in favor of more powerful flying abilities and attacks. After that, the protagonist placed his index finger on the sheet of the book around which energy began to curl. The book wrote that in order to metamorphose the snake dragon into the wind thunder snake dragon state, the following ritual materials were needed. Next, a list of the necessary materials was presented: a complete dragon snake lizard in the amount of 1 piece and an advanced wind thunder dragon blood crystal in the amount of 1 piece, 5,000 dragon blood essences of secondary wind and thunder breeds, a complete wind and sound stone in the amount of 1 piece, a complete sound and thunder stone in the amount of 1 piece, and wind and thunder essence in the amount of 1,500 samples. The protagonist, sitting on the flying snake dragon with a big smile on his face, shouted that now that they had a direction, he ordered to fly forward. The snake dragon spread its wings wide and flew over a vast desert area called the Tonkin Plain. The protagonist, sitting on the snake dragon, said that he thought that they had exhausted all their luck. After that, the protagonist, with a worried expression on his face, said that over the past 3 days they had not encountered anything valuable, and judging by the map that Liu Yu gave him in this area, they would be in unexplored dangerous zones. After that, the protagonist turned to the treasure beast and ordered to exchange thoughts. After this order, Soo-hung's eyes began to glow a bright golden color. After the treasure-seeking beast became a dragon, it had a new feature, and this feature was that with the help of the energy of the mind, the treasure-seeking beast could share the images that it explored in Soo-hung's eyes. Now Soo-hung, with a concentrated expression on his face, his hands on his knees, looked intently in front of him while being enveloped in golden energy, while on his shoulder lay the treasure-seeking beast, which loudly screamed the characteristic sounds. Suddenly Soo-hung concentrated his gaze on what was happening below them. Looking in that direction, he loudly asked, "What?" He saw 2 beasts chasing a frightened tree running away from these beasts. Looking at this, Soo-hung said that judging by the state of these beasts, these should be 2 dragon beasts called Harbingers of Flame that grew in a magical aura, and these dragon beasts are chasing. The protagonist, with a surprised expression, looked at the frightened tree and asked, "Should this be a tree?" Then the protagonist asked again, "A tree that can walk?" The dragon beasts opened their mouths wide and caught up with the frightened tree. Looking at this, Soo-hung thought that there was something wrong with this tree, and it seemed to him that he had seen it somewhere before. After these thoughts, Su-hung began to actively flip through the book, putting it on his lap. Soon Su-hung, with a wide smile on his face, shouted out that he had found this tree that absorbs energy. According to the old dragon code, the energy-absorbing tree is considered rare and almost extinct, and the word extinct here certainly conveys the rarity of this creature, and such a level of evaluation is unique to the old dragon dictionary because energy-absorbing trees are not a species of this world and came from the external void, and most trees spend their lives in the boundless darkness of the void where these trees grow, absorbing all sorts of energy in the void, and the lives of these trees are incomparably longer. At the beginning of their life, these trees still float in the outer void as seeds until it is absorbed by enough void energy in the void energy tidal wave to germinate again, after which it undergoes a very long and tedious process of further development until it is completely destroyed and the family form. As for the energy-absorbing trees that appeared in this world, all of these trees were outer void seeds that fell to the ground following the void cracks in the secret land, and this is another reason why the trees are rare, which is that these do not have the ability to reproduce. The protagonist clutched a book in his hands and said that the tree's ability to absorb energy can accelerate the transformation into a wind and thunder snake dragon. The snake dragon turned to the side questioningly, after which Su-hung thought with a confident smile on his face that the energy-absorbing tree did not have combat power, and therefore it was captured by the harbingers of flames. But the power of this tree was very great. The protagonist understood that the energy-absorbing tree belongs to the 4 extremely dangerous systems, that is, the void system, the magic system, the devouring system, and the plastic system, and much less common are secret systems such as the treasure hunter. Now the protagonist knew that the tree is capable of consuming a large amount of energy, and accumulating it in its body and, if necessary, growing energy in the form of fruits, and this greatly helps the beasts since it quenches the thirst of the beasts and has many advantages. An even more surprising fact is that the tree that absorbs energy is capable of producing fruits with the same properties by consuming samples. If these are fruits or ingredients of a higher order, then if you eat it, it can create it. It works approximately like a combat laboratory for masters. After that, the protagonist, with a smile on his face, sitting on the snake dragon, said that every master who has an energy-absorbing tree can easily create an entire army of high-quality pets. After that, the protagonist turned to the snake dragon and asked him what he thought about it. In response to Su-hung's question, the snake dragon began to happily move its wings with a happy face, showing its attitude towards his question. The protagonist, sitting on the snake dragon that was rapidly moving from one space to another, shouted for them to follow forward. Soon after, high above the mountain surrounded by clouds, Su-hung, holding a treasure-seeking beast in his hands, sat on the snake dragon that was hovering in the sky. Some time after these events, 2 dragon beasts were dragging a tree. The protagonist, the treasure-seeking beast, and the snake dragon were watching them while hiding behind a rock. Suddenly, a small rock was thrown towards one of the dragon beasts and hit it right in the head. The irritated dragon beast turned towards where the rock came from and saw that the treasure-seeking beast was levitating in the air, provoking the dragon beast to attack. Suddenly, many small rocks were thrown towards this irritated dragon beast, causing bruises to appear on the skull of this dragon beast. Immediately after this, the angry dragon beast rushed to chase after the treasure-seeking beast who was mocking this beast. The second dragon beast located near the frightened tree began to roar menacingly at this energy-absorbing tree, thereby ordering this tree to stay in place. After that, the dragon beast turned around and headed in the opposite direction, and the frightened energy-absorbing tree looked ahead in confusion. Suddenly this energy-absorbing tree dodged a sharp stone fragment that flew past it in horror. This fragment hit the back of the dragon beast, causing this beast to bleed profusely. Immediately after that, a dragon hammer exuding thick energy appeared above the head of the dragon beast that had just been wounded in the back, who looked at this dragon hammer with fear. The dragon hammer that was levitating in the air suddenly fell, landing directly on the head of the dragon beast, thereby piercing the head of the dragon beast into the hard sandy ground. Shortly after, the protagonist squatted down with a thoughtful expression and looked at the dragon beast's head stuck in the ground while the snake dragon was behind him. Looking at this, Su-hung said that in its mature stage, the dragon beast is indeed worthy of being a dangerous species. Even after the dragon hammer, this beast only lost consciousness. After that, the protagonist said that this technique could not kill the dragon beast even when it hit the target. Suddenly the snake dragon turned to the side in surprise, shortly after which the snake dragon was already standing next to the energy-absorbing tree, looking at this with annoyance. The protagonist turned to the side in surprise and saw that the treasure-seeking beast and the snake dragon were looking at the incredible frightened energy-absorbing tree with greedy and hungry eyes. The protagonist approached the energy-absorbing tree with a smile on his face and said that it needed to be tied up. At that moment Su-hung was holding a rope in his hands. Soon after that the snake dragon, the treasure-seeking beast, and Su-hung began to tie up the energy-absorbing tree with their joint efforts. The protagonist tightened the knot on the body of the energy-absorbing tree and shouted that it was great. Then they attached the tied energy-absorbing tree to the back of the snake dragon. Some time after these events, when night came, Su-hung, along with his pets and the tree, were sitting surrounded by rocks near a fire. A dish was being cooked in a cast-iron cauldron on the fire. The protagonist rose from the rock and approached the energy-absorbing tree and said so. The energy-absorbing tree looked up at Su-hung, who had approached in fear. The protagonist stretched out his hand in front of him with a smile on his face and said that if the contract was successfully concluded then the snake dragon and the treasure hunter would not have to worry about food. The protagonist stuck his hand out in front of him and began to exude thick energy from his palm. At this moment, when Su-hung's mind energy connected with the energy-absorbing tree, a strange image appeared in Su-hung's mind. In the image that appeared in front of Su-hung just a while ago, the energy-absorbing tree, which was not confident, suddenly put on sunglasses and a jacket and began to act defiantly. This energy-absorbing tree began to show itself off by saying that it was a tree in the mountains that absorbed energy, raising its hand up and holding a microphone in its other hand. The tree addressed the sun and said that it grew up happy and carefree and walked around, and when it was looking for a new place to live, it became the target of an attack and was caught red-handed. After that, the energy-absorbing tree began to talk about how it was panicked, scared and helpless. The protagonist looked at it in bewilderment and asked, "Is the energy-absorbing tree so hipster?" Then the protagonist picked up a bag of supplies for his pets and began to pour food on the ground. The protagonist turned to the energy-absorbing tree and asked it to eat it, explaining that this is high-quality treasure hunter food and if it likes it, the tree can eat the food and the snake dragon. The treasure hunter and the snake dragon watched in bewilderment as Su-hung shared their food with the energy-absorbing tree. Then the protagonist pointed his finger at the food poured out on the ground and asked the energy-absorbing tree, "Is it delicious?" After that, the protagonist explained that if the energy-absorbing tree is his pet, it will get everything it needs. The protagonist then asked, "Is this okay?" The energy-absorbing tree turned away and said that it was giving a negative answer. The protagonist frowned and turned to his pets and pointed his finger at the energy-absorbing tree and told them that they would not have dinner because the energy-absorbing tree had eaten everything. The angry snake dragon and treasure-seeking beast stared at the frightened energy-absorbing tree. Soon after, a fight began, or rather a beating of the energy-absorbing tree by the treasure-seeking beast and the snake dragon. The protagonist turned away and covered his ears so as not to hear the sounds of the fight. While drinking a drink from a bottle, Su-hung thought that he was not sure if this would work. Then the protagonist opened his eyes wider in surprise and lowered his hand into the bag and shouted, "Exactly." Su-hung then said that he brought the incense bloodline. The protagonist was surprised that he forgot about it. The protagonist gave the energy-absorbing tree the bloodline incense. Su-hung and the energy-absorbing tree simultaneously fell into the illusion created by the bloodline incense, and Su-hung felt as if he had turned into a mature energy-absorbing tree floating in the void. In Su-hung's mind, he began to imagine that he was a massive tree levitating in a magical space. One day, Su-hung came across a multicolored seed that turned out to be with the energy-absorbing tree. Stretching out his hands to this seed, Su-hung, that is, the large tree, decided to take root on the void meteorite and take care of this seed as a father, and the energy-absorbing tree considered him family. At present, Su-hung and the energy-absorbing tree raised their hands up with wide smiles on their faces. The protagonist turned to the energy-absorbing tree and with a wide smile on his face, he friendly proposed to negotiate with him. The energy-absorbing tree looked at Su-hung with awe and addressed him as a father. The energy-absorbing tree extended its hand towards Su-hung's hand, and when their hands touched, a powerful burst of dazzling energy caused a surprised reaction from Su-hung, whose eyes also began to glow with bright energy. Due to the dazzling light coming from Su-hung, the energy-absorbing tree, as well as the snake dragon and treasure-seeking beast, began to close their eyes as they were blinded by such a bright light. The protagonist, with brightly shining eyes and a smile on his face, looked at his palms and said that this energy-absorbing tree also seemed to be approaching the end of the growth phase, and the return of mental energy from this contract was so great that he was able to achieve the point where light appeared in his eyes. The color of the eyes is the stage of spiritual cultivation at which one can produce visions, and at this stage, the master has also completely stabilized the level of spiritual cultivation. At this point, the reputation of the beggar genius Su-hung has been raised. Soon after these events, Su-hung looked at the energy-absorbing tree with a thoughtful expression and asked, could it reproduce the food it had just eaten with the current strength it possessed? The energy-absorbing tree also looked at Su-hung thoughtfully in response, then began to shake violently, dropping fruits. The protagonist picked up a few fruits in his hands, and the treasure-seeking beast appeared behind Su-hung, looking at these fruits with a greedy and hungry look, after which the treasure-seeking beast pounced on the energy-absorbing tree and began to uncontrollably gnaw at the fruits that grew on the branch of the energy-absorbing tree. The main character holding the fruit in his hand shouted that it was excellent, after which he noticed that it was a great investment. At this moment, the snake dragon stuck out its tongue and greedily looked at the fruits that grew on the branch of the energy-absorbing tree. The energy-absorbing tree took Su-hung's hand with its wooden hand and pressed it to its body, after which Su-hung began to see how the tree, wearing sunglasses and a jacket again, began to say that this year the tree was 1,200 years old and copying food is easy, but it is tasteless. The energy-absorbing tree began to demonstratively say that the energy fruits of the ruins of the bloody forest can also do this. The protagonist listened to what the energy tree was saying with bored expression. But suddenly the energy-absorbing tree plucked a fruit from its branch and turned to Su-hung and asked him to take it. Explaining that it was useful, the protagonist looked with admiration at the fruit that the energy-absorbing tree was holding in its hand. Soon after these events, Su-hung, sitting on a rock and holding a fruit in his hand, addressed a pet standing next to him and said that this is a fruit that has a steel color and another fruit that is light blue in color, similar to ice cream. With a smile on his face, looking at the book, Su-hung said that everything is correct and everything is written in the same way in Liu Yu's manual, and in the old code. Raising the steel fruit in front of him, Su-hung began to say that the iron bone marrow fruit looks like a round iron ball that visually has nothing to do with energy fruits. But Su-hung noticed that this is a real energy fruit. Then the main character, with a thoughtful expression on his face, began to reason that according to the blacklight records, in the ruins of the bloody forest there is a huge forest with these fruits. However, in this forest of iron bone fruits, there is a very dangerous species of steel-armored rhinoceroses called hammerhorn that reach enormous sizes, and because of these armored rhinoceroses, it is not so easy for an ordinary person to get these fruits. Then the protagonist threw the steel fruit to the snake dragon and noticed that now that they had the energy absorption tree, Su-hung asked, isn't it the same as carrying around the entire ruins of the blood forest? The snake dragon clutched the steel fruit in its mouth with a happy face while Su-hung, who was watching him, continued to say that the greatest effect of using the iron bone fruit is that after taking this fruit, a film as strong as steel is formed on the surface of the animal's skin, and in the case of scaly creatures, the durability is greatly increased. Looking around and carefully looking at the snake dragon's skin, Su-hung noticed that nothing had changed. Then the protagonist turned to the energy absorption tree and noticed that he seemed to think that it would have to make more of these fruits. After this remark, the energy absorbing tree began to shake its body vigorously. The protagonist turned to the treasure-seeking beast and asked if it wanted to play a game. The treasure-seeker beast, sitting on Su-hung's shoulder, asked him inquiringly, after which Su-hung demonstratively threw the steel fruit towards the snake dragon and asked him to throw these. The snake dragon caught the fruits with its mouth, while the exhausted energy-absorbing tree looked ahead with an incredibly tired face. The protagonist put his hand on the back of his head and looked at the snake dragon glowing with energy, and said that the iron bone fruit was really effective. After that, the snake dragon spread its wings wide and rose on its hind legs and began to roar threateningly, demonstratively striking with its sharp claws. The protagonist carefully examined the tail of the snake dragon, which was illuminated by the acquired energy, and thought that it had changed a lot and its defense was at the level of a mature individual. After that, the protagonist took the book in his hands again and began to talk about how, unexpectedly for everyone, the snake dragon was the first to reach the level of maturity in terms of defense. After that, the protagonist asked if a tree could become a dragon. Suddenly, Su-hung shouted with a wide smile on his face that it was true. The protagonist began to shout cheerfully that the energy-absorbing tree could turn into a dragon. The energy-absorbing tree looked at Su-hung with a surprised expression on its face. The highest terrifying species is the energy-absorbing tree shield dragon, and it is a guardian beast that can transform the absorbed energy into a huge shield. The highest terrifying species capable of creating dragon blades and attacking beasts from the tree transforms the absorbed energy into indestructible energy blades. Looking at the book, Su-hung put his hand on the back of his head and said that although compared to the first two directions, the third direction of turning into a real dragon does not have much defense. However, Su-hung suggested that apparently the third is the best direction for him. At this moment, Soo-Hung looked at the picture in the book, which showed the highest terrifying kind of energy-absorbing tree called the wood dragon, which is a secondary beast and looks like a dragon that has obtained 2 attributes. The steel fruits that were absorbed gradually doubled the fruit production efficiency, and also have the energy consumption. Sometime after these events, the protagonist, as well as the snake dragon and the treasure-seeking beast, stood in front of the snowy mountains, in front of which there was a dense forest. It was the forest of black tombs in the territory of the ruins of the Blood Forest, and in accordance with the principle that one should not go empty-handed after checking the old dragon code. The protagonist also told the treasure-seeking beast the materials needed to transform the energy-absorbing tree into a dragon. However, unfortunately, after running across all the plains, they still did not find anything, and it was for this reason that Soo-Hung changed the location of the next stop to the Forest of Black Tombs, which was not far from the main area of the ruins of the Blood Forest. Walking between the massive stones, the protagonist approached a large number of bloody bones. Most of the grass that grew in the Forest of Black Tombs had a creepy dark red and almost black color, and the whole forest was so dark and gloomy that it resembled a black cemetery, which is why this forest has such a name, and this place is much more dangerous than the plain on which they were before. The field was massively strewn with large and small bones. This place was much more dangerous than the plain they had been on before because there was a large and complex population of insects living in this place, and it was dangerous. But this was the place that needed to be visited. The protagonist understood that according to Blacklight's predecessor, there were quite a few terrifying beasts buried in this area, and some people were picking up treasures, that is, the dragon crash flower, which could only grow on the corpse of a terrifying dragon, and of course. The reason that made the protagonist gather up his courage and go to the Black Tomb Forest was very simple, because with the help of the energy-absorbing tree, the snake dragon had finally digested all the residual energy of the scaly grass in his body and successfully entered the mature stage. With his huge paw, the snake dragon stepped on the human skull, thereby breaking it. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, addressed the snake dragon and said that with the cultivation skill of the 4th level of compression, the long-range attack of the dragon's power, and the roar of the dragon's spirit. After that, the protagonist said that they should have the right to go deep into the Forest of Black Tombs. Suddenly, the protagonist looked ahead in surprise. Beads of sweat flowed down his face profusely. Moving forward, sitting on the back of the snake dragon, the protagonist said that according to the documents that Liu gave him, it was assumed that there was a shallow stream here. After that, the protagonist asked, "Why is there a ravine?" With a thoughtful expression on his face, looking at the book, Soo-Hung said that the stream dried up and turned into a 10-meter ravine, and this is certainly the kind of destruction that can only be caused by a terrorist species. After that, the protagonist raised his head up with a tense expression on his face, looking ahead, and asked, "Should they go further?" The snake dragon stood near the abyss in the ravine while Soo-Hung continued to say that half of the time that was given to him had already passed in search. After that, the main character, confidently looking ahead, suggested to go, and then warned his pets that they would be more careful. Immediately after that, the snake dragon pushed off the ground, jumped up and spread its wings wide and flew. Behind them on the slope of this cliff was a gravestone. Some time after these events, the snake dragon furiously beat its massive paws a long snake right on the head of it. Soon after that, the main character with a book in his hand stood near a huge snake and said that something went wrong because it was less than half a day's journey to these. At that moment, the snake that lay unconscious near the main character was a special dangerous species called a green python. The protagonist was thinking out loud that they had encountered more high-level dangerous species here than in the entire previous week combined. Then the protagonist began to think that besides this, it didn't match the map. At this moment, a huge python with its tongue outstretched stood behind Soo-Hung with bright red glowing eyes. The protagonist abruptly turned back and looked in front of him with a tense expression. Then he grabbed the treasure-seeking beast by the head and shouted in fear, "Snake dragon!" At this moment, a huge snake that was able to awaken with its mouth wide open fiercely attacked Soo-Hung and his pets, who were avoiding this snake. This snake had become a super dangerous species, which was now an evolved green boa constrictor. The evolved green boa constrictor used an evolved evil attack called Flying Slash, and then rose up a huge distance with its mouth wide open. The protagonist noticed with a tense expression that it seemed to be a mature specimen, and they needed to be more careful. At this moment, the evolved green boa constrictor stared at Soo-Hung flying away on the snake dragon. The protagonist addressed the snake dragon and asked him to go deeper into the forest where the evolved green boa constrictor would not be able to get through. Soon after, the evolved green boa constrictor tried to strike at the flying snake dragon, but the snake dragon dodged this attack, causing the evolved green boa constrictor to hit its head on a hard rock. Then, in a rage, with its mouth wide open and its eyes glowing brightly red, the evolved green boa constrictor rushed in pursuit of the flying snake dragon. The evolved green boa constrictor began to rise upward with great force, hitting the rocky cliffs. Some time after that, the snake dragon with Su Hung and the treasure-seeking beast sitting on its back were in a small cave, and the furious evolved green boa constrictor looked at them with its mouth wide open. Looking back, Su Hung thought that the evolved green boa constrictor was not pursuing them, and how he thought this green punch had escaped. After that, the protagonist with a smile on his face holding the treasure-seeking beast in his hand said that now they can be sure that they are on the right path. The treasure-seeking beast responded with displeasure to Su Hung's remark. The protagonist responded negatively, addressing the treasure-seeking beast, and explained that if they returned the same way they came, they would surely encounter this python again. The treasure-seeking beast continued to irritably talk to Su Hung with phrases characteristic of this. The protagonist frowned and asked the treasure-seeking beast again, "What does this mean?" Then the protagonist asked the treasure-seeking beast with displeasure. The treasure they had been looking for more than half a month and had not found was right in front of them? All this happened because with the help of the energy-absorbing tree, the treasure-seeking beast finally entered the middle growth phase, and the detection radius of the natural skill also increased from several kilometers at the early stage to 15 kilometers, and this time, the treasure that the treasure-seeking beast perceived was only 10 kilometers away from them, and although this path seemed short, after all it was only 10 kilometers. However, the closer Su Hung got, the stronger his heart beat in fear, because in the direction that the treasure-seeking beast pointed out, with each kilometer, a shocking pressure was felt, and the protagonist felt as if a ferocious beast was constantly roaring in his ears. They moved around the space with frightened expressions, actively trying to achieve their goal, and of course because of this terrible pressure, the protagonist did not meet other dangerous species along the way, and this made him happy but at the same time made him even more worried. In the forest with tall thin trees, Su Hung turned to the treasure-seeking beast and asked how close they were. The treasure-seeking beast that glowed with bright energy put its miniature paw in front of itself and began to shout loudly. The protagonist, sitting on the snake dragon, frowned and shouted that this was the terrifying power of a dragon. After that, the protagonist noticed that they were almost there, but due to the pressure, the snake dragon was almost unable to fly. After that, the protagonist said that he was simply afraid that this area was the territory of a certain group of terrible dragon-level creatures. Sometime after these events, the protagonist and his pets were in a cave inside the forest of black tombs that was incredibly gloomy and vast. In the face of the possible existence of a higher type of terror, and even beyond that which is a mortal threat, the reason why the protagonist decided to move forward was not because he had exceeded his own capabilities. The protagonist chose to believe in the rich metaphysics of the repeated successes of a treasure hunter, and soon, under the guidance of the treasure-seeking beast, the snake dragon led the protagonist to the source of the aura. However, that place was empty as the treasure-seeking beast had told him, and there were no dangerous creatures that could pose a threat. In this vast cave, the nest was located, and the height of the entire entrance to the cave was more than 10 meters, and the highest. The cave exceeded 20 meters in height, and resembled the lair of a huge dragon of terrible appearance. The protagonist looked ahead with a surprised expression with his eyes wide open. Unfortunately, there were too many bones in the nest, which Su Hung looked at with a surprised expression. This countless number of bones were stained with blood. The protagonist opened his mouth wide in surprise and said that it was a huge nest. Then he asked loudly in horror, "What?" At that moment, the horrified protagonist looked at the massive puddle that was surrounded by a large number of bones. Looking at this, the protagonist shouted that it was a dragon's blood pool. After that, the protagonist, with a wide smile on his face, clenching his palms into fists, ran forward shouting that the transition from plums to seeds really exists. Dangerous creatures, although less intelligent than humans, but at the same time, these created a wild and preventive civilization, and the dragon's blood pool is part of that civilization, because in order to feed offspring, some powerful dragon-fighting creatures create a special breeding tool called a blood pool to enhance the potential and concentration of the dragon's bloodline in the offspring. And the way in which the pool was created was bloody and also barbaric and primitive, and it was created with the essence of blood and even the life force of a huge number of dragon creatures. The protagonist ran up to the blood pool and looked at his pets and asked what they were waiting for. After that, pointing his finger at the blood pool, Su Hung ordered them to drink it. The joyful protagonist with a wild look shouted that this was the dragon's treasure. The snake dragon and the treasure-seeking beast with happy faces and hungry looks rushed straight into the blood pool, after which they landed near this pool and began to greedily absorb the liquid from this blood pool. The protagonist, with a thoughtful expression on his face, looking at his pets, noted that this would not work because it was too slow. After that, the protagonist stretched out his hand in front of him and summoned an energy-absorbing tree. After a moment, the energy-absorbing tree, spreading its wooden arms wide, appeared in front of Su-heng. The tree looked ahead in surprise and then said, "The tree is developing absorption." Raising its wooden hands high, the energy-absorbing tree began to actively grow. On the upper branches of the energy-absorbing tree, leaf buds began to appear abundantly, from which dense vegetation instantly grew, and also from the entire body of the energy-absorbing tree, many new branches began to grow. Brightly glowing fruits soon appeared on the newly formed branches of the energy-absorbing tree. The energy-absorbing tree, which had already blossomed in an instant, placed its new wooden branches inside the bloody pool and then began to actively absorb the liquid. Soon after that, all the liquid from the bloody pool was completely absorbed into the overgrown energy-absorbing tree. The main character, with a nervous smile on his face, asked in surprise, "Was this a raider takeover?" After that, the treasure-seeker beast, with an admiring expression on his face and glowing eyes, looked ahead and then rushed at the crystals that were at the bottom of the bloody pool, clasping these with his paws. The protagonist looked at these crystals with a surprised expression and shouted that this was the blood and bone marrow of a dragon, and there was an incredible amount of it. The protagonist understood that according to the old dragon code, the blood and bone marrow of a dragon are not innate, and most likely these are accompanied by a blood pool and dragon springs, forming a kind of treasure after birth. And to create such a treasure, the life force and blood essence of a dragon descendant of a level not lower than horror is required. And in terms of rarity, the bone marrow is inferior to the crystals of the dragon bloodline necessary to transform the snake dragon into a dragon. However, at the bottom of the pool, even in a shallow layer, there was dragon bone marrow, and Su-heng was afraid that there were almost hundreds of large and small pieces there. Su-heng was also afraid that the number of dragon descendants who died would not be limited to 5. While the energy-absorbing tree stood in the middle of the empty blood pool with its brows furrowed, the protagonist looked at this and thought that he was afraid that in order to condense such an amount of dragon bone marrow, at least 10 or more dragon descendants with the level of vitality and blood essence of the horror type would be needed. With a tense expression on his face, looking in front of him, the protagonist understood that this was not something to joke about. Then the protagonist loudly commanded, informing his pets that they should get out of here. Suddenly, his face tensed up and turning to the side, he looked in front of him in surprise. He saw that a certain object was at the bottom of the blood pool near the energy-absorbing tree. Looking at this, the protagonist thought that this was the cocoon again, and the treasure-seeking beast was once again refining its bloodline. Looking in front of him, the protagonist thought that the treasure-seeking beast had actually activated the bloodline refining ability, and forceful refining would not only not help, but could also seriously injure the beast. After that, the main character put his hand on the trunk of the energy-absorbing tree and began to absorb it into his palm, thinking that then he would first collect at least the energy-absorbing tree, and when the treasure hunter was purified, they would set off. The main character knew how dangerous this huge lair was, and a voice in his heart sounded saying that he needed to run. Therefore, the main character wanted to collect everything as quickly as possible and quickly leave this place. The main character took the tree with his ring, but right in front of him were 2 mysterious giant eggs with blood-red parts that were covered with dark red lines. Looking at this, the main character turned to the snake dragon and shouted that this was the biggest chance in his life, after which the main character asked the snake dragon to eat as much as he could within 10 minutes. Then the protagonist warned that after the time passed, regardless of whether the treasure-seeking beast had cleared its bloodline or not, they would leave. The protagonist again turned to the snake dragon and ordered it to hurry. The snake dragon affirmatively opened its mouth wide. With a thoughtful expression on its face, the protagonist reasoned that the teachers and sages of Blacklight Castle, he turned to them in his mind and asked them to bless him for a safe return. After that, the protagonist frowned and thought that this time he would not let Blacklight Castle down. Inside the cave of the Forest of Black Tombs, Su-heng was loudly cursing while at the bottom of the empty blood pool surrounded by many brightly glowing crystals. With a tense expression on his face, the main character stuck his finger in his mouth and cursed repeatedly while looking in front of him. The main character said that he simply could not. After that, the main character, sitting on his knee next to the snake dragon lying on his back, began to loudly ask why he ate so little. Then the main character, looking at the crystals, shouted that there was more. Rising to his feet and holding a massive backpack in his hands, Soo-hung said that the time had come and they had to go. At that moment, 2 bright red eggs with dark lines were visible inside his backpack. When the protagonist was about to leave, he suddenly turned his attention to what was happening behind him. At that moment, the snake dragon was greedily devouring the skin of a massive red beast. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, turned around and asked, "Is this the scaly armor of one of the best types of horror?" After that, the protagonist and the snake dragon turned towards where there was a massive shadow and thick dark energy emanated from this shadow. The protagonist, with a tense expression on his face, opening his eyes wide and hearing a loud, frightening roar, asked, "What?" The snake dragon, clutching a piece of monster skin in his teeth, also looked ahead in surprise. After that, the protagonist cursed expressively, shouting that they needed to get out of here. The protagonist ran towards the cocoon and addressed it as a beast seeking treasure, and shouted that it was better to fail in purification than to lose his life. Then the protagonist tensely turned to the side, saying that they needed to run. He looked at the cocoon inside which there was a beast seeking treasure. Looking at this, the protagonist shouted that they needed to wait because the treasure hunter would soon break out of his cocoon. The snake dragon frowned and looked seriously in front of him, and then climbed out of the cave. The protagonist nervously turned to the snake dragon and asked him if he had also just felt it. Soon after, a huge dinosaur with an incredibly long neck appeared in front of them. The protagonist turned to the snake dragon and said that they could wait for this while the treasure beast would be purified. At that moment, the huge herbivorous dinosaur, clutching a tree branch in its teeth, turned back in surprise. The protagonist looked ahead questioningly, after which a bright red beam began to reflect in his eyes. An incredibly powerful concentrated energy beam pierced the body of a huge dinosaur through and through, causing pieces of flesh, skin, and huge crushed bones to fly in different directions, instantly killing the huge dinosaur. A powerful explosion caused by this beam occurred. A massive crater appeared in the ground from which smoke and steam came out in abundance. A terrible sight of mature age called the bloody Tyrannosaurus Rex, opening its mouth wide, menacingly growled idea forward across the field where a herbivorous dinosaur had recently walked carefree. The bloody Tyrannosaurus Rex's gaze focused on Soo-heng's backpack, which contained red eggs with dark lines. The protagonist sat on his knees among many stone fragments, and coughed uncontrollably from the dust, while the snake dragon was behind him. When the protagonist finished coughing, he said that the bloody Tyrannosaurus Rex was at least 2,000 meters away. Suddenly, the treasure-seeking beast appeared from under the rocks in its new appearance. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, looked at the treasure-seeking beast and asked, "Is the cleaning complete?" The treasure-seeking beast rushed forward on its grown paws. Looking at this, the protagonist said that now there is nothing to worry about, putting on the backpack with the eggs that Soo-hung got from the bottom of the bloody pool on the snake dragon. The protagonist, sitting on the back of his pet, extended his index finger in front of him and ordered to get out of here. Soon after, the snake dragon spread its wings wide and flew forward, but the bloody Tyrannosaurus Rex again sent many energy projectiles towards the flying snake dragon. The snake dragon flew towards these huge energy projectiles. The protagonist, with a tense expression, clenched his jaw and frowned, saying that if they were hit by this attack they would die instantly. Then the protagonist said loudly, "Eggs." The protagonist explained that the bloody Tyrannosaurus Rex was trying to seal the hole and save the eggs. After that, the protagonist looked in front of him and said that he would take these eggs. Suddenly, a hairy paw touched Soo-heng's hand. It was the paw of the treasure-seeking beast. The protagonist turned around questioningly and saw the bloody Tyrannosaurus Rex opening its mouth wide and concentrating a new powerful energy attack in the form of a beam. The protagonist looked at the approaching powerful concentrated energy beam with wide eyes in bewilderment, while the treasure-seeking beast held Soo-heng's hand with its paws. An incredibly powerful explosion occurred from contact with the concentrated energy beam, but the treasure-seeking beast was able to save Soo-heng at great speed by carrying him upward. The treasure-seeking beast was able to successfully purify itself, which led to it rising to the level of an extremely dangerous species, that is, a dragon treasure-seeking beast. The protagonist addressed the treasure-seeking beast and asked that the height of 40 meters not be exceeded. At this moment, the treasure-seeking beast with Soo-heng on its back spread its wings wide and looked at the powerful explosion below them. Looking down with a fixed gaze, the treasure-seeking beast began to shout out phrases characteristic of this. The protagonist addressed the treasure-seeking beast and said that he himself had gone crazy, because these eggs were very valuable, and these could attract something from there. At this moment, the treasure-seeking beast sent a spiral energy flow downward. Looking at this, the protagonist shouted that this was incredible. Spreading its wings wide and surrounding itself with an energy shell, the treasure-seeking beast began to scream, soon after which the appearances of their bodies began to blur in space. The protagonist looked ahead in surprise and clutched the straps of his backpack in his hands and shouted that this was an innate concealment technique, and this was the benefit of cleansing the bloodline. The treasure-seeking beast dodged the powerful laser-concentrated flow, holding Su-hung on its back, dodged this attack coming from the bloody Tyrannosaurus Rex. The protagonist exhaled the air from his lungs with relief and noticed that this was a very difficult moment, but fortunately the treasure hunter cleared his bloodline in time, after which he turned towards the irritated and loudly roaring bloody Tyrannosaurus Rex. Su-hung noticed that with the current speed the treasure-seeker beast should overtake the two-legged bloody Tyrannosaurus Rex. At this moment, the bloody Tyrannosaurus spread its legs wide and raised its head up, opened its mouth wide and began to roar frighteningly loudly. Concentrating a clot of magical energy in the center of its mouth, the bloody Tyrannosaurus sharply raised its head up and opened its mouth and sent a new concentrated energy beam upward. This concentrated beam curled around its own axis at great speed, covering great distances. The treasure-seeking beast sharply dodged this beam, spreading its wings wide, and the protagonist looked ahead with a frightened expression. After which the protagonist cursed in surprise, noticing that the distance was already more than 2,000 meters, but the bloody Tyrannosaurus Rex was still approaching. Then the protagonist turned back in bewilderment, and saw that many new energy beams were appearing behind him at a great distance. These beams were provoked by the bloody Tyrannosaurus Rex, who used his natural technique called Bloody Hell. The treasure-seeking beast and Su-hung watched as a huge number of energy projectiles approached them. The protagonist sharply turned to the treasure-seeking beast and ordered it to be more careful. The treasure-seeking beast let out a loud cry of its characteristic sounds, and then used its natural technique called God's Speed, and by using this natural technique, the treasure-seeking beast was able to dodge a huge number of projectiles aimed at them, covering large distances at incredible speeds. The bloody Tyrannosaurus Rex looked in bewilderment at the protagonist and the treasure-seeking beast, who were actively moving away from it. Realizing their escape, the bloody Tyrannosaurus Rex opened its mouth wide and began to roar loudly. Some time after these events, the treasure-seeking beast with Su-hung on its back flew over the river near a massive tree with pink foliage, and soon after, landing on the ground, the exhausted treasure-seeking beast lay on the ground, almost unconscious, and the protagonist, frightened, regaining his breath, then turned to the treasure-seeking beast and shouted that he would receive a reward for this escape. After that, the protagonist, who was still not recovered from running, noticed that, however, next time they would not dare to fly until he learned to break. The exhausted treasure-seeking beast tiredly tried to answer by making the characteristic sounds. Then, the protagonist, kneeling on the ground, pointed his hand to the side in front of him and released the snake dragon. The protagonist turned to the snake dragon and with a tired expression on his face, and asked him to look after them since they needed a break. While in a makeshift tent made of dry grass, Su-hung and the treasure-seeking beast were resting in this tent while the snake dragon stood at the entrance of this tent protecting their rest. The protagonist slept all night using the fruits of the energy-absorbing tree, but the treasure hunter, however, now he can rather be called a treasure-seeking dragon. According to the dragon code, treasure beasts are already born with abilities. These have 3 abilities. The first is called treasure hunting talent, the second is treasure summoning, and the third is mystical premonition. The treasure hunting talent that the treasure-seeking beast originally possessed and also treasure summoning can awaken some special treasures and come out of the hidden state. As for the mystical premonition, it is much superior to the previous ability, and in short, the treasure-seeking dragon, although it does not have the ability to fight, but is incredibly good at showing itself in petty theft. In addition to the previously used skills of concealment and God's Speed, the treasure seeker has obtained the mystical skill of dragon soul transformation by purifying its bloodline. Now the treasure-seeking dragon is similar to the ghosts in the ancient texts, but this is a new way of using mental energy, and the treasure-seeking dragon can collect the souls of dead dragons nearby to use them for its own purposes. While the fog was spreading over the treetops growing near the tall sharp rocks, the crocodile was devouring energy fruits while standing near the lake. Suddenly the crocodile looked intently in front of him. The crocodile saw that the scaly grass that had been in front of him until recently had suddenly disappeared in an unknown direction. The crocodile was furious at the realization of this incident. With the help of the treasure-hunting dragon, Su-hung was like a tiger with wings. The grass they were looking for could only be regarded as a snack after they had been in that cave. But now Su-hung had obtained it, and everything else had fallen into his hands. In the blink of an eye, it was time to leave the bloody ruins. The protagonist was sitting on a certain object and looked at the 2 red eggs he had stolen from the cave with a thoughtful expression, while the snake dragon and the treasure-seeking beast stood near the energy-absorbing tree and picked the fruits from the crowns of that tree. The protagonist looked at the eggs and said that according to Lu Yu's words, the human masters who enter the Blood Forest ruins must explore the secret lands and are forbidden to take the young pets out of the secret place unless they have been bound to the tamers of the spiritual connection, after which the protagonist said with a tense expression that otherwise they will never be allowed to leave the Blood Forest ruins. The protagonist angrily squeezed his head with his hand, saying that if this is a terrible sight, then he cannot simply tame it with his strength and bloodline. Then the protagonist turned to the happy pets who were eating the fruits plucked from the energy-absorbing tree. Looking at his pets, Soo-hung asked, "Are they just eating, right?" Then the irritated protagonist turned to the pets eating the fruits and asked, "Can't they do anything to help take these eggs out of here?" After this question, the treasure-seeking dragon and the snake dragon began to look at the big red egg with appetite. The protagonist slapped his face with his palm and shouted, "Of course." After that, the protagonist realized that these eggs were almost like energy fruits. Looking angrily in front of him, he asked his pets, "Why is the only thing they want is food?" Then the protagonist looked at the energy-absorbing tree with a thoughtful expression and shouted, "Exactly." The protagonist slapped his palm with his fist because he came to a realization. The protagonist's idea was inspired by the green boa constrictor he encountered last time and the deep-sea giant crocodile that was so angry that it was going crazy. Of course, the participation of the snake dragon was no less important. The protagonist understood that these were reptiles that had a common predatory feature, and this feature was that they swallowed their prey with their mouths, and after passing through the stomach acid of complete consumption, it was decomposed into energy and nutrients, which was the key to smuggling these 2 large eggs. The protagonist stood in front of the 2 massive eggs stolen from the cave and looked at the snake dragon. Shortly after that, the snake dragon swallowed these eggs and lay on the ground with a swollen belly. At the moment, the snake dragon was 7 or 8 meters long in size, and this body was not inferior to a large truck, but replacing a full stomach would be extremely easy. After that, according to the plan, Soo-hung had to launch the snake dragon into a ring. Raising his hand up with a confident smile on his face, Soo-hung looked in front of him. Then the protagonist walked to the energy-absorbing tree and plucked a fruit from the branch. His pets watched Soo-hung's actions with surprised faces. The protagonist picked a bright blue fruit. This frozen blue fillet fruit is another key to the success of the planned plan, because the gastric juice of the snake dragon is terrifying and even steel can be split and digested, which means that the eggshell is susceptible to the gastric juice of the snake dragon, and if enough time passes, however, the juice of the frozen jelly fruit, together with the previously found dragon bone marrow, can form a protective layer on the outside of the eggs, perfectly solving this problem. The protagonist with a confident expression reasoned that if it weren't for the fact that the energy-absorbing tree had copied all the energy fruits from the Blood Forest ruins over the past 10 years or so, then this plan really wouldn't have worked. The protagonist squeezed the frozen blue jelly fruit in his hand, squeezing out the juice from it. This juice fell on the shell of the massive red eggs. The juice from the frozen jelly fruit is an excellent coating even if it is not processed, and although many call it an excellent remedy, few people use it directly because it is too much of a luxury. With a sly expression, the protagonist turned to the energy-absorbing tree and thought about what now. The protagonist put his hands in front of him with a crazy look and began to approach the incredibly frightened energy-absorbing tree, saying that now he needs the tree's help. Moments later, the leaves and fruits of the frozen jelly fruit scattered in all directions. Soon Soo-hung was holding a wicker basket in his hands with a big smile on his face, which was filled to the brim with frozen jelly fruits. The exhausted tree was shaking due to the energy spent on growing these fruits. The snake dragon and the treasure-seeking dragon were looking at this tree with worried faces, while the happy protagonist was approaching the eggs. Soon after, the protagonist began to squeeze the frozen jelly fruits onto the shells of these eggs. The protagonist was simultaneously talking about how with the frozen fruit and the coating of the unique mushroom from the ruins of the Bloody Forest, he would be able to escape with these 2 eggs. As the protagonist was talking about this, he sprinkled the shells of the eggs with the coating of the unique mushroom. Then, looking at the brightly shining eggs, the protagonist crossed his arms over his chest and shouted that this is great. The snake dragon licked his lips with appetite while looking ahead. The protagonist turned to the snake dragon and took the eggs in his hands and extended them to the snake dragon, offering to swallow these, but after that the protagonist asked him not to bite these eggs too hard, since it would be bad if he broke these. The protagonist threw the eggs up, after which the snake dragon instantly swallowed these. After that, The snake dragon licked his lips again and looked ahead in surprise. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, explained that these were not intended for him, since he still needed these. The next morning, the bloody Tyrannosaurus Rex roared loudly. At that moment he stood in front of the protagonist Hwahong and Jimayu, notifying them that time had passed. Then he called them 3 little people and ordered them to pull out everything they found from the secret place so that they would give it to him so that he could check if there was any contraband. Then Rex explained that if everything went well, he would take them away. After that, the bloody Tyrannosaurus Rex brought its snout closer to Jimayu and her small backpack. Rex began to sniff Jimayu's things and say that she was passing. After that, the bloody Tyrannosaurus Rex began to sniff Hwahong's 2 stuffed backpacks and say that he was also passing. When the bloody Tyrannosaurus Rex turned his attention to the protagonist, he looked in bewilderment at the incredibly huge backpack on which Su Heng held his palms. Jimayu and Hwahong also looked in bewilderment at Su Heng's huge backpack. The protagonist, with an awkward smile on his face, put his hand on the back of his head and noticed that his prey was a little bigger. The bloody Tyrannosaurus Rex began to sniff Su Heng's backpack. At that moment, Jimayu and Hwahong, who was watching this process, mentally hoped that the protagonist would be left here. They prayed that Su Heng would not pass. Bloody Tyrannosaurus Rex exhaled the air from his lungs and noticed that although he had collected a lot, he was passing. Hwahong and Jimayu angrily shouted that this was unfair. The protagonist thought with a smile on his face that his plan was going well so far. Soon after, bloody Tyrannosaurus Rex ordered all his pets to be summoned, including those they had tamed here. He explained that he would check if they had any prohibited pets. The protagonist looked ahead with a tense expression and asked himself to calm down. Hwahong stood next to his pets with a confident smile on his face, holding a small beast in his hands. Bloody Tyrannosaurus Beast, looking at this, noticed that it was a bloody moon demon wolf, and that was great. After that, bloody Tyrannosaurus Rex turned his attention to Jimayu, next to whom a red bat was flying. Looking at this, bloody Tyrannosaurus Rex noticed that it was a bloodthirsty bat, and that was also great. Then the bloody Tyrannosaurus Rex turned his attention to the protagonist, who was surrounded by his pets. The bloody Tyrannosaurus Rex silently and stared at these pets. Hwahong turned towards the energy-absorbing tree and noticed that it was strange because it did not meet the requirements. The bloody Tyrannosaurus Rex began to sniff the frightened energy-absorbing tree that was shaking with fear. The protagonist watched what was happening with a tense expression and thought that it was good that he had an energy-absorbing tree because it would attract attention to itself. The bloody Tyrannosaurus Rex opened his mouth wide, turning to the energy-absorbing tree, and noticed that although this was an ugly plant, it would pass. The energy-absorbing tree was shocked by such a blatant insult and was very upset. The protagonist exhaled with relief from his lungs and thought that he had managed to pass. The energy-absorbing tree at that moment was upset at the humiliation it had suffered. Suddenly, the bloody Tyrannosaurus Rex turned his attention to the snake dragon's stomach, which was greatly swollen. Staring at the snake dragon's stomach, the bloody Tyrannosaurus Rex said, "His stomach." The protagonist opened his eyes and mouth wide in surprise. Soon after, the bloody Tyrannosaurus Rex and the snake dragon stood aggressively opposite each other. Menacingly opening his mouth, the bloody Tyrannosaurus Rex thought that inside there was a heart that was still alive and powerful. The bloody Tyrannosaurus Rex understood that the powerful bloody creature was a cub of their race. The protagonist frowned, holding his hand behind his back and thinking that if anything, he had a talisman from the master. Soon after that, the protagonist began to doubt, realizing that even if he could block the attack of the bloody Tyrannosaurus Rex, however, there would still be no way to get out of the ruins of the bloody forest. When the protagonist thought about this, he squeezed the talisman he received from the master in his hand behind his back. At this moment, the bloody Tyrannosaurus Rex, approaching its wide-open mouth to the snake dragon, furiously thought about how these insidious people were trying to steal their cubs in this way. Suddenly, the bloody Tyrannosaurus Rex looked ahead in surprise, thinking that this was a familiar feeling. He asked himself in surprise, realizing that it was similar to the smell of that guy. In the ruins of the Blood Forest, the Tyrannosaurus Rex clan is extremely strong, not to mention the bloody Tyrannosaurus, and even the leader of the bloody Tyrannosaurus has 20 to 30 representatives in the group. But as a result of the evolution of the bloody Tyrannosaurus, the most dangerous species of Tyrannosaurus in the entire group of these are only 2 left. And although the race has not yet transformed, the strength of these representatives has already broken through the racial shackles and reached unimaginable heights. One of these can compare with the entire pack, and the second is the old patriarch of the tribe who is responsible for taking care of the tribe's economy. This old patriarch of the tribe is fair and kind and is very loved. However, not long ago, the bloody Tyrannosaurus Rex, who is known as the strongest warrior in the clan, created a problem. Not content with being the strongest warrior, this bloody Tyrannosaurus decided to challenge the patriarch, and the tradition of the Tyrannosaurus Rex is to be warlike, and there is nothing wrong with that. However, in the battle, this bloody Tyrannosaurus Rex used a sneaky trick, causing the old patriarch to receive a severe injury that has not yet healed, and as a result of this battle, the bloody Tyrannosaurus was expelled from the territory, and then was expelled from the pack. The bloody Tyrannosaurus Rex occupied a large area of the forest in the northwestern part of the ruins, away from the habitat of the pack, and hunted dragons like crazy. This bloody Tyrannosaurus built a blood pool to raise offspring, while this method has long been banned by the Demon Lord. Each blood Tyrannosaurus can only claim the position of patriarch once. However, that blood Tyrannosaurus has already been defeated, but the descendants of that Tyrannosaurus, after being purified by blood, can grow up and become new patriarchs. After remembering this story, the bloody Tyrannosaurus Rex stared at the snake dragon and thought that he felt strange. After that, looking at the protagonist who had his arms crossed over his chest, the bloody Tyrannosaurus Rex asked himself, "This guy is not trying to cheat, is he?" After that, the bloody Tyrannosaurus Rex approached Suhung and decided that let this man take the offspring of this worthless person, and maybe the offspring will turn against their creator. Then the bloody Tyrannosaurus Rex turned to Suhung and said that he checked, and inside the snake dragon's stomach there was only food. Turning to Suhung, the Tyrannosaurus Rex told him that he could remove it, and he would pass. After that, the bloody Tyrannosaurus Rex showed his outstretched thumb up and winked at Suhung. The protagonist responded with a smile on his face and also showed his outstretched thumb up in response. Jimayu looked at this in confusion and asked, "When did these two get to know each other so well?" Huahong frowned and said that he should make a note to inform his people about this. Soon after these events, when Jimayu's energy portal opened, the protagonist and Huahong were thrown out of it. As soon as they got out, Suhung was loudly called by name. The protagonist turned around and shouted out in surprise that it was Suke. After that, the protagonist asked, "Did he come for him?" Suke, with a serious expression on his horse, ordered Suhung to follow him. Then he explained that it was urgent, and they would talk on the way. The protagonist, sitting on the back of the snake dragon, asked Suke, "Are those nobodies from Sinfire causing trouble again?" Suke, actively moving forward on his horse, answered him in the negative, then shouted out that this wave of disaster. After hearing this, the protagonist's face distorted. He looked ahead with a tense expression, clenching his jaw and frowning, and although he had never encountered a catastrophe wave in his short 18-year life, but the people from Blacklight, with their memories and rumors about the catastrophe wave passed down from generation to generation, gave him a superficial idea of the catastrophe wave, and in short, the catastrophe wave is an offensive formed by a dangerous species, that is, a type of terror, and these dangerous creatures, driven by various reasons, attacked human settlements in a wave. The protagonist understood that if the troops did not die or were not defeated, then the offensive did not stop, which generated a wave, and the last catastrophe wave in Blacklight occurred more than 30 years ago, and in that war, not only the former head of Blacklight died in the wave, then Blacklight lost almost all the masters of the professional level, and the Blacklight fortress practically disappeared. Teacher Suhung Zhou, he was also threatened in this battle by uniting the resistance of all the remaining masters and armies. He managed to escape the disaster, and ultimately, thanks to his merits and unrivaled personal authority and strength, he was elected to the throne of the head of the castle. Suku, who was riding a horse, addressed Suhung saying that there was no reason to worry, and this was a medium-sized wave and it was not at all like the mega disaster 30 years ago. Suku explained to him that this time the head of the castle brought with him almost 10 strong Blacklight masters, including his elder brother named Chao Nian. Suku told the protagonist that they were going to search for the source of the wave in order to once and for all solve the problem of its occurrence, and prevent the emergence of an even greater war, and all these masters would leave their cities. After that, Suku turned to Suhung and said that this is what led to the fact that due to the small number of masters, the cities became vulnerable. But without giving the order to retreat the troops located on the 4 defensive lines, the leader led his unit to search for the source of the wave. Approaching the fortress, Suku said that now that all the Blacklight troops converged on the defensive wall of the Blacklight gathering place, the withdrawal of troops from the 4 main lines of defense will be a sadness for the food grown with such difficulty on the plantations in the safe zone. The protagonist began to mentally repeat the word plantation, after which he asked himself with a worried expression, will it not be dangerous for his older sister? After that, the protagonist confidently turned to Suku and offered to return to the plantations. Suka asked the protagonist to go with him if he had already been called by the head of the Blacklight Masters. He explained that they would gather in Chan Naim to prepare for the meeting. The protagonist loudly answered Suku's words affirmatively. The journey from the Bloody Forest to Chan Naim would take no more than 2 days. The protagonist on the snake dragon and Suka on his horse walked along a narrow rocky road. Even if the snake dragon has amazing endurance, the Ice Lake Magic Foal's endurance is not that great, but their speed is also different. Ultimately, it was important to stop periodically to give the pet a rest, as well as feed and water it so that it could regain its strength. At the halt, the Ice Lake Magic Foal absorbed water from a reservoir that was brightly glowing with magical energy. Under the pretext of replenishing water supplies, the protagonist walked around Suku from the side and hid in the bushes near a small stream. The snake dragon spat out 2 dragon eggs and everything else that it swallowed. Soon after, the protagonist and the treasure-seeking dragon entered a small ravine, and Su Hung hid the eggs in a good place so that the beasts could not find the treasure. As for why the protagonist avoided Suku, it was because Su Hung did not trust the person he respected, and rather he did not want to spread the fact that he secretly brought out the terrible-looking cubs from the secret place of the Blood Forest ruins. As for the energy-absorbing tree, Su Hung did not hide it, and gave Suka some fruits that could help his horse recover its ghostly powers. At that time, Suka thanked him and gave him some advice while they were resting, and of course Su Hung was not so stupid as to let the energy-absorbing tree bear energy fruits right in front of Suka. Sometime after these events, when the crescent moon brightly illuminated Chan Naim, there were several armored vehicles in front of the walls. The protagonist looked ahead with a surprised expression and said that it looked like Chan Naim had turned into a military city. Soon after, 2 young men who were on the wall with smiles on their faces turned to Suka and addressed the other soldiers, notifying them that it was Suka's boss and ordering them to open quickly. The massive wooden gate opened and Su Hing and Suka headed towards the open gate. Suka turned around with a smile on his face and asked Su Hung to come inside. As they approached the gate, Su Hing's face suddenly stiffened. He frowned and noticed that it was strange, and then asked what that smell was. After that, the protagonist turned around and with a surprised expression said that it was that smell. When he turned around, he saw a huge space that was covered with cloth, and on top of that were many huge pieces of raw meat. Looking at this, the protagonist shouted, "So much raw meat!" Suka explained to him that the cellar was in first place before the troops moved. The protagonist then told him that beasts must eat specially made food to unleash their strength, but it was just raw meat. Suka went ahead and explained to Su Hung that he would see when the time came, after which Suka suggested that he go and explained that there were people waiting for them. Shortly after these events, the protagonist and Suka were sitting at a long conference table with many people around them. The man sitting at the head of the table put an earphone in his ear, and from the earphone, he was addressed as the boss Gao Zun and informed him that this was the Blacklight Castle Command Headquarters. The man sitting at the head of the table was the chief commander of Heishu City named Gao Zun. The Blacklight Castle Command Headquarters then began to explain that according to the previous agreement with the Burgomaster, external support for this operation was under his sole responsibility. Shuiyu turned to Su Hung with a smile on his face and explained to him that this was Gao Zun, who was a professional level tamer. Then Shuiyu told Su Hing that he was the former director of operations for Blacklight and was now the chief master of Heishu City. The protagonist looked at Shuiyu in surprise and asked him again, "Heishu City?" Smiling, Shuiyu told Su Hing that in the center of Heishu City there was the only mine for extracting energy crystals among the many Blacklight cities. However, Shuiyu then noticed that this was one of the reasons why Blacklight Castle had stood for several centuries. Looking at Gao Zun, Shuiyu told him that he was a ruthless man who guarded Heishu City, and the girl next to him was a master of making poisons named Xia Yuping. Shuiyu told Su Hung that she had single-handedly protected the energy mine, and that she had led a group of 6 super dangerous species under her command and had dealt heavy damage to the mature low-level terrorist species that had arrived there. The protagonist looked ahead in bewilderment with his eyes wide open in surprise and asked again, "Was that so?" The protagonist then asked, "Was it really possible for her to defeat the terrorist species just by using super dangerous species?" The protagonist knew that dangerous species were weaker than super dangerous species. Then came super dangerous species. Then came the terrifying species on the strength scale, and the most formidable opponents were the terrorist species. Suku abruptly turned to the talking Shuiyu and Su Hung and ordered them to come out and help with the cargo, after which he told them not to gossip. The surprised protagonist and Shuiyu abruptly obeyed Suku's order, and soon after, they were unloading raw meat in wooden boxes from the truck. The protagonist turned to Shuiyu and asked him what was going on with the Blacklight Castle. After that, the protagonist remarked that he didn't think Suke and the others were in a hurry. Shuiyu accepted the wooden box of meat from Su Heng's hands and explained to him that there was no use in rushing and that there was a big difference between a large group fighting and a small group fighting, that is, a group like theirs. Then Shuiyu remarked that they would eventually encounter a wave of disaster, and so they needed to work out the details of their tactics. Shuiyu stated his thought by saying that in any case, Gao Zun and the others were veterans, so they would do as they were told. The protagonist interrupted Shuiyu and asked him why he hadn't seen Lin Jin and He Ju. Shuiyu explained to him that Lin Jin stayed in Rivet Town because there were metal deposits there, and the gathering place for black lights was very important, so it couldn't be neglected. The protagonist and Shuiyu were talking while holding massive boxes of meat in their hands. Soon after, Shuiyu noticed that when he asked the castle master about the request to give Lin Jin a pet, Shuiyu told Su Heng that Lin Jin had long wanted to thank him. At that moment, Shuiyu and Su Heng, who were standing near the huge meat warehouse located on the ground, heard a loud roar. This sound came from the side. When Su Heng turned around, he saw that a huge beast was approaching them with a loud sound. When Su Heng looked closely, he saw that it was He Ju, who was sitting on the back of a huge bear behind which there were several more threateningly large bears. The protagonist, looking at this, joyfully shouted, "He Ju!" At that moment, He Ju, with a smile on her face, was sitting on the back of a representative of a particularly terrible species called the Lord of the Forest Grizzly. Shuiyu looked at the huge bear in bewilderment, and noticed that if you look closely, then Shuiyu asked, "Is this the Lord of the Grizzly Forest?" The protagonist smiled and noticed that it looked like it. Then the protagonist said that he never suspected that this time even such a creature would rush to support Blacklight Castle. Many huge grizzly bears led by the Lord of the Grizzly Forest with He Ju on their back stood in front of the soldiers. Gao Zun addressed the master of the Grizzly Forest with respect and greeted it. The Lord of the Grizzly Forest began to roar in response, thereby demonstrating the spiritual transmission of words. Gao Zun responded by saying that the food intended for these has already been prepared and they will soon distribute this food to the bear warriors who have come such a long way. Shuiyu, who was holding a wooden box with large pieces of meat in his hands, turned to Su Heng and remarked that as he saw the owner of the grizzly forest was once the leader of bear fights in the lower terrible species, but the head of the castle brought it to the level of a special already basic species. Shuiyu, with a smile on his face, remarked that the strength of the burgomaster truly surpasses imagination. The protagonist and Shuiyu were standing in front of a huge meat warehouse located on the ground while many grizzly representatives were among this meat. Looking at this, Su Heng said that he made the grizzly warriors do what they say. Then the protagonist shared his impressions and said that he was afraid that the master of the grizzly forest is not just a special terrible species and has considerable intelligence. Then the protagonist noted that now it is not surprising that the head of Su could prepared such a huge mountain of meat. Suddenly, a massive beast paw approached the box that Su Heng was holding in his hands. It was the paw of the master of the grizzly forest on whose neck He Ju was sitting. He Ju jumped off the master of the grizzly forest and, looking at Su Heng and Shuiyu, called them two fools. Then, easily holding two massive boxes filled to the brim with raw meat in her hands, He Ju asked them, "Is it too heavy for them?" Irritated, Shuiyu whispered to Su Heng and began to tell him that by some unknown coincidence, He Ju had received the approval of the first son of the Lord of the Grizzly Forest, and this was simply madness without limits. Otherwise, this time she would be leading the mission of the military bear army. He Ju, with a smile on her face, grabbed Shuiyu's ear and asked him, "Is he always telling something again?" The protagonist, with an awkward smile on his face, looked ahead and thought that he was sure that He Ju was the only one who could control this guy. The army of military bears that came from the grizzly forest quickly recovered thanks to the abundant food and under the command of the Lord of the Grizzly. These were located on the hillside outside the walls of Chan Naim and were fast asleep, causing the city to be enveloped in the sounds of loud snoring. However, it was also obvious to the protagonist that a big battle was approaching and he definitely did not have time to rest that night. Under the arrangement of the boss Su Heng and his three companions, that is He Ju and Shuiyu, at night in the secret passage behind Chan Naim a strange convoy was discovered. He Ju, who was walking near the protagonist, and Shuiyu approached a young guy in a service uniform and ordered everyone to help unload. After that, several young guys who were dressed in service uniforms began to hurriedly unload many wooden boxes from trucks. Suddenly, in front of the protagonist, a massive metal object hit the floor with a loud crawling sound. The protagonist looked at it in bewilderment with his eyes wide open and asked, "What is this?" Then the protagonist asked, "Who has such a big head?" At this moment, The protagonist looked at a massive one-piece steel helmet with cutouts for the eyes and ears. With a smile on his face, Shuyu looked at the protagonist and spread his hands and asked him to guess whose idea it was. Right before Su Heng's shocked eyes, the army of grizzly forest battle bears obediently walked towards the center of the caravan, and with the help of people, the bears were dressed in custom-made battle armor made of special steel. The guys who served in the castle put massive steel armor pieces on the bears' bodies. This armor was incredible, and the shine was visible all over the armor. In addition, an iron unicorn horn was added to this armor. Su-hun had every reason to believe that this was a group of ordinary battle bears that had not yet mastered the use of energy, and before armoring, these bears had become strong enough to fight mature beasts of the terrible level alone. The protagonist with a serious expression looked at the bears dressed in armor, and thought that these had become much more powerful. While the bears were busy with the armor, the people did not sit idle, and according to the plans of Suku and Gao Zun and other powerful masters, the armed forces of more than a dozen vassal states including Chan Naim and Heishu City were centralized. Reinforcements of 70 to 80 armored vehicles came to Chan Naim as well as 1,000 regular troops. These 70 or 80 armored vehicles each with a full battle group of 5 people is a force of about 400 people, and by the end of the day, Gao Zun and the others counted about 2,000 people who came to Chan Naim to support them. Gao Zun sat in the armored vehicle leaning out of the hatch and demonstratively raised his clenched fist up, shouting that today they responded to the call of the castle master, and reinforcements from all sides were mobilized and will be sent straight to Blacklight Castle to lift the siege of the castle. At this moment, Gao Zun addressed a large army of armed soldiers who stood at attention in front of the commander Gao Zun, who addressed them. Gao Zun solemnly shouted that a wave of disaster was approaching them and their homes were in danger, so they must protect their land. Then Gao Zun addressed the soldiers and ordered them to fight to the death and protect their home. Many young men and adults, clutching automatic rifles in their hands with confident expressions on their faces, seriously shouted that they would fight to the death and protect their home. Then, sharply pointing his hand towards Gao Zun, he ordered them to move forward. At this moment, inside the armored vehicle, the protagonist was sitting opposite a man who was holding a brightly glowing tablet in his hands. This man introduced himself by saying that he was Weiya and he was the temporary commander of the 2nd Tactical Unit of the 4th Brigade, putting his palm to his temple. Weiya introduced himself by saying that he was also his comrade in arms for the rest of the operation, and he was glad that he was here. After that, Weiya tapped on the screen of his tablet where the plan was displayed and said that they would follow the commander's plan. After that, Weiya said that Gao Zun, Suku and their deputy Xia Yuping had formed a high-ranking group of fighters to deal with especially dangerous areas on the battlefield, and within this group, all forces were divided into 4 tactical brigades. When Weiya was talking about this, he showed the screen of his tablet to Su-hung, who was sitting opposite him, continuing to say that he was currently the accompanying master in the 4th Tactical Brigade, namely, in the 200th Tactical Squad, and their main task was to help the 4th Tactical Brigade destroy as many surviving forces of the disaster wave as possible. The protagonist holding the tablet with the plan in his hands thought that compared to the 100th Tactical Squad Suku, who led the main attack of the Mechanical Corps, his task is much simpler. The protagonist understood that Suku put him in the safest position, and according to the battle plan, the 4th Tactical Brigade, because it was the weakest and had the least firepower, and also because it was not yet fully formed. The protagonist closed his eyes with a smile on his face, realizing this, after which he looked at the tablet screen again and thought that it also had the lightest combat load among the 4 tactical brigades, and the task was simply to help and deal with the remaining enemies. The protagonist decided to hope that the operation would be successful. Compared to human intelligence, the dangerous creatures of the disaster wave are mainly guided by instincts, or to be more correct, instincts aimed at fighting, and this biological instinct is no less significant than human tactical command. Castle Master Zhou, he leads a significant number of high-class warriors to the source of the wave, trying to get rid of these once and for all. Blacklight Castle also took the form of an integrated defense held on the walls. At that time, the entire Blacklight Castle was under siege by dangerous creatures. Only after the reinforcements set out did the fighting bears of the Grizzly Forest set out, and according to the battle plan, the Legion called the fighting bears should not have entered the battle at the same time as the 2,000 fighters under the command of Gao Zun. After all, in the midst of the battle, when there is constant, uncontrollable shooting, it is difficult to prevent the bullets and artillery from accidentally injuring these large beasts that attack the enemy army, and according to the battle plan, that Gao Zun and the rest of the mechanized army should have entered the battle first with the wave. attracting medium and high-level combat units hidden in the wave of the master and advance along the flanks forward, and the mechanized corps will move in one direction under the cover of the army of battle bears, and eventually these broke through to the foot of the city wall, and then rested against it, and formed a single fire network with the defenders of the castle Blacklight. Sitting in the armored car, Wei said that in order to implement this plan of action they must reach Blacklight before dawn. Wei demonstrating the screen of the tablet, Su Heng said that this is necessary in order to prevent the increase of the wave of disaster. After that, the protagonist, with a thoughtful expression on his face, putting his hand to his chin, said that the distance from Chan Naim to Blacklight Castle is not small, and if they want to get there before dawn, they will have to cross the danger zone. Suddenly, the armored car they were in stopped abruptly, causing Su Heng and Wei with painful expressions on their faces to hit the walls of this car. Binoculars came out of the roof of the armored car, and looking through the lenses of these binoculars, the observer saw that in the distance there was a huge figure of an anthropomorphic creature that was brightly glowing red. This creature was a representative of a terrible species called a fire doll. The protagonist, looking through the binoculars in bewilderment with a surprised expression on his face, opening his eyes and mouth wide, thought that at this level of pressure, dangerous species should have escaped, and with a professional master, this is no longer a danger zone. The protagonist saw that in the forest opposite the armored car there was a huge bear with its mouth wide open opposite the fire doll. The protagonist looked at this huge bear and thought that it was a subspecies of horror called the ghost-faced moon bear, and Su Heng was watching a battle between horror species up close for the first time in his life. The protagonist thought that it would be right to watch it properly. The furious ghost-faced moon bear roared loudly as he looked at the fire doll, who had a wide, crazy smile on his face. When the ghost-faced moon bear saw the wide smile on the fire doll's face, he looked at it in surprise. Soon after, the fire doll raised its palms up and began to concentrate clots of red energy in front of itself. Then, the fire doll changed its natural skill called Death Fire, and sent a brightly glowing energy clot towards the ghost-faced moon bear. When this energy-charged projectile approached the shaking bear, a powerful explosion was heard. The protagonist, who was perplexed, thought that it was terrifying, but the bear could not recover from the terrifying skills of the fire doll until it died. The surprised protagonist thought that this was exactly what he expected, because it was a high-level type of horror that was a mixture of ghost, spectrum, alien and psychic energy, and it could kill an enemy of one type with one blow. Gao Zun's strength was supposedly stronger than the protagonist imagined, and he also gained confidence thanks to the fire doll that served as a powerful deterrent, and one army after another crossed the border without incident. However, in order to prevent the pressure of the doll from affecting ordinary soldiers, the fire doll was sent by Gao Zun at a distance of 1,000 meters from the army. The Thunder Hammer rhinoceros horn is not as sharp as a normal rhinoceros. However, the horn of this Thunder Hammer rhinoceros has excellent destructive power, and each strike is not only accompanied by a powerful kinetic force, but also causes lightning damage. This Thunder Hammer rhinoceros followed the column of armored vehicles. The Thunder Hammer rhinoceros was assigned by Gao Zun to go at the end of the entire army, responsible for rear security, and in this way, even the remaining monsters that were able to escape the pressure of the doll will be destroyed, because the Thunder Hammer rhinoceros is majestic like a fortress and no one can bypass this beast. Gao Zun, who was in the armored car, talked on the radio and addressed the cars and crews, ordered them to stay close to each other and keep the maximum possible distance between themselves, because the next section of the path is one of the most dangerous on the way to Blacklight, and this is the most dangerous part of the journey. After this, Gao Zun ordered to be very careful and try to pass without losses. At this moment, Suka was standing next to Gao Zun, and then he started to climb up the stairs. Gao Zun turned to Suka and asked him if he took them too. Suka answered in the affirmative, and then continued to climb up, and soon after, he climbed out of the hatch of the armored car. Raising his hand up, Suka began to exude various energies from his palm. He addressed them as guys and ordered them to get out. A moment later, a huge red fire lion, a large yellow dragon called a yellow brontosaurus, and a brightly glowing horse with massive horns called Feng Qilin appeared in the forest. Soon after, a huge anthropomorphic creature with massive horns and sharp fangs appeared near the column of cars not far from Suku. This beast was called a magical child. The protagonist, with a surprised expression on his face, was thinking that with the addition of the fire golem and the thunder hammer rhinoceros, they had already summoned 6 creatures of a terrible appearance, after which the protagonist was surprised to think about what kind of terrible thing was ahead. A few moments after that, the protagonist, with his eyes wide open in surprise, mentally asked himself, "What? The protagonist saw that in front of the column of armored vehicles, scorched earth began on which there was a huge number of brightly glowing crystals. These crystals surrounded the armored vehicles. The protagonist, surrounded by thick energy, looking through binoculars, said that these crystals did not look like natural minerals and these felt like, after which the protagonist, realizing this, loudly and fearfully cried out while the rock under the cars began to split into pieces. A loud noise filled the space in which they were located. After which a huge dinosaur appeared from under the ground, which, opening its mouth wide, began to roar loudly and frighteningly. Several of these dragons appeared at once and they began to approach the column of cars. The main character stared at the brightly glowing crystals and thought about how something like this could appear in the danger zone near the Blacklight Castle. The armored cars passed by many bright crystals that were completely different in size. The main character, who was sitting inside one of the armored cars at that moment, had never thought before that such a beast could exist near the gathering place of the Blacklight Castle. The main character found out about this when he asked Suka over the communication channel, and it turned out that this plane is called the Plane of Rock Cracks, which the head of the castle discovered 20 years ago, and the reason why the Plane of Rock Cracks was not discovered is due to the hidden location of the canyon, and that is why it was hidden very close to the Blacklight Castle for so many years. The local dinosaur is a monster that feeds on energy crystals and is the master of the entire Plane of Rock Cracks. This beast was called the Rock Spider Dragon, and at that time even the castle master did not know that the Blacklight Castle was only 120 kilometers away from the gathering place. The fact that such a group of terrible beasts existed was surprising, and of course the burgomaster was the first to get out alive and completely conquered the top of the pack. The evolutionary form of the highest level of horrors, the Rockthorn Flame Dragon. As a result, the Rockthorn Flame Dragon and the castle master entered into a non-aggression pact between themselves. Otherwise, even such a strong person as Gao Zun would not dare to lead his army through this place. However, the Rock Spider is a dragon representative of a warlike race, and even when these are restrained by the leader, these still behave aggressively, and that is why Gao Zun summoned all his main forces to restrain. These creatures feed on energy crystals. They are also warlike and wear crystal armor without even being a rock spider. The protagonist, who was listening to this information through the earphone, thought that according to the old dragon code, this is clearly a rare race of dragons, that is, dragons of the Crystal Rock Throne. The protagonist reasoned that this is one of the top 3 in the list of his favorite pets, and this is one of the best defensive pets. This was the reason why Su-hun could not find any mention of the crystal dragons of the Rock Throne in his teacher's book. Su-hun crossed his arms over his chest thinking about this while sitting inside the armored car. He understood that from this situation it turns out that the crystal dragon in the Blacklight Castle is called the Dragon of the Rock Ridge, and when he overcomes this wave, he must find a way to tame such a rock dragon. The protagonist thought about how to end all this as soon as possible. Suddenly, the protagonist heard a sound and looked in front of him, and then the protagonist, listening to what was happening around him, cursed and asked, "Is there really going to be a battle?" He understood that the task of this reinforcement was to support the Blacklight Castle, and they should not suffer unnecessary losses fighting these simple-minded creatures with developed limbs in the Valley of the Rocky Rift. At this moment, the dragons from the Rocky Rift Valley were approaching the convoy of cars. The protagonist mentally turned to Suka and hoped that this time he brought enough things. At this moment, Gao Zun, with a confident expression on his face, clutching the radio in his hand, ordered to move forward. Several armored cars with large cargo compartments suddenly arrived at the center of the empty space, then raised their cargo containers and began to empty them. A large number of various brightly glowing crystals began to fall out of the large cargo cells. The rocky dragons looked at this in bewilderment, and then began to greedily approach the crystals thrown out of the trucks. At this moment, the rocky dragons were distracted by the crystals and the convoy moved forward. Gao Zun, who was watching the situation, ordered everyone to leave. Having passed through the territory of the crystal dragons without any danger on the army bay, there were no more dangerous creatures that could stop it, and finally around 4 o'clock in the morning, reinforcements reached Blacklight. A column of armored vehicles moved along a high concrete wall while the entire space around this high wall was filled with countless different aggressive beasts. In Su Heng's opinion, the most terrible thing was that behind these walls, countless dangerous creatures converged in a wave of disaster, and the tide of disaster was accompanied by constant hissing and roaring. A huge number of different angry beasts stood in the field with brightly glowing eyes. Most of these races were most often encountered in the Grey Desert, but the number of these was simply shocking, and the most numerous were the systems of beasts and insects, and periodically, against the background of the wave of disaster, powerful and dangerous creatures appeared that emitted streams of energy towards the 30-meter city wall. The fighters who defended themselves on the walls in response opened artillery fire on the attackers, thereby clearing the territory, and the parties were in constant confrontation. The roar of a 2,000 army and hundreds of vehicles attracted the attention of the tide of disaster. This tide, after the unsuccessful attack, instantly turned into a huge strip that rushed towards the reinforcement ranks. Many angry wolves began to run to the side at great speed. The guy who was driving an armored car at that moment looked at the screen with a worried expression on his face. After that, the guy turned to the commander-in-chief and said that 2 tides were approaching them in 2 hours. When Gao Zun approached him, this guy continued to shout that it mainly consisted of a pack of monsters, and among them, the 6-fingered sword spider and the rotting-toothed worm wolf posed a great threat. The guy showed these beasts on the tablet screen. Gao Zun, looking at it, noticed that it was just a dangerous species that was not worth worrying about. After that, Gao Zun, again clutching the radio in his hand, addressed all the troops and ordered to take advantage of the gaining strength tide to occupy a 50-meter zone in front of the walls of the Blacklight Castle and gain a foothold on it. Then Gao Zun ordered everyone to be careful and avoid the walls while they fought the garrison. After that, Gao Zun addressed the soldiers around him as divisions and ground troops, after which he ordered to cover the fire of the mechanized units with all their might. He clarified his order by saying to kill high-level ones. The guys who listened to him synchronously answered him affirmatively, obeying his command, and then began to scatter in different directions to pass the command to the rest. At that moment, several tanks with incredibly long metal barrels directed their powerful fire towards the approaching wolves in huge numbers. At this time, loud repeated commands were heard on the battlefield ordering them to reload faster. Gao Zun, clutching the radio in his hand, expressively ordered them to destroy them. From the roar of artillery, the wave of disaster fell like wheat harvested by a scythe. Soldiers from automatic guns and tanks with shells from barrels attacked the approaching beasts. However, only dangerous species were quickly destroyed, but there were also incomprehensible monsters that crawled out in the middle of the wave. These creatures held back the fire of the advancing beasts in flocks, and these also had a common feature, because these were representatives of a terrible species. An enraged wolf and an insect brightly glowed with dark energy, breaking through towards the soldiers. The protagonist, looking at this with a worried expression on his face, cursed, realizing that ordinary fire did not even harm these beasts. At this moment, a fire doll appeared among the tanks actively firing at the beasts, which used a 7th-level power called a wave of fatigue light. The protagonist looked at this with a smile on his face, shouting that Commander Gao Zun had taken a step. Soon, a figure of an unfortunate child appeared near the fire doll, who jumped high, concentrating a ball of dense magical energy above his head. The protagonist who was watching this said that the use of a wave of fatigue light is used to slow down monsters and then use a mass damage skill called the Child of the Wind. Watch this. Su-hing said that this is incredible. Suddenly, something appeared among the beasts that began to exude dense energy. The protagonist looked at this in surprise and mentally shouted that this is true, and the keen combat sense of high-class beasts is not inferior to human intelligence. The protagonist understood that the beasts were trying to interrupt the skills of the unfortunate child. At this moment, the concentrated energy beam emanating from the enemy creature was met by a protective dome that protected from this energy flow. This dome was called the Enlightened Thunder Fortress of the 5th level, which was created thanks to the Thunder Hammer Rhinoceros that appeared in time. A powerful energy flow hit the dome, due to which the creatures inside remained unharmed. The main character asked with a surprised smile on his face, "Is this really the power of a perfectly matched composition of pets?" The main character began to say out loud that the Thunder Hammer Rhinoceros, which specializes in defense, and 2 amazing deadly pets. The main character, looking at the fire doll, said that one of these also has the ability to control, and it easily reflected more than a dozen types of horror. The furious magical child raised his hands high and concentrated a ball of dense energy between his palms. At this time, huge clouds of smoke and dust were raised high up due to the constant fiery flow emanating from the barrels of the tanks. Gao Zun, clutching a walkie-talkie in his hand, ordered all the masters to call their pets and join the battle. Then Gao Zun, speaking into the walkie-talkie, noted that underground worms are especially good at underground wars, so he asked not to forget to protect your mobile units. The snake dragon with its massive paws leaning on the rock straightened up, opening its mouth wide. The protagonist understood that this would be a long battle against the wave and a huge number of beasts. The large-caliber artillery of the mobile units is not yet able to stop the high-class forces of the disaster wave, but they are effective in destroying low and mid-level dangerous creatures, in order to preserve stamina for reinforcements and increase the chances of winning a protracted battle. tank shots burned the furious wolves alive. Surrounding the artillery and guns of the mobile units, this formation turns into a meat grinder on the battlefield, holding back the enemy fighters of a higher rank. However, it is not enough to simply control the ground troops and air forces as well as the underground creatures of the disaster wave who will never miss this fierce combat clash. Gao Zun turned to Su Heng and Shui Yu, shouting that in the next battle, they must become accompanying masters. After that, Gao Zun with a serious expression on his face ordered to hold the mobile positions and destroy the enemies in the air and underground. Tanks, harnessed pets and dangerous creatures from the wave of disaster instantly collided and many insects emerged from the ground. The battlefield was a chaotic movement of erupting acid, bat-like creatures flying in the sky, and explosives that threw out pieces of rotting flesh. The snake dragon was so strong that it killed and wounded many creatures. The guy holding an automatic rifle in his hands fired aiming in front of himself. After that, this guy turned to Su Heng and noted that fortunately his dragon helps out a lot, otherwise they would have already been in a completely stalemate. Suddenly, Su Heng looked ahead with a surprised expression, his eyes widened and he looked in horror at the powerful concentrated energy beam that was directed towards them. This energy beam struck between Su Heng and the guy who was talking to him, who dropped the automatic rifle from his hands in surprise. The protagonist with a tense expression understood that the snake dragon was too busy right now and did not notice that he was being watched, and it was good that Gao Zun asked him to come here to save the soldiers. At this moment, at a great distance from Su Heng, on one of the rocks, there was a representative of a very dangerous species called a bloodthirsty tiger. The protagonist helped the soldier who fell from this beam up, at the same time thinking that this was a mature bloodthirsty tiger, that is, a second-level fighter who was naturally thin but monstrously strong. The protagonist understood that the defense of this mature bloodthirsty tiger was a little low, but it could be dealt with. After that, the main character crossed his arms over his chest with a serious expression on his face, looked ahead and addressed the snake dragon next to him, ordered him to retreat, and use bad thoughts, after which he warned his snake dragon not to fight it directly. Immediately after receiving these commands from the main character, the snake dragon opened its mouth wide and began to concentrate a cloud of energy inside it, after which it directed it towards the bloodthirsty tigers, thereby provoking several powerful fiery explosions. Then the snake dragon closed its mouth and, using its ability to speed, abruptly moved its body from one space to another, approaching the place where the bloodthirsty tigers were. After that, there was a sharp collision between the bloodthirsty tiger and the snake dragon, due to which the energies of their bodies began to touch each other. Another powerful explosion occurred, provoking a stream. Soon it was discovered that several more bloodthirsty tigers were standing on the cliff. The protagonist looked at these with a worried expression on his face and cursed, asking why there were so many of them. The protagonist said that they couldn't defeat them directly, but if they used technology. After that, the protagonist noticed that this was a problem. At this moment, the bloodthirsty tigers that surrounded the snake dragon attacked it from different sides. The snake dragon began to retreat back, soon after which, spreading its wings wide and opening its mouth, it used its evil attack with a dash, sharply approaching the bloodthirsty tigers. Putting its paws with long sharp claws in front of itself, the snake dragon rushed using its dragon power at one of the bloodthirsty tigers and began to tear the body of this beast with its sharp claws. Some time after this, the snake dragon with a full stomach, because of which its belly was widely inflated, flew near the main character and tanks. The main character, looking ahead, understood that this was not an arena, and although the recovery abilities of the snake dragon are amazing, this is a fight to inflict injuries, and this was exactly what the creatures of the tide of disaster wanted, and the bloodthirsty tiger was one in nature who loves this, and this gave them motivation. Soon after, many bloody tigers approached the snake dragon, going around the body of the killed brother. The snake dragon, looking aggressively at his opponents, opened his mouth wide and then used a dragon power called the fearsome dragon roar. The snake dragon, spreading his wings wide, supported by the fire of the tanks, growled frighteningly. Soon after this, many explosions of the tank provoked abundant fire explosions, due to which the bloodthirsty tiger began to growl in pain. The main character, closing himself in an armored car, ordered to do it faster. Then he turned to the guy sitting in the armored car and asked him that the armored cars and attack aircraft suppress the two tigers on the left, and the rest would be killed by the snake dragon. The guy in the car to whom the main character addressed him answered him affirmatively, and said that it would be done. After that, an abundant stream of fire coming from the barrels of the tanks covered the bloodthirsty tigers, who were torn apart under the fire pressure. The snake dragon approached two more bloodthirsty tigers at high speed. Soon after that, Affecting the rocky ground, the dragon hit the ground hard with its paw, causing powerful fragments to appear from the ground under the paws of the bloodthirsty tigers. Then, the loudly screaming snake dragon grabbed the neck of one of the bloodthirsty tigers with its paw. Gao Zun and Suku, who were watching this, looked at the screen of the tablet. Gao Zun, with a surprised expression, said that this is the great disciple who was taken by the burgomaster. After that, Gao Zun noticed that he can force the beasts to use tactics and combinations that contradict the natural instincts of these. Suku also watched this and laughed, noticing that this guy was good and he surprised him in his grisly forest. Then Suku noticed that if it weren't for him, it was unknown what Sinfire would have done, and he just didn't understand how such a reserved child could be so fierce in battle. At that moment, the protagonist, with a crazy expression on his face, clutching an automatic rifle in each hand, fired uncontrollably in different directions, laughing loudly. Suku, with a nervous smile on his face looking at this, noticed that this guy. After that, they saw that several targets were marked on the tablet screen. Gao Zun shouted that something was approaching. Suku asked, "Are they chasing him?" At this moment, a huge insect with many legs and brightly glowing eyes was approaching the direction where the protagonist was at high speed, while simultaneously throwing up a huge armored vehicle that had previously been torn apart. The protagonist looked at this and said that it was a 1,000-legged steel-armored predator that was a low-level type of terror. The protagonist asked why it came here. Gao Zun, who spoke to the protagonist on the radio, ordered him to focus on the enemy, after which he said that he would ask the fire lion to cover him. And then Gao Zun, speaking to Su Hung on the radio, ordered him to remember that the wave of disaster is different from everything else, and that many dangerous creatures of the highest danger are hidden in the wave, and high-class beasts are specifically waiting to destroy people, because unlike dangerous creatures, it is much more difficult for people to reach the top. While the fire lion was tearing the beast's neck apart with its mouth, Gao Zun continued to explain to Su Hung that without the deterrent of high-level combat power, humanity would definitely be defeated, and they could do so, but they had to be careful. The fire lion moved through space at high speed while simultaneously scattering the enemy beasts in all directions using the fire lion's attack called the Terrifying Shadow. Two fierce pterodactyl monsters chased after the fire lion. Gao Zun, who was watching this, asked, "Have the flying beasts already started to come out?" After that, he summoned a thunder child. In the concentrated energy, a thunder child appeared above one of the armored vehicles. Suku put his hand on Gao Zun's shoulder and asked him to be careful, after which he explained to him that the air monsters were deadly to mobile units. Suku asked Gao Zun not to let them rush at them. Gao Zun, who at that moment looked ahead with a serious expression, answered Suku affirmatively. The thunder child raised his hand high above his head and began to concentrate dense electrical energy, after which he directed it towards the pterodactyls chasing the fire lion. The energy discharges struck the pterodactyls' bodies, putting them into a state of shock from the electricity. The protagonist, who was sitting on the roof of the armored vehicle at that moment, turned back and asked, "Is this the pet of Commander Gao Zun?" Then the protagonist turned forward in bewilderment, noticing that the tank on the roof of which he was sitting was beginning to fall into the ground. The frightened protagonist loudly asked, "What?" The ground began to split, and new deep cracks appeared in the rocky ground. The protagonist, with a tense expression on his face, clenching his jaw, realized that the Air Force was just a cover, and the real attack was the underground forces, and this was a high-level type of terror. As soon as the protagonist thought about this, a loud noise from under the earth began to be heard around the peaceful and quiet place where the military equipment was standing. Literally a second later, the bodies of earthworms burst out from there, which in an instant blew all this equipment away. This type of earth sandworm was very dangerous. The monster screamed loudly, and then, opening its mouth wide, began to release streams of incinerating energy directly into one of the combat vehicles. It was the 7th level of enlightenment, acid plasma. This entire stream, unfortunately, fell directly on one of the soldiers who was at that moment at the controls of his combat vehicle in the weapons department. The unfortunate man's body was literally corroded through. What can we say about human flesh, if even the dense iron that the machine he was on was so easily melted by this acid? The huge earth sandworm rose high above the machines, hanging over the people like a huge construction crane. The earth sandworm was already looking for a new target to attack. The monster's eyes flashed with something dangerous. In a minute the sandworm opened its mouth wide, showing sharp teeth to the enemy, roaring loudly. Seeing the rampage of these huge worms, Su Hung shouted loudly, saying that if they continue like this, the Mobile Legion will be finished. He shouted loudly for his snake dragon to quickly come to his aid. While he was saying this, all the machines literally exploded like balloons, creating a huge fire around the worms. Soo-hung watched this with horror, saying that, unlike the Masters, when the Mobile Legion was captured, all the generals gathered there that day would only have one outcome. The protagonist's face showed tension, because what was happening before his eyes could really scare anyone. Soo-hung cursed loudly, gritting his teeth and frowning his brows. He was sweating from nerves, clearly aware of the situation around him. Behind him was his snake dragon lizard, whose body had been hit by the same acidic liquid of these earth sandworms. The snake dragon raised its paw, quickly healing the damage with magic. The protagonist turned his gaze to his snake dragon in surprise, and then thought about how they should have protected them. After all, protecting them was the mission of the Masters. His gaze became serious, and he fixed his eyes on the battlefield. Soo-hung thrust his hand forward, using a mind energy technique called Dragon Scale Armor. Gao Zun called out to everyone on the radio, telling them that it was time to destroy the wave of disaster. He informed them that all they could do was destroy the monsters. Soo-hung, who was holding the radio in his hand, listened tensely to Gao Zun, nodding in agreement with him in his mind. Moore continued giving orders, telling everyone to make sure they weren't killed by the terrifying species. Gao Zun said that this was a war of attrition with no end in sight. They kept firing at the monsters that were advancing on them, while Gao Zun reported on the radio that it didn't matter whether it was him or them, someone would definitely go into this battle. He shouted out in despair on the radio that today was the day, encouragingly shouting that they would be included in the nursery rhymes of their descendants. His gaze was filled with righteous rage. Gao Zun clenched his fist, holding the radio he used to communicate with the others in his other hand. All the members of the human troops were surrounded by terrifying monsters, but they did not stop fighting for a second. Gao Zun shouted that this would be a testimony to the glory of their ancestors. The huge monsters continued to advance towards them, and although the humans were tiny compared to them, they still had their faithful assistants. All the masters had pets with shields, and among the night darkness of the wave of disaster, there were many bright flashes of hope. All these beasts and mythical creatures tamed by humans were ready to fight the advancing pests, also not retreating a single step, just like their masters. Soo-hung sighed heavily, loudly saying that it was hard. He said that he and Shuiyu would not be able to hold back this horror. Soo-hung was healing his arm that was injured in the battle, looking around cautiously to avoid being attacked by surprise. The protagonist turned around, saying that even a snake dragon was having a hard time right now. Right above his pet, a huge earth sandworm was towering over them, ready to attack at any moment. This huge monster screamed loudly, opening its claws, but suddenly the protagonist heard strange sounds of new arrivals approaching them. Shuiyu loudly shouted that it was Heiju and her battle bears. Indeed, bears dressed in iron armor were coming out of the fog of battle, led by Heiju, riding on the leader of the pack. Heiju moved closer to the huge earth sandworm on her bear, preparing to engage this huge monster. The worm also did not plan to give up quickly. The worm lunged forward, and the bear reached out with its huge paw towards the worm, cutting off several of the monster's legs with its claws. From midnight to dawn, from dawn to dusk, Gao Zun, Soo-hung and his troop did not stop fighting. Once the bears got the hang of the battle, they quickly began to neutralize the enemies, and even the huge earthworms quickly fell under their onslaught, unable to withstand such a confrontation. Together with the garrison of Blacklight Fortress, they defeated more than 200,000 dangerous creatures. Only when the blazing sun was about to go out, the terrible battle finally ended. Soo-hung looked at the battlefield with a joyful face, where there were many corpses of defeated enemies, while Heiju and Shuiyu talked among themselves, also smiling at their long-awaited victory, which each of them definitely deserved. While everyone was celebrating this victory, Blacklight Castle suffered greatly. 3 walls were breached, and 20% of the city's civilian population was injured. The surrounding area was truly devastated, with some buildings still engulfed in flames that were gradually dying out. More than half of the tens of thousands of allied troops who had gathered in Tinmu were left forever on the scorched earth. Many people who had bravely fought against the monsters that surrounded them died that day. The Master Tamer Division, which had about 100 people when they entered the war, was reduced to only 39 people. Only a few were able to return from this battle alive. It is possible that after this war, Blacklight Castle will need at least 2 or 3 years to recover. But at the same time, one should not forget that a crisis is also an opportunity for development. After the battle, people began to work on the site where the battle took place, clearing away the corpses of monsters, because the carcass of each type of horror was the most valuable asset of any gathering place. Flesh, blood, fur, scales and bones were excellent materials for creating miracles and all sorts of rare items. And this place was now simply overflowing with these goods. Therefore, if Blacklight Castle could recycle the profits from this war, then it would be a great step into the future for this city. The door to the bright future before the residents had already begun to open. After some time, equally important affairs began in the Beast Training Center. A very dangerous kind of monster, which was called the Healing Easy Pollinated Flower, was also doing work. Soo-hung, who was sitting nearby on a chair near the bed of his snake dragon, said with a smile on his face that it seemed like the snake dragon was enjoying himself. He turned to Lan, telling her that her mastery of beasts was simply magnificent. At this time, Lan focused all her strength on healing the protagonist's pet, using the abilities of her beast. Soo-hung continued to speak while smiling, that from now on, if the snake dragon was hurt, he would come to her for help. Lan smiled at him, and wiped the sweat off her face, saying that it was good, but also pointed out that the Healing Easy Pollinated Flower might be weak for this. Indeed, Lan's flower was very tired after healing such a big patient as the protagonist's snake dragon, so the flower pitifully swung its legs and arms from side to side, looking at the dragon with dissatisfaction. At this time, a man suddenly entered the healing room. He bowed to the protagonist, addressing him as master, saying that Lord Hwahong was calling him to the inner council hall because the Lord Burgomaster had returned. Soo-hung smiled, turning to him, asking, "Has Master found the source of the waves?" After that, the protagonist followed behind the subordinate, approaching the door of the inner council hall. As soon as he entered, Soo-hung asked the master with a smile on his face, "Has he really returned?" Jo-hee smiled at him, replying that he had indeed returned. He placed his hands on his waist, telling the protagonist and everyone else that now that they were all gathered, they should get down to business. Jo-hee began to explain that this time, they were looking for the source of the disaster wave, but what they experienced was truly strange. Everyone listened attentively to him, trying not to miss a single word that could help them in their case. Soo-hung thoughtfully placed his hand on his chin, saying that it was truly strange. Jo-hee then continued to explain that this time, he and the protagonist's brother Chao Nian were able to figure out the source of the disasters. They discovered an abyss that was like a huge mouth with sharp teeth, about 1,000 meters in diameter and hundreds of meters deep. As soon as they started to descend, they found traces of a mountain-sized creature inside the abyss. So they dove deeper into the abyss to find out what was going on, but the giant creature was nowhere to be seen. However, just as they were feeling relieved, they realized that there was a spiritual energy fluctuation coming from the bottom of the abyss. It was the huge mass of darkness they had found when they descended, but the very bottom of the abyss. Jo-hee said that there were dozens of horror species and a sea of dangerous species guarded by dozens of wriggling creepy larvae. The wriggling larvae were black, their bodies covered in tightly packed holes. Each of these holes could release thin threads of spiritual energy, manipulating the sea of disaster wave like a puppet. These huge nasty creatures were dangerous even from quite a distance. They were the ones who had orchestrated the attack on Blacklight Castle, as well as many other large gathering places. According to Jo-hee, these giant insects were not strong, except for their bodies, which were comparable to the protective shell of a special kind of terror, but apart from mental attacks that were comparable to the highest kind of spiritual terror of the extrasensory system, these larvae did not have any additional attacking abilities. Thanks to this, Jo-hee and Chao Nian were able to easily deal with many monsters by themselves without suffering any major losses. Jo-hee said that they had eliminated all the dangerous creatures at the bottom of the abyss together with Chao Nian. They stood on the huge pile of dead bodies of these terrible creatures, like hunters who were bragging about their huge prey. Jo-hee also said that they had managed to take something away in the end. He held out a rather heavy object, the surface of which was uneven. Jo-hee carefully placed it on the table in front of everyone, and everyone in the room began to examine it with their eyes. Soo-hung looked at it in surprise, and then a sharp pain appeared in his head. The pages of the dictionary appeared in front of his eyes, and Soo-hung thought that this was the very same catastrophic nest. He nervously thought that this was a plague that had lasted for thousands of years, a plague of extermination. Soo-hung also knew about the Twilight City, which was the last hope of mankind. It was like a vision flashed through his mind. He thought that the old days would soon arrive. Only through destruction would new life come. A terrifying monster and people, as if subordinate to this creature, whose energy was flowing out of them. While the protagonist was tormented by these horrors, Jo-hee tried to shout to him, as did the rest of the people present, trying to rescue him from his subconscious. As soon as Soo-hung opened his eyes, the images of his colleagues gradually began to focus. Everyone was worried about the sudden loss of consciousness of the protagonist. Soo-hung finally came to his senses, looking around at the others. Jo-hee helped him up, asking with concern what happened to him. Soo-hung pressed his hand to his head, trying to stand up with fatigue and a strange pain. Soo-hung then extended his palm forward, trying to awkwardly say that he was okay. He said that he might have been a little tired these days, but he would catch his breath a little now and everything would be fine. The male lead tried to justify himself by saying that when he heard that Jo-hee had come back, he was so happy that he couldn't help but laugh. Jo-hee responded with understanding, saying that Soo-hung must have had a hard time this time. The male lead continued to smile awkwardly, and Jo-hee escorted him out of the conference room, telling him that if there was anything else, he would ask his older brother or sister to tell him about it. But Soo-hung was not going to leave so easily. He was still standing outside the door, looking through the gap between the doorway and this one. He thought that he could not believe that the old dragon code was from the future, from the final battle of the end of mankind. And the egg of this monster was not the real source of the plague at all. Soo-hung thought nervously that of course this was the beginning of a new era. He looked at this terrible object in his master's hands, thinking that eggs, whose real name was Nest, never appeared alone, and they were also like a clock counting down a terrible time. They opened the door to the darkest era of mankind. Once the hands converged, mankind would know the full horror of it. The nest was a terrible weapon of war, which was created by those creatures that were taboo to name out loud. After hatching, a giant creature appeared from the nest, which the master was never able to find. These disgusting creatures would soon threaten mankind again, just like they once did in the distant future. They would build their new life literally on the bones of humans. And these creatures could create a standing army of dangerous creatures using vast amounts of matter and energy. The very existence of these creatures could be called dangerous, for they were terrifying not only by their appearance, but also by their terrifying capabilities for battle. Unlike mating and natural reproduction, the nest was a creation. Their genetic code was significantly different from the genetic code of humans and any other creatures that humans had to fight before. The nest creates armies that do not need to grow. They are born fully formed and obey the will of the nest, without fear of death. More importantly, the time spent on this reproduction is extremely short, for the larvae that the master and the others destroyed were only a variety of the creature called the split brain. Those same larvae were just more pawns in the hands of a more global and terrifying monster. They were nothing more than a tool that was used to control the dangerous creatures under its command. And even the future of Blacklight Castle was destroyed by the nest. The protagonist cursed loudly, slamming his fist against the wall. He didn't know how he could tell his brother about this. The protagonist placed his hand on his head, asking himself, how could he explain to him that he was a newbie who knew all this? Soo-hung then widened his eyes, asking himself to wait, recalling the mark on his master's hand earlier, realizing that there was something wrong with it. The cause of the damage was the nest chamber that contained the beast egg. Soo-hung looked inside the assembly hall, seeing the dark energy radiating from his master's hand. The nest chamber envelopes the egg like a womb, and creates a special energy to incubate it. The attack power of the nest chamber is actually very weak, and the special energy it uses for incubation and the nest is an excellent tonic for the nest. But for human masters, it was a deadly poison. When this energy enters the blood and corrodes it, the strange energy consists of many types of energy mixed with soul energy, life energy, and death energy. It will continue to corrode the life force of the body's owner until he dies. According to the old dragon code, an ordinary person will die 2 months after it enters his body. A novice master tamer can live for a year, a professional 2 or 3, and the method to remove this energy was not discovered until 10 years after the appearance of the catastrophic egg. Soo-hung put his finger to his chin, thoughtfully saying out loud that if he sold all the bloodline incense along with his savings and contribution points, he would be able to obtain the materials to make an antidote. His face showed determination, and he walked further down the corridor with a confident gait, saying that he would start by saving the master and change the future. The gathering place of the Blacklight, this place was the market. Soo-hung wandered among the people who were selling their goods or wanted to buy something. On his back was a large backpack, and in his hand was a heavy bag. For 2 whole weeks, the protagonist had been developing his plan to save his master. Every day, Soo-hung felt especially anxious. After all, if he was a day late to solve the problem of this strange energy poison, then the master would live much less. In the market there were, the conversations of the locals could be heard everywhere. As soon as Suhung arrived, he first sold all 68 bottles of bloodline incense at a reduced price. He did not spare any of these valuable goods for the sake of his master. Suhung did not keep a single bottle for himself, and he also sold some of the rare materials he brought back from the Blood Forest ruins. All of these things were sold to his customers at a price far below the market price, because Suhung was in a hurry to sell them, so that he could finally get his hands on the opportunity to finally cure Zhou He's illness. In total, he was able to get 23.05 million steel coins for his goods. This was a huge amount of money for ordinary people in the city. Suhung carefully counted the money neatly folded in his envelope, but his face did not stop being serious. Although it was a lot, it was still not enough, and in the end, Suhung borrowed a lot of money from everyone, a total of 30 million steel coins. With this money, the protagonist bought materials for 2 antidotes, but some of the materials were spoiled during the experiments, so he was left with only what was in these bags. Suhung stood over the table where he conducted the experiments, on which there were many different flasks with multicolored liquids. Suhung said that he had lost all his money on 2 antidotes. He said tensely that if he spoiled everything, then it would be pure injustice. Suhung sweated from nerves, looking at the process he was doing. The most difficult thing about this strange energy was that it was funny with both the energy of life and the energy of death, which were mutually exclusive. Suhung looked at the flask with red liquid in his hands, thinking that the solution to this problem was to turn mutually exclusive into mutually beneficial cooperation. Decades of mistakes were spent to develop the optimal ratio. The protagonist began to gradually pour the liquid from the flask into another flask with the transparent liquid, using a metal stick to make the liquid pour evenly. Then Suhung excitedly shouted that he succeeded. His face was filled with anxiety. He himself could not believe what had happened. Then the protagonist turned his gaze to the other components, saying that the next step was to make the potion extract energy from the pebbles at the source of life and from the necromancer's nails. Suhung threw those same stones into this potion, which caused another strange reaction to begin inside the already bubbling liquid. What was inside the flask suddenly exploded, surprising the protagonist. Suhung was silent for a few seconds, not knowing whether it was a failure or a success. Then he turned his gaze in surprise to what was now in the flask, surprisingly noticing that there was now a large red crystal. The protagonist walked towards the kitchen, where one of the tame monsters was preparing someone's dinner. It was a dangerous species, the spoon goblin. Suhung peeked into the kitchen, looking at the goblin who was stirring the liquid in the frying pan, frowning looking at this. Suhung smiled, thinking that the master's daily meals were prepared in the castle's personal kitchen, where the chef was his pet. The protagonist continued to watch the spoon goblin, thinking that these creatures did not have much combat power, but they were such pets with excellent culinary skills. To put it mildly, the spoon goblin's food tasted superior to that of any chef in all the cities under the command of Blacklight. These creatures masterfully cooked not only simple dishes, but even perfectly fried steaks. But other than the master, few outsiders can taste the food of the spoon goblin. In the entire Blacklight congregation, there was only one spoon goblin who existed under the master. However, according to the old dragon code, this beast has one weak point. Suhung thought about it, recalling this, mentally flipping through the pages of the magic book. He thoughtfully placed his hand on his chin, and then beckoned him with the hand of his pet beast. He pointed the treasure-seeking dragon to the spoon goblin. The treasure-seeking dragon gave the protagonist a thumbs up in agreement, then his pet suddenly approached the spoon goblin from behind. This abruptly knocked one of the spice jars off the countertop, causing the spoon goblin to turn around abruptly, looking at where the jar had fallen with loud, dissatisfied cries. But noticing that there was no one in the kitchen, the spoon goblin calmed down, putting it back in place. At this time, the treasure-seeking dragon quickly added the necessary ingredient to the food that the goblin spoon maker was preparing, and then fled the scene of the crime. Suhung, who had been standing at the door all this time, said that he knew that the goblin spoon maker was an obsessive person. The protagonist said that the master should quickly recover by drinking his spicy soup. Suhung said that he must not have dreamed that he saved him from an incurable disease. The protagonist was proud of his deed, so he hoped for the best. At this time, Joe was sitting in his office, filling out documents. Suddenly, he felt an unpleasant pain in his hand and dropped the pen he was using to write down notes. Dark energy emanated from his hand, which bothered the protagonist. Joe said that it hurt again. He cursed out loud, saying that he could not last that long, because this was madness. There was a displeased expression on his face. He was clearly worried about what was happening to his hand. He said that he also could not tell anyone the truth. After all, he had to keep people's minds calm after the war. He frowned, continuing to look at his hand. At this time, his conversation with himself was interrupted by the goblin spoon, who brought him food on a tray. He sighed heavily, and then said that he was wondering how much longer he had left to live. The goblin spoon, unfortunately, did not understand what his master was talking about, so he continued to smile with a mustache. He said that children and grandchildren will be blessed. When one generation of burgomasters falls, then a new generation will naturally rise. The food that the goblin brought really looked delicious. He said that he must have been like that himself in his time. He lifted his plate, starting to drink the soup he had prepared for him. Suddenly his face changed to a happy one. He smiled and exclaimed. Then he turned his gaze to his hand in surprise and was even more surprised to notice that the bandages around his hand were starting to disappear and his palm was completely healthy. He began to drink everything that was in that bowl, and then, after finishing his meal, he laughed loudly that he couldn't believe that the goblin spoonman's soup had such an effect. He asked in surprise, "Did the goblin add something new today?" The goblin spoonman just shook his head, making sounds in denial. Then he frowned. This was strange. He asked the goblin, "Was there someone in the kitchen?" He snapped his fingers, calling one of his pets, which was a very dangerous species, the evil eye observer. With the help of his pet, he saw Suhung, who, by controlling his pet, added something to the soup that the goblin spoonman brought him. He frowned, asking himself, could it really be Suhung? After that, he returned to his desk, saying that if it was Suhung, then everything was clear. He began to look again at the documents he received as a report on the protagonist's recent activities. He said that Suhung had invented the bloodline incense, which increases the bond with the beast. He believed that Suhung was using his name to make money. A photo from the report of the protagonist walking around the city market. He said that he was about to beat the protagonist, but this liquid had a miraculous effect, and for the post-war reconstruction, this was a great achievement. The scientists carefully studied the effects of this liquid, making astonishing discoveries. He continued to reason out loud that Suhung exchanged all the points he had earned in the battle to defend the city, borrowed money from his siblings, and secretly sold the materials he had brought back from the ruins of the Blood Forest. In total, tens of millions of steel coins were accumulated, but within 3 or 2 days, all this money was thrown onto the market. He recalled that Suhung had bought some weird and wonderful things, which had confused him to no end at first. At that moment, he thought about calling that guy over and scolding him. In his mind, Suhung had not looked so good at the time. He covered his face with his palm, continuing to say that, from the looks of it, Suhung knew that he was injured, so he started working on it. He also understood that he had invested all his money into this, and then snuck into the kitchen and implanted these medicines into the food. He slammed the document folder shut, closing his eyes, asking himself a rhetorical question. Did that stupid boy think that he could hide the heads of Blacklight Castle from him? He stood up from his desk and began to pace back and forth, continuing to think out loud that there was something wrong with the protagonist. He said that the bloodline incense was already incredible, but Suhung also managed to heal his wound, something that even professional healers couldn't do. He inadvertently wondered, how many more secrets did this guy hold within himself? He put his hand on his chin, looking away, and then decided to throw those thoughts away. He returned to his desk, asking himself, what was the point of thinking about it so much? After all, even if it was wrong, this was still his disciple. He took the writing pen in his hand, making some notes on the paper on his desk, and then walked to the window, looking into the distance. He said that even if Suhung lost everything, even if his secrets were exposed, he would still save his scoundrel master. At this time, the protagonist was laying out the apple-like energy clusters, saying that they were the fire whisker root, the red vine arm, the ice lotus fruit, and the ice gel blue gum fruit. Opposite him stood Lu Yu, who thoughtfully placed her hand on her chin and said that she should have come to him earlier to check on what he had collected in the Blood Forest ruins, but in the end, they had to deal with the aftermath of the castle battle first. She asked Suhung if he thought that he had collected too little. Suhung stopping laying out those same fruits from his bag, and then said with a smile that this was only the first bag. After all, the rest were with his snake dragon. His dragon immediately showed up, happily showing off a huge bag that was tied to the dragon's body. Lu Yu coughed in surprise, looking at the size of this bag. she said to herself in surprise in her mind that Su-hung had emptied the blood forest ruins. She realized that it was more than the 6 participants who had surpassed him combined. There was surprise in her eyes, but then she pulled herself together, thinking that she would look good in front of the burgomaster. After all, Su-hung had done well. Lu Yu smiled, saying that everything looked fine, and then added that there was barely enough volume, but she wondered what the quality of these collected items was. Su-hung leaned over to the bag that the dragon had carried away, starting to take out the things that he had brought out of the blood forest. As soon as he took out a huge red item, Lu Yu opened her mouth wide in surprise, asking, "How is this possible?" Su-hung said with a calm smile on his face that it was a lesson from a unicorn with dragon blood. He also added that he examined it, and it had a remnant of a beast's soul in it. Alice and his snake dragon looked like they were scouts selling cookies. The only difference was that the item he brought back shocked Lu Yu so much that she couldn't utter a word. She just stood in front of him for a few seconds, watching as Su-hung continued to take out superior high-grade magic items. The next thing Su-hung took out was a dragon's bone marrow that was poured into a special flask. Su-hung then took out the next item, saying with a joyful smile that it was an amber dragon's eyeball. And in his other hand was 100-year scaly grass. The protagonist then took out a crystal, saying that it was a starfire spiritual stone. He and the dragon smiled cheerfully, as if these items didn't have such a shocking meaning to people. Su-hung then took out the next item of this auction, saying that they were the eggs of high-level horror species. He smiled, clutching those eggs in his hands, and Lu Yu didn't know what to say in response. She was literally paralyzed by what she saw. She thought about how before Su-hung came, the fortress master also specifically explained to her that no matter what Su-hung brought, he would pay 20,000 contribution points for the protagonist. Lu Yu knew very well that even if Master Zhou he stayed in the forest for 3 years, he would not be able to get that much. At that time, she even protested to the burgomaster. After all, both of them were his own disciples, but he could not be so biased towards Su-hung. Now Lu Yu understood that these were futile thoughts. At this moment, when she looked at everything that the protagonists brought, she estimated that all of it was worth at least 100,000 contribution points. She herself could not yet understand where the lord of the castle would be able to get these points. At this time, Su-hung leaned towards her with a modest smile, beaming with anticipation of praise, asking Lu Yu, "How many contribution points can he get for this?" Lu Yu raised 2 fingers with trembling hands, averting her gaze to the side. The protagonist and his snake dragon looked at Lu Yu happily, while Su-hung asked her, "Are they really willing to give them 200,000 contribution points?" Lu Yu bashfully averted her gaze to the side, not knowing how to answer him, and then placed her hand on her face, answering him that they were only willing to give him 20,000. Su-hung and his dragon looked at her with dissatisfaction and awkwardness, and then Su-hung scratched his cheek with his finger, asking, "Is that all?" But then he remembered that the city suffered great losses after the wave of disaster, and still agreed to this price. After a while, he and his dragon headed out of this room, waving their hand at her as they left. Lu Yu helped him in return with a friendly smile, silently watching them leave, and when the door slammed shut, she shouted loudly and angrily, saying that it was wrong to bully a person like that. She said that Su-hung was a very good boy. Lu Yu shouted that he was one of her disciples, so why did Su-hung have to be the only one being bullied? Lu Yu slammed her hand on the table in anger, causing the magic items to roll off the surface of it, falling to the floor. She then confidently walked towards the door, opening this door with a quick movement of her hand, saying that she had to talk to the head of the castle. Faced with an angry Lu Yu, Zhou he thought that the green light he gave to Su-hung had caused jealousy towards others. After all, no one knew yet that Su-hung had cured the castle master. As a result, Zhou he was directly attacked by Lu Yu, and it was only after Lu Yu showed Zhou he the list of materials that Zhou he realized what was going on. Looking at this list, Zhou he was a little worried that he would need to talk to the head of the Blood Forest ruins. He knew that Su-hung really wasn't the one who came for the glory and to obtain it using the castle master's name. In the end, in order to please his disciple, Zhou he decided to personally take him to the warehouse. Zhou he carefully looked at the list of what Su-hung had managed to collect, still not fully believing his eyes. But after a while, Zhou he led Su-hung to the right place, telling him that he could take whatever he wanted and symbolically deduct points for participation. The castle master was very happy and proud of Su-hung. He watched with a smile as his disciple walked around the warehouse with his eyes shining with delight, choosing the reward that he definitely deserved. The protagonist's eyes were shining with delight. After all, Giving away 200,000 contribution points was very ugly. After all, it would attract attention and create unnecessary risks for Su Heng. Zhou He said that although the painting of Qiabao Hua did not have much offensive capability, Su Heng, as a teacher, Zhou He understood that he had to protect his precious disciple. He smiled like a father whose child had accomplished a feat. Zhou He raised his hand, asking the protagonist, why did his hand suddenly recover? Su Heng tried to think of an answer with a nervous smile on his face, saying that his master was a professional taming master, so he said that he was sure that its recovery ability was far beyond normal. Zhou He thought that Su Heng was still pretending. He looked at his disciple, silently looking at him, and then said that he heard that the material needed for the protagonist was not in the warehouse. Su Heng replied that he had exchanged some contribution points for the Blood Forest ruins and was looking for materials in the storage room, but there was no suitable one, so he wanted to know if he could borrow it from his master? The protagonist stretched out his hand in an attempt to explain this, while his master listened carefully to this. Then he turned around, telling the protagonist to follow him. Once they arrived at the place, Su Heng looked around and said that it didn't look like a treasure room. Zhou He walked up to one of the paintings hanging on the wall, saying that it was a painting of Qiabao Hua, explaining to the protagonist that it was a door that opened up a world of treasures. The next moment, Zhou He touched the painted canvas, and the painting seemed to suck him in. The painting suddenly had a face, and it turned to the master with a smile. Su Heng asked Zhou He in surprise what was this. Zhou He told him that it was a magical painting of Qiabao Hua, which was considered to be the only pet of his that had reached a racial level higher than that of the terrorist species. The two of them stood in front of this painting, which was absorbing the energy flows around it. Zhou He smiled and said that unfortunately, it did not have much offensive potential and could only be used to store items. He then invited the protagonist to go inside and said that he would show him what was inside. As soon as they entered the portal, Su Heng saw the space that was inside this portal. Zhou He walked ahead of him. He said that although the Qiabao Hua painting did not have much offensive capability, but its defense and security were unmatched. Zhou He told the protagonist that if he did not have permission, he would not be able to enter the inner space even if he destroyed the entire painting. Zhou He put his hand forward, saying that of course, whoever could destroy the Qiabao Hua painting would have to at least be in existence that surpassed the terrifying appearance. Zhou He said that these were all from his collection, and then asked the protagonist to take his time, telling him that he would wait for him outside. The protagonist immediately began to look around, while Zhou He, who walked ahead, continued to tell him that after he selected the items, he just needed to call out to the Qiabao Hua painting and it would transport him from there. Then he pointed his hand to one side of the painting, telling the protagonist that he advised him to look in that direction. Su Heng asked him in surprise, turning his gaze to the place where his master pointed. After that, Zhou He left the protagonist, and Su Heng began to look at the magic items that were lying on the shelves in that place. The protagonist said in surprise that he couldn't believe that Zhou He had prepared all the materials that would benefit the snake dragon in advance. He thought that the master had taken special care of him. The protagonist began to reason out loud that he wanted all of this, but 20,000 contribution points might not be enough for that. He thought about it embarrassingly, continuing to look at the items around him. Well, then he told himself that he should forget about it. This time, the purpose of his stay there was the materials for the snake dragon and the energy-absorbing tree. Su Heng summoned one of his pets, releasing the treasure hunter. The treasure hunter immediately noticed the unusual item, directing his gaze there. Then, the treasure hunter loudly exclaimed, pointing at one of the items lying on the shelf. It was a capsule filled with strange items. After examining it, Su Heng shouted out that those black cracks were not actually cracks, but majestic cosmic energy that was gathered on it. The protagonist said that it was impossible to mistake. It was a void dragon bloodline crystal. A smile appeared on his face as he looked at the item, and then Su Heng said that he never knew that his teacher had this in his treasury. The protagonist walked closer to the treasure, examining it closely, and then his pet, the treasure hunter, loudly exclaimed again, pointing in another direction. Su Heng immediately paid attention to this exclamation, directing his gaze in that direction, and the two of them moved towards the item. Su Heng pointed his finger at the magic artifact, asking the treasure hunter, "Is this it?" The treasure hunter nodded his head and exclaimed in agreement, "Let the protagonist understand that it is." Su Heng touched the artifact with his hand, and then said that it was worthy of being the material needed to transform the snake dragon into a high-level terror species. He felt the energy emanating from this item with his hands, and then continued to say that even dead things had such power. Soo-hung then turned to his pet, asking it if there were any other useful materials there. The treasure hunter began to turn his head from side to side. A few minutes later, Soo-hung returned back, and He asked him in surprise, did he really choose so quickly? He thought that it seemed that he, as a master, really knew his disciple. He thought about the things he had prepared for Soo-hung. They must have been useful, otherwise he wouldn't have chosen them so quickly. He put his hand on the protagonist's shoulder, telling him that they should see what he had chosen. Soo-hung told him that he had chosen 2 items, but he didn't know if he had enough contribution points to exchange for them. The protagonist showed He the 2 items, and He thoughtfully said that Soo-hung had chosen the Wind and Thunder Essence and the Void Dragon Crystal. He told him that Soo-hung might get into trouble if he couldn't handle these items. He worriedly asked if he was sure he wanted to exchange them. Soo-hung told him that he was. But then he worriedly thought that he had been so busy with the changes in the future that he hadn't thought about whether he would be able to do so. Soo-hung thought that it wasn't very wise to take such things directly. He smiled, saying that Soo-hung had always been stable, so there shouldn't be any problems. He then asked him if he was sure that he only needed these 2 items. Soo-hung looked at his master in surprise, and then awkwardly said that he didn't think he had enough points for more. He thought irritably that Soo-hung should have known that even his 20,000 wasn't enough. After all, this Wind and Thunder Essence was worth more than 200,000 points, not to mention the second item. He thought that the protagonist had good taste in expensive things. After all, he didn't even look at the ones that he had prepared for him in advance. He knew very well that these 2 items were worth almost 800,000 contribution points. Seeing his master's face, Soo-hung smiled tightly, asking him if he didn't have enough. He laughed, telling him with a smile that it should be enough, and there would even be some left over. He only wanted to take 2,000 contribution points from him. Soo-hung immediately said with a smile that it was a good deal, and then asked if perhaps the other members of their party could exchange like that too. To which he was almost ready to cough up blood, imagining the losses he would suffer if everyone found out about this. He placed his hand on the protagonist's shoulder, telling him that he would send the 2 things to his home later. He turned to Soo-hung, telling him that he should just focus on himself. He then added with a smile that he didn't need to worry about them anymore, telling him to put the 2 materials to good use, and that he would look forward to his performance. Soo-hung told him not to worry, as he was going to try his best. Then he put his hand on his chin, saying that these 2 terrifying-looking eggs that the protagonist brought back, he had already checked them. Soo-hung looked at him in surprise when he reminded him that it was he who brought back the 2 terrifying-looking eggs from the Blood Forest ruins. He said that, in theory, Soo-hung could have kept the 2 eggs for himself, but instead, he selflessly gave it away instead of collecting. He said that Liu came to him, hoping to return the 2 beast eggs to Soo-hung, but he refused her. He said that growing in the Blood Pond Dragon's Spring was different from normal growth, and caused the beasts to gain a heavy, ferocious, and hostile aura. The eggs were already emitting streams of dark energy. He also added that the slightest misstep could cause irreparable damage to the Mind Sea. Only professional craftsmen could tame such beasts, and this was the reason he kept the beast eggs. He said that the life force of these 2 dragon eggs was so strong that it far exceeded the hatchlings of high-level terror species, and was not inferior to the hatchlings of the supreme terror species. He said that he thought that these 2 eggs were about to break free from the racial shackles and advance to the next level. He held the protagonist's cheek, telling him like a worried parent that he was lucky that the owner of these 2 eggs did not notice him. Otherwise, even if Soo-hung had 9 lives, it would not be enough. They walked further down the corridor while he explained to him that the situation of these 2 eggs was not very good, because the nutrition of the circulatory system had been cut off for too long. He said that the life force of these 2 eggs had become very weak, and if they did not do something about it, the eggs would die. Soo-hung looked at his master in shock after hearing this information. Soo-hung placed his hand on his head, thinking that if so, it was too expensive. He asked himself, is there a cure for this in the Dragon Code? He looked at the protagonist, thinking to himself, was he hit on the head that hard? Why is he always grabbing his head? However, he also thought that this was the first time this stinky guy encountered the horrible-looking eggs. He patted the protagonist on the shoulder, telling him that he was a stupid boy. After all, the disciple's matter was the master's matter. He told him not to be upset. After all, his master was already fixing the situation with the 2 eggs. He told him to come with him. After that, they came to one of the large doors in the corridor, from which large streams of dark energy were emanating. As soon as the protagonist raised his gaze upward, he saw that the eggs were in a special device that was surrounded by red crystals, and were also suspended in the air by chains. Su-hung shouted in surprise, asking Jo-hee, "What is this?" In the places where the chains were attached to the floor, there were altars on which stood dragons pierced by swords. Jo-hee explained to the protagonist that he simulated the effects of the blood pool and the dragon fountain using the remains of the four-square pillar, and a large number of types of horrors. Jo-hee said that this would help these two snake eggs restore their vitality. He pointed to one of these altars where another dragon lay, and then said that so far everything was fine. The eggs were indeed nourished by this blood energy, suspended in the air. Su-hung looked around in surprise and silence, while Jo-hee began to lean down towards the cloth that was hiding something else. Su-hung thought that the dragon's power was so terrifying that it blocked the chain made of special material, but they still made people tremble. Suddenly, Jo-hee quickly removed the cloth from what was on the floor, and Su-hung finally saw what was hidden there. Right in the middle of the floor, there was a heart beast belonging to a terrifying species. Su-hung covered its face with his hand in surprise, sensing the dark energy. Jo-hee smiled and said that it was great, it was a good decision to use the mental barrier. Suddenly, Jo-hee took the protagonist's hand in his, making a small cut, which surprised Su-hung. Jo-hee told him that masters can subdue charged beasts by either using their spiritual power to suppress them, or by forcing them to voluntarily form a contract through a higher level of communication. A fairly large drop of blood emerged directly from the protagonist's wound, heading towards the device that was restraining the eggs. Jo-hee continued to say that if he used his blood to incubate these two eggs, he would be able to lay the foundation for future taming. The two of them watched as that large drop of blood flew towards its target. Su-hung thought that trying to suppress the terrifying sight with his current abilities was certainly stupid. The drop of blood entered the egg incubation device while Su-hung thought that he couldn't believe that his master had spent so much effort to pave the way for it. He raised his eyes to the device while Monster Heart continued to watch them. Jo-hee said that these two eggs would only be ready to hatch in 2 or 3 years, so he said that he would come from time to time to replenish their energy, and then hand them over to the protagonist when they hatched. Su-hung listened to his master, placing his hand on his thigh, and then told him with a smile that if these two eggs hatched, he would only need 1 young beast. After all, he didn't need 2 young beasts, so Jo-hee could take the second one himself. Su-hung asked his master not to tell him that what would hatch from these bloody Tyrannosaurus Rex eggs was nothing more than a special kind of horror. Jo-hee laughed and told him that even if the first class was a first-class horror kind, it was still limited to improving his strength, so they had better shorten them willingly. Jo-hee then devoured his fist that was literally ablaze with flames, saying that besides, no one said that Su-hung couldn't use 2 offspring. Jo-hee summoned his pets, telling the protagonist to look at this. 2 large monsters appeared in front of him, and Su-hung asked in surprise, could this be a fire-poison man like his brother Lin-jin? Jo-hee explained to him that this was not a fire-poison man, but a secondary evolved race of fire-poison man. It is a terrifying kind of fire-poison spirit. His pet leaned closer to Jo-hee as he continued to explain. However, this pet had long since broken through the racial shackles, and now its strength was at the highest level among the best types of horrors. Jo-hee crossed his arms over his chest, saying that he summoned them to show the protagonist that 2 harnessed pets of the same race could be trained to fight together, so, with proper cultivation, the 2 harnessed pets would combine into one, attacking and defending, and their strength would be much greater than either one alone. The protagonist's eyes immediately lit up with delight. He said that he never thought his master would have such a situation. Jo-hee told him not to rush, because one day he would become a truly strong master. He turned his back to him, starting to leave, and Su-hung smiled and told him that he would definitely remember his advice. When they arrived at the exit door of the room, Su-hung asked his master if he knew the Rift Valley. After a while, Su-hung and Jo-hee walked along the corridors, and Jo-hee told him that, judging by the strength of his mind barrier, he should have reached the level of a high-level disciple. Jo-hee told him that, honestly speaking, his talent was one of the only ones he had ever seen,